Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the College Nation radio show of the colleges. This is a chief host. I'm sitting looking at my beautiful picture up there. That was me 2 years ago in Robertsport, sitting next to a canoe, an African fishing canoe. And that was a beautiful time period. You know, me and the wife up there, romantic weekend in beautiful Robertsport, Liberia. It was awesome, man. I love my trips to Liberia. I just love it. So if you guys want to join us next year and experience this, please give me an email. Slots are going really quick, so reserve your spot to get in this tour for next year, next February. Come one, come all. You know. The last tour we did last year was out of sight. We knocked it out the park. I always thank my good brother, Bomani Tayemba, for making it happen for me. You know, with him, I got a tour under my belt. My dream was to bring a tour to a group to Africa, right? Because a tour group now, but one day it's going to be me bringing groups of people, welcoming people to settle in and build. That's what I'm dreaming about. So I started with a tour, and one day, who knows, in the near future, we're going to be settling and bringing people in to live on the continent in their new home and a new reality, you know, and these territories, communities we call Africanistan, you know, whatever the community's name is. I got a name for the first Africanistan. Let's call it Kalaland, you know, Kalaland, like Disneyland, Kalaland. You know, that's the name of the first Africanistan, Kalaland. Nah, I think that would be more like if we built like an entertainment city, whatever, like that, like a Vegas or Disney. Instead of Disneyland, we call it Kalaland. You know, that would be like an entertainment city or something like that. That'd be good, wouldn't it? But you got to think outside the box. We got to think the whole world is out there. We got to think beyond the misery and all stuff like that. Like I said, tonight's topic, when you got topics like, are some of us too comfortable in America? Now, you know things are going to get hot tonight. You know things are going down in Kalaland. You know I'm going to talk about that Buster O'Shea Duke Jackson tonight. You know what's going down in Kalaland. So stop what you're doing. Share the link. Share the show. Like, share, subscribe, right? Tell a friend. Send me an email. Look, folks, if you want to get in touch with the College Genesis, you know, besides I answer the comments on the video, my email, I read my emails and I reply back to my emails. So if you want to call, send me an email and fuss me out, you don't agree with what I said, or you agree with what I said, or you want to give me a word of encouragement, or you just want to tell me to go F off, whatever like that, send me an email. You know, I don't care. I take all emails. I read them, I reply to them, and I thank you for your you showed interest in what I'm saying, whether good or bad and everything like that. But the main thing is keep the lines of communication open. So yeah, folks, we're gonna have a good show tonight. Are some of us too comfortable in America? You know, that's what I'm looking at now. It seems to me it's like one group of people. Now, they say, you heard about the case where two young black twins were found dead, right, in Georgia. They missed their flight. And the Georgia authorities, you know, racist Georgia, started trying to paint it as a murder-suicide. Now, for what I'm hearing, there was a fireman that was arrested because he had pictures of dead bodies, whatever. Well, I don't know if it's true or not, but they're trying to, some people online, you can't believe everything you see on. That's what I said. I can't confirm it. I'm trying to confirm what I read on Facebook. I reposted. I shouldn't have. It said they arrested the guy for the murders, right? No, they arrested the guy for having pictures of the thing, but I haven't heard that yet. I haven't confirmed that yet. But that's why I said can't listen to everything you hear online, you know, hear online. So you got to be really careful about spreading lies or rumors or misinformation and everything like that, because this is what we have in social media. People spread misinformation, they spread slander, they spread gossip and everything without any proof, or don't even care about any proof because there's no accountability. Now, let me say something to you about the scam. Mufasa made a good point last night. Do you know people? If you don't know, I'm gonna tell you. When you go overseas, do you understand you're a U.S. citizen? You're still subject to U.S. laws. If you go overseas and you're smoking marijuana, or doing hard drugs, right? You could be arrested, back in the United States. If you go over there and engage in money laundering or public bribery or something, especially bribery, if you participate in bribery and all those things like that, corruption in a foreign country, or you get arrested for embezzlement or theft and everything, you could be tried when you get back to the United States. People don't know that. So if somebody's pulling a scam, as they claim, they can easily go to the U.S. Embassy, alert the authorities, and let the authorities investigate. Why hasn't that been done? If O'Shea says he got all this evidence, how come he hasn't basically said, well, my Uganda team is going to reach out to these particular governments and do investigation, so because why? Because O'Shea doesn't want the truth. O'Shea is a little troll who just wants to interlope into something and bully people and for clout and thing. The biggest scam is O'Shea because he's leading the campaign for clicks, views, and that's all it's about. His dying channels and everything. He wants to be relevant. He wants to be relevant in this thing, and he's not relevant right now because people are basically listening to this show now more, and messages of this show and a lot of people and everything like that, and also what it translates to is people, the team we're with, me, Bamani, myself, we got people calling us every day going on tours. Bamani's my tour guy, going to tours, and we're opening up new countries and everything like that. So whatever he's trying to do is not working. We got people buying land in Ghana. People sending big checks to buy land. They're sending big checks to go on tours and everything. So O'Shea's looking like, damn, man, all I got is a little dusty ass YouTube money. Well, now these guys are making money. That's supposed to be me over there. But he doesn't understand. Bomani is highly educated. Bomani is a freaking aircraft maintenance. He has a degree in aircraft maintenance. This guy could have worked for a major airline, but he chose to do this so he could be with his community and build and be part of nation building. That's because he believes in it. He could have spent the last 21 years working for the white man in the corporate America easily, but he chose this. And so therefore, I am not going to let somebody slander this man who's done so much for us, for me and everybody else. He's meant so much to this black nationalist Pan-African movement, And so therefore, to see somebody like a little friggin' troglodyte like friggin' O'Shea Jackson getting up here with his friggin' you saw that video I was playing last night of him with that girl. That was absolutely disgraceful. I'm gonna play that again. That was absolutely really a monstrosity when I just objectifying this girl, saying we're gonna bring African American men over here. Don't speak for us, bro. We're not like that. We don't trick, Those of us who are going to the African continent for the most part, we some of us like women and stuff like that, we do. But the bottom line is this: we're not going over there to take advantage of hungry girls, whatever like that. We don't need to. We're not O'Shea Jackson. Some of us can go over there, actually find wives and find real women that we could build with, and we can sell. That's what it is. Somebody like him has to friggin' pay for sex and do all the stuff like that. I hope he's listening tonight, So while he thinks he's going to bully somebody, I'm going to bully him, because nobody's a bigger bully than College Genesis, I'm going to basically keep telling it like it is. When I know these messages are getting to him and they're spreading out there because people are starting to ask questions, Hey, O'Shea, you got so much to say. How come you're not saying nothing about Tariq? He's completely silent about Tariq and all his antics, his anti thing like that, so it's it is what it is. Yeah, he's a sex pat, He ain't fooling anybody. He used that Kinganda thing just to have a way to stay in Uganda and trick, because he's the only way he can get women is by paying for it and prostitution. That's the only way he can get a woman to lay down with him. That's all that is. So he looks at that T3 me guy, Michael, Timothy Ford Jr. He sees that guy as a serious young brother, business minded, got a beautiful wife and everything. And O'Shea is like, how dare him, have more than me or be more important than me and whatnot. People listen to him. Oh, only person that should be listening is O'Shea. I'm O'Shea Jackson. I got 300,000 subscribers. I'm the king of this shit. I'm the king of fucking what? Getting on the fucking line, acting like a fucking sissy, running your mouth, cussing people out. Hey, yeah, that's really, you're a king of that. Getting on your line, talking shit about people, talking incoherent and freaking belligerent. He's a king of that. Geez, I'm a king. I'm the king of this shit. I'm O'Shea. I love the time when O'Shea got into it with Angry Man. Angry Man called him Cobra. Remember Cobra from the Dawn of the Planet of the Apes? He called him Cobra, man. That shit was so fucking funny. So fucking funny. But yeah, we're gonna talk about that tonight. But the topic tonight is, some of us too comfortable in America. Are we letting our guard down? I'm starting to see things happen right now, unfortunately. I'm saying to myself, black people are going to be completely caught off guard if any racial incident happens and everything like that. Like those two boys that were found dead and everything like that. Black people should be in uproar. What the hell happened? Why are they trying to cover this up and everything? It's just unreal. The amount of black women who are trying to date white men who are being found unalived and everything like that. I'm saying, why the hell is this going on? What made it? What told black women they can go into white predominant areas around people who still are pretty much racist and dangerous and still hate black people and not because some white guy thought you was cute? And it's a matter of time before that beast, that raging beast, comes out of him. And that's what's happening. More and more black women are ending up dead and unalived by these people, And I'm not saying that's all the case, but when I remember when someone did interracial, it was really, really careful about the type of white person they got with, where they would meet at. All those things were ironed out on the highest level. What was his political views, all stuff like this, and I'll say like this. So I care, princess, I care. I care about my women. I care about my women. I care about my people. I know you're Haitian. You don't care about shit. That's why Haiti was like a fucking, Haiti is like the worst place on the fucking planet. I don't want Black America to be Haiti, bro. I don't want us to turn into Haitians, I don't want us to become Haitians, right? You guys did enough destroying that thing, No, I'm not saying sell. It's not selling out. It's the fact that they're normalizing people going on. No, I have no problem with somebody, finding somebody they love and doing their thing if they really care about each other or not. What I don't like is there's black women who are actually pursuing and going into uncharted territories. America is still a very dangerous place for black people, just like black men who go out there and pursue white women. I see it all the time. There's more and more blogs out there, black men, white women, all stuff like that. It's still very dangerous out here when you talk about interracial marriage, stuff like that. You could basically be in a situation where a white girl, you flirt with a white girl, and she decides that I'm going to say he raped me or he molested me. And that's your ass, because the bottom line, the police, the courts are going to believe her. Like I said, it's still very dangerous, I heard this one story, right? This black sister that was a corrections officer in prison. She got to know one of the inmates, and he was doing 30 years. And she goes, what happened? He goes, he was with this white girl, right? And they was like both doing drugs, whatever like that. And when they got pulled over, she blamed everything on him, said he kidnapped me, whatever like that, he abused me. And then she got off scot-free, and she was a main drug dealer. She got off scot-free, and he ended up getting 30 years. She completely threw him under the bus. So this is the reality of America. You still got pretty much a racist system out there, and you have to tread very carefully when you navigate these waters. You don't freaking go out there outside your race so freely like they're trying to promote it now. Every time you look around, there's a black person pursuing white people, pursuing white flesh, whether it's male or female and stuff like that. We're getting too comfortable, and it's dangerous. It's very freaking dangerous. I don't care what nobody say. It is very dangerous, And not only that, you're putting all of us at risk, because I do not like people thinking all black men are trying to get with white women and stuff like that. I'm saying to myself, if when white people, like, there was one girl on TikTok. I referenced TikTok last. I know, she said, she goes, I'm tired of these women, black women who pursue white men. She goes, I'm in the store and this white guy's like follow me all up on me and blah blah blah. She goes, I don't do white men and whatnot. I don't do white men. So she goes, look, let me tell you something. All you sisters out here that put it out there that like these stupid women that be on TikTok about where the white men at, y'all can approach black, all stupid stuff. She goes, I don't freaking I don't care about white men. You want that, but the bottom line is these white guys think all black women, if they're attractive, are available to them. And I said, she was like, I don't like. She goes, sir, can you please step off me? The guy was like hitting on her really hard and like trying to, touch on her and whatnot, rub. She was like, dude, I only stay with my men. I get with my black men. And so a lot of sisters are telling me that, yeah, they don't like this idea. They're very uncomfortable nowadays where white men feel that they could approach black women or do these little microaggressions and stuff like that. That's because some of us, with our foolishness and the mental acting black people, have made it cool for white people to say certain racial things around us and come out of their mouth with certain things and everything like that. That once respect and reserve that they once had for us right now, you over there, and we basically do a thing, is gone. As more and more white people consume black culture, as more and more black people consume white culture in America, right? It's because the lines are becoming blurred, and that's really, really dangerous. Because white people can resort back to their whiteness in white America. One thing we always had was some sort of solidarity amongst us. Now it seems black America is in chaos and disarray. There's nothing to go back to. The once love and communion we once had in black America is not there anymore because we've embraced America so much that we don't feel like it's necessary to bond among ourselves. Like I said, we're getting way too comfortable in this country, and we're letting our guard down. And Pan America said, this is people like her. She goes, these are the fools. Let me tell you something, Pan America. I would think the black immigrants have a better shot at the American dream than you do, unfortunately. They have a better shot and more welcome in this country than black so-called FBA people, immigrants don't need your bonding, and the bottom line is this: you can forget about the black family. Black men and black women don't speak to each other anymore. We're a community in chaos. So I'm trying to say, most black people like yourself want to be around white people. You're not trying to buy black. You're not trying to do all those things that we've been doing for years. Stay within your race, stay within your community. It used to be a time when I was a kid. The finest black girl you saw, right? You felt like you had a chance with, right? Because she got to bring you home to their father and whatnot. And black men back in the days, they was like, whatever you do, don't bring no white boy in this house, And so therefore, the finest black girls from middle class backgrounds, beautiful and everything like that, will always have to, and they're always like, I got to pick a man. Now you got women like, I don't need a man and whatnot. They either pursue other women, or they're pursuing white guys, or they're sleeping with Asian guys or Hispanic guys and everything like that. Now it's okay for black women to basically explore their options, not build families, not have kids, or basically pursue thugs and have multiple children and stuff like that, So just like I said, we got too comfortable. We just back in the days when we had strong communities, we knew that's how we had to survive, through strong community, through marriage, through raising families and being grounded in something, and getting an education and stuff like that, staying out of trouble, staying out of these people's face, staying out of their jails and whatnot. Don't make yourself a target. But we've got too comfortable and everything like that. We think we can go out there and do what they do. We think we could spin donuts in the streets and whatnot. We think we could run around, selling weed and whatnot, and everything like that. And then when it comes down to it, man, and this perfect example is this Carmelo Anthony. He killed that white boy, right? I guess he must thought he got so comfortable. He thought that, Oh yeah, it's self-defense. Self-defense, it will never apply to black people equal like white people. Self-defense and staying your ground is something for white men, not for black men. We've gotten too comfortable in this country. What part of it don't you understand? This is why we're making these mistakes. I even said about the brothers that missed that plane in Georgia, right? What were they doing in the friggin' the mountains or whatever like that? They should have basically went to the police station and got in hold of their parents when I said get on the plane and get the hell out of there. What were they doing walking around in the rural areas of Georgia? What the heck was that all about? Why the heck? And anybody who knows about this case, I want you to call in tonight and tell me about it. I'm hearing all these conflicting reports that the firefighter was arrested for the murder. Then I said no. Some people say no, he just arrested for having possession of the photographs thrown around. I don't know what's going on down there. So it is what it is. So it is what it is. Personally, I don't think any African Americans are really trying to marry foreign blacks, to tell you the truth. And I got family members that are married to Caribbeans and stuff like that, but that's few and far between, But black people in America are not interested in foreign black people. I'm just sorry to say, black people in America are too prejudiced for that. You know, airport police steal black people's belongings across the. What's that? Yeah, I don't know about that, but if you say so, Ibrahim, if you say so. But that's what I'm talking about tonight, I'm talking about tonight. We're too comfortable in this country, we're letting our guard down, you know. Principe, you guys, are you kidding me? Every time you look around, you guys can't drool over black African American sisters and whatnot, Because you come here to Virginia Beach, you got the finest ass sisters here. You guys can't keep your tongue in your mouth, our sisters, man. Are you kidding me? You guys are all over our women, man. Are you kidding me? That's a joke. We don't want you. Just please stop it. You live in a country with the standard of beauty, everything like that you see a black American, So that's what you desire in your heart. Right, you ain't interested. Please. Please. I know too many Caribbean niggas, man. All they think about is getting with a black American women because they think they're so beautiful and stuff, That's just me. I like foreign women, I like foreign women, Even though black women in America look good, when I just don't like the attitudes, So not all black American women are lit. You got if you're gonna say that, you got to call in and show what you look like. We got some black women in America that are busted too. Not every black woman in America is hot. What's going on, Dark Migo, Mr. New Moderator? I don't want people getting a free ride. I'm black American. My black woman thing. Not everybody looks like Beyonce and shit. Stop it. I don't know because in Virginia Beach we got some fucking hot sisters. Some hot sisters in America. We got some hot where I live at, man. Holy jeez, I'd be like, dude, man, oh man, these fucking sisters here are fucking beautiful. Holy jeez, man. I think when you have like a people who have like good lifestyle, money and stuff like that, it naturally breeds pretty people. I think ugly people come from hardship. They come from just people breeding hardship and everything. Yeah, something like that. But there's a lot of women out here that got good attitudes, but they're the ones that be freaking. Met this girl the other day, man. She was hot. It was in the rain. She goes, "Now you don't get wet now." She was a fucking, oh my god. I was like, I won't. She goes, "Stay safe in that rain out there." She was absolutely stunningly beautiful, talking to me and whatnot. I was like, oh, okay. But the bottom line is, I know for a fact that the matter is, she was taken. All the hot black women that were taken, all the hot black women, by the time they're like 27, you can forget it. They're gone. The only choice dudes got those females locked up, That's what you have right now. Most people deal with the leftovers and whatnot, and they're the leftovers the ones that got the attitudes, the overweight, and everything like that, But all the hot black girls, they get that man. By the time they're 21, 22, they're already spoken for. Yeah, that's what it is, I don't have my ego. I'm just like, I like you. Look, I like, even though I don't have to get with a man. I basically like beautiful women. I'm a man. I just like women. I like fine, beautiful, sexy women. I love women. So it is what it is. There ain't no turn. Well, that's a problem, man. Everybody can turn. No, the fine women don't need the. Everybody think they got a chance with these fine women. Stop it, Robert. Stop it. It's your turn. It ain't no turn. Some Negroes will never get the fucking women they want. Case in point, O'Shea G. Jackson. He ain't got a freaking chance of getting a hot black woman in America. And I mean, not a chance in hell. O'Shea could become a millionaire. He still couldn't get nothing in America. America is like the hardest place as far as women to get whatnot. Everybody knows that. Only certain guys got it like that in America. No, I would not forget my wife because I know I got a sure thing. I got a sure thing with my wife. I know what I got. I look. I trust me. I meet women all the time, right? And I could be like, but why would I want to look? I'm at the point in my life. I'm not going to start all over again. I am so basically vested in my wife and everything like that. That it is what it is. Maybe I always say in another life. I was like, yeah, in another life, and next life, you and I, I'll give you a shot. But in this life, I'm done. This is all I want. I'm not starting at my age. I'm not starting all over in another relationship. So, Mr. Jap is a fucking clown. Ain't yours your turn. No, my wife is only mine. Ain't nobody's getting a turn with mine. If you get a turn, that means you got a hoe. They ain't got no loyalty. A real woman that's yours, she ain't get with no other man. Nothing other man can do if she's really yours. A lot of you guys never had a woman like that before. That was your ride or die chick. That's why you say that. It's just your turn. Because you got a lot of you guys be tricking your whole life, and you don't know what it's like to have a woman that basically just she can't live without your. She got to be she. This is what it is. When women love you like that or not, she just grabs onto you and she puts her nose against your chest and she just smells your body and whatnot. It's like a pheromone. What you allude to her, it's like addicting, and she can't live without you, But a lot of you guys have never had that. So that's why you think like that, Uh, look, the bottom line is, Broody, I'm doing what I could do. If the FBA clowns want to join and see the light, they can come. They don't, that's fine too. I'm only looking for real people. I'm only really looking for strong Black African American men. That's all I want. I don't need foreigners. I don't need women. I don't need none of these white people. I don't need none of this shit. All I need is a few strong Black men to pull this movement off. Real Black men. I want tough Black men. Tough Black men who stand for something, who got authority in their life. Who know what they want. That's who I want to build with. I am sick and tired of dealing with sissies and pansies and whatnot in this movement. That's why we're going through what we're going right now. Like I said, when I showed the video tonight of our first meeting with the BAO back in the summer of 2018, I made one fatal mistake. After that meeting right there, we had such a momentum going, right? It's there. I should have got on YouTube, but I said, oh, Dynasty had a growing channel. I figured he would just become the BAO and see how it. And over the years, I've been trying to steer Dynas towards what we're doing, and basically he was into his thing with the Yoruba, and he was doing his thing. Then next thing you know, he got hooked up with Lou Major, and it all went left. I should have basically at that time started a YouTube channel, right? And the BAO right now, 6 years later, we probably breaking ground in Africa right now for an Afghanistan. You know, that's a mistake I made relying on somebody else. You know, I came up with the vision. I should have carried it out. I should have been on YouTube 6 years ago. You know, my show platform should have grown what Dynas did. I made a mistake. That was a big mistake I did on my part because I thought, oh, everybody's going to see the light. Everybody's going to come under the BAO umbrella. We're going to do this. That was a big mistake, you know, a big mistake, you know. So it is what it is. So it is what it is, you know. Person says African more divided than Haitians, you know. It doesn't really matter. Haitians are not any importance in America, personally. Well, you know, Haitians, like, who cares? They getting deported left and right when not. They're freaking irrelevant in America. They don't hold no public office. They don't have no power. They're not no consumer base, whatever like that, you know. They're not in the media or entertainment, whatever. They're completely irrelevant. So they're a little group. I wish them well when I wish they'd go back to Haiti and fix that island. What? You know, let's compare us to Haitians, man. What the heck? Who cares? Who freaking really cares, you know? We Haitians, like that's not like Lou Major. We Haitians, you know. And like Lou, man, nobody gives a flying fuck about you Haitians, man. You know, Lou Major was a Haitian from hell, man. That dude was a Haitian from hell, man. I'm like, man, Lou, nobody gives a flying fuck. Well, Haiti, you see, Haiti. Why do you keep talking about Haiti every freaking night? I have no intentions of ever going there, you know, none whatsoever. You know, I wouldn't go to Haiti on Tuesday. I wouldn't go there on Easter Sunday. I wouldn't go there at all. Not one place. Not one thing about Haiti. I want. Do we have anything from Haiti that we use on a daily basis? Any food or anything like that, or anything that we use, or appliances, where anything made in Haiti that we use? No. Lou Major was Haitian. He was a Haitian from hell. He was an angry, bitter Haitian from hell. So it is what it is, folks. But yeah, some of us are very, very comfortable, and we're just basically letting our guard down in America. We're letting our guard down with with people trying to rewrite our history. People just telling us anything. People ripping us off. People scamming us. People lying to us. People misrepresenting us in the media. People misrepresenting us in politics. We become too comfortable, you know. We become comfortable. So we're so comfortable that somebody could run a presidential campaign and not even try to make an attempt to reach out to us to get our vote or not. Just get out there and vote. Just get some friggin' Megan Thee Stallion and whatnot. Because we're so comfortable in America, right? We don't see the dire situation in our communities. So we're just so freaking comfortable and everything like that shit. You know, you look at damn, you know. So I don't know. I don't know what principally talk about Haiti, man. Why is people? Why is only time I ever hear about Haitians is when I'm on social media. I go every day when the last thing on my mind is fucking Haiti. Only time I hear about Haiti is when I turn on social media and I got these Haitian trolls in there. But don't worry about Haiti, whatnot. You know, like man, who the fuck cares? God damn, you know. Cousin Lou was a fucking clown, Prince of P. I destroyed that dude so many times in debates and whatnot, you know. He came and whatnot. I don't know what the hell dinosaur in this guy, man, you know. Oh, what, like I said, I was like this. Dinosaur is my good friend, right? But I'm sorry, you know, he's just as culpable as anybody in that whole thing. He's just as culpable. Kodak Black is a fucking Haitian, man, you know. He ain't one of us. Does Kodak Black look Black American? No, he looks like a fucking Haitian. And where is Lou Major now? He just disappeared off the face of the earth after all that. You know? Well, somebody said Lou Major is locked up in jail. I don't know what the hell's going on. That's why I said you're never gonna get me talking about land in Africa, because until I see the right sort of laws and stuff like that in place, I'm not gonna push it. You know, I am Africa is all we want. Look, I am not telling nobody to buy no land or invest in Africa. If you invest in Africa, you didn't hear from me, because I'm not stupid. I know what it's going to take to see real profit and stuff like that. Now, if you like invest, if you got $50,000 to throw away and piss out, hey, go ahead and invest in Africa. You know, some people like investing just to say they invested. You know, well, no, Broody. You know, the bottom line is this: every movement is done by men. When the Declaration of Independence in this country was founded, it was founded by men. When Liberia was founded, it was founded by men. You know, every country, every civilization was founded and started by men. There was no women around trying to talk about this. Women came along and benefited from. Women benefit from what you build. They eventually, the women will come in and somehow about balance. It's like with the BAO, perfect example, right? I found the BAO when it was just men, and next thing you know, women start joining, and next thing you know, they had a voice and everything like that. So that's how it happens. Men have to start this. It's men, you know. Part of that, don't you understand? Not no lovey-dovey. Everybody get in here, kumbaya. You got females and everything like that. Look, no. I want to talk to men. I want to talk to people like Hustle Smart. You know, I want to talk to people like Dollar Bill. I want to talk to people like David Hitt. These are the type of men I want to have conversations with. I don't want to care what some say. Not only that, if you're a woman, I think with me, you got to have a husband. I don't want no woman over the age of 30 around me that's not married and whatnot. And I want to deal with you through your husband. You know, we got too many women coming here and turning it into a gossip drama session and whatnot, you know, with their foolishness and whatnot, you know. A woman who's serious is a woman that got a husband and children. I know she's serious about nation building. That's the way I see it. Men are different. Every man wants to know what it's like to have a wife and have dominion and power over his existence. Women basically will, if you let women have power, they will basically bring you to Africa to live under some ruler. That's almost like in northern Ghana. Or who's doing the libations, going to live in a Prince of Koye, you know, black women, because that's what women do. Women are naturally submissive to something like that. Me, I can't go to no place and submit to some African. I can't do it. You know? So that's why I say I need real men with us, whatnot. Not sissies, not punks, not idiots and whatnot. I need real men, you know? Real men will see, yeah, we need our own space. We need to govern ourselves, you know? Widowed, well, you got to be cared for by somebody else, you know? I don't want any single women with me, you know? That means if you're a widow, that means I got to sit there and somebody got to sit there and take care of you or whatever, or protect you. I think a woman should be protected by her man. That's what I believe, you know? If a woman's widowed, then she must have a father, or she must have a uncle or brother or somebody else as her I think I don't believe in this independent women stuff or not. It ain't shrinking the movement. It's going to grow it because just like Principe, why do you think the black men aren't in the black church? But Jamal Bryant, right? He's just the opposite of me. His church congregates 80% women, but he can't get nothing done. Why? Because the men aren't there. You ain't gonna build nothing. Back in the days, the black church was run by men, and that's why how we built great institutions back in the days. We built colleges, we built like that because men were at home at the house. Men were at the helm of the community. And women just went around. The civil rights movement was led by black men. They try to bring out it was black women. No, it was black men that were marching and did all that. The deacons of the fence. All the sit-ins. So that was black men who led the civil rights movement. Wasn't black women. So any movement that I'm doing is going to be led by men, real masculine, patriarchal men. That's what I want to deal with. Like what you call? You got this idiot Al Sharpton with this National Network, right? And I remember he had this. They was talking about the DEI convention. Like, who's all marching for DEI? Black women. No one ever stopped to say, "Are we benefiting from DEI?" No. Who benefits? Gays, white women, everybody else. But the interview is one black woman, right? Jesse Ward is a guy interview black is one older black woman. She goes, "We're out here now because we got to protect. We see somebody being discriminated against. Who's being discriminated against? Transgenders, gays. What the hell does that got to do with us?" So that's what I said. When you have women, they're emotional. They're emotional. They basically they get to black women. Jack and Barbara, we're gonna fight for transgender. What the hell? I care. Black men will naturally say, "I'm only caring about my community. Everybody else can go to hell." Black women, you appeal to their emotions and they feel like they got to protect everybody. It's not our job to protect everybody out here. It's not our job to freaking talk about people who are in this country illegally. That's not our business, But just the black women, whatnot, it's like, and like I said, be honest with you, a lot of black men, they don't really care about what Donald Trump's agenda or what like that. They're like, well, whatever, But it's black women. We gotta get Kamala up there. What for? We just want Kamala. She's a woman and whatnot. So what? Well, men are different. We want to see. We want to know that the person in charge can basically handle business and protect the country. Not some emotional shit. If we let black women, we do this, we let black women inside the BAO. Next thing you know, you'll have whites in there, you'll have gays in there, you'll have lesbians in there, you'll have all these friggin' people, that's not us. And next thing you know, the black male like me, we push out. Then next thing you know, the flag of the BAO will be a rainbow transgender flag. That's what you'll have. And also with black women, you'll have Nigerians running. You'll have some Nigerian prince or whatever like that running the BAO and the Afghanistan movement. But as long as it's in the hands of black men, African American men, I know it's going to happen. Eddie Thorne says, that's right, Colin, because Jamal Bryant, cousin, Pastor Jenna Jenkins of Philadelphia. Oh, I didn't know they were related. I love Geno Jenkins, man. That's the guy right there, man. That's my pastor right there. Geno Jenkins, man. He is no joke. He talks about men. Jamal Bryant's a little pimp, a little sissy. I didn't know that. I didn't know they were related, And say Baruch says, Kala, if your idea is African, a solid for uplift or so-called African. No, I'm trying to build African American men. Females are other half of men. If black women are doing their own thing, I have no use for them in an Afghanistan. If they basically want to be around white zaddy, which if you listen like 15, 20 minutes ago, I said black women are so comfortable around white people and interracial dating. I see black women in circles. I'm saying, what are you doing? Remember that black woman a few years ago? Put it wrong. Comment that she was with a sleepover, a grown woman with a sleepover with a bunch of other grown women, and she ended up dead with a bunch of white women. She ended up dead. Remember that? And nobody's talking about what happened. She ended up dead at a sleepover. What the hell? She was the only black person there at a sleepover, and she ended up dead. Remember that? What the heck is going on? See, black women don't think the way we do. You know, they basically be in this idea of letting your guard down. Everything's all right. No, everything is not all right. You don't do certain things. You don't go in certain areas and whatnot around people you don't know and stuff like that. You know, like the freaking idiot that went boating with some white boys and whatnot, and he ended up drowned. He ended up dead. I'll say he they went out boating, and next thing you know, oh, he fell off the boat and whatnot. You don't know, and he went boating with some rednecks and whatnot. You know, and he ended up dead and whatnot. And nobody said anything. Oh, he just fell off and drowned and whatnot. Then you know they killed him. You know, threw his body in the water. So all these things happen, like that friggin' idiot Jamaican that went out camping with some white guys and ended up dead. You know. Yeah, no, that's fake ass pro black principle. You know, I'm not fooled by that. You know, same ones that talk that pro black and whatnot. They sleep with white men. They don't have if they don't have a husband, principle. If they're not married to a black man, they're not pro black. You know, I don't care. Yeah, nobody knows what happened. You know, so all these things keep happening and whatnot. Why? Because black people are comfortable. They're letting their guard down. That's the topic of tonight's show tonight. Letting our guard down. Let me put the link in the chat room if you want to call in and say what's on your mind. And like I said, so what I'm saying tonight is we have become too comfortable in America. That's why when I start talking about in Afghanistan, people, oh, Kala, you're crazy, man. Oh, no, we're gonna make a decision one day, you know, and we're gonna basically get ahead. There's no way you cannot have two races of people competing in a country where there's gonna be conflict. That we're outnumbered, we'll lose, right? So we have to have even if you believe in America, you believe it's your country or not, there's always got to be that option of a way out. It's always got to be that. That's what this is. The Afghanistan is more psychological than anything else. It's the idea that when you live in America, you have to be able to say like this: if it don't work, I got to place someplace else to go, and then you'll see your fortunes and your blessings in America and your life in America. You'll pursue the American dream because you're being in America from a position of power and strength. Do you understand the college genesis? You understand why they call me the culture critic and the geopolitical pundit? Because you don't hear anybody dropping knowledge and jewels like that. That's a jewel from the college genesis, you know? Oh no. Indama. Oh Lord. Help me, Lord, help me, you know. All right, Indama, what is on your mind?
Hey, what's up, Kyla? Yeah, it's interesting that you bring this up tonight because and I do remember that story that you talked about the black lady. I believe she was Caribbean, and I think she was
I
a
don't know. It was the
teacher.
deep south, so she could have been
Yeah,
black
yeah, she was
American.
Caribbean. Yeah, I remember that case. That chick was Caribbean. She was a Caribbean black woman, and I believe that she was a teacher, and all those people at that party, they were all her co-workers. So these people were teachers, and they had this slumber house party. And what I do know is that at some point, um, they said,
Some men showed
she
up.
no, but what was said is they said they found her body in the backyard. That's what they said, and they
Right.
said she walked on the back balcony and she fell, and but and they said that's how she passed away. But what was crazy is all those white people that was at that party, and it looked like when you look at the other people that was at the party, it looked like it was predominantly white. There may have been one or two Hispanics or maybe one
No,
or
it was
two
all. Well,
Asian.
the pictures I saw was all redneck women. They said some
Yeah,
white guys, some
okay,
guys had
okay,
showed up.
cool. It was
Some
all
men had showed
white.
up.
Yeah, but she in this all white environment. All right, the woman fell and busted her head. All those white folks at the party, they all stayed on code. Did nobody say nothing? Nobody said nothing, and they even were looking back, considering reopening that case because this happened about 5 or 6 years ago. At this point, they were even considering reopening the case along the lines of the George Floyd act. That okay, by her being victimized as a black person, that they were supposed to like reopen the forensics and stuff of the case and stuff. But then I think somehow it didn't get enough. I guess the office that was going to the prosecutor that was going to reopen it, they changed their mind, so it went back to being a cold case. But stuff like that is that's something that especially Caribbean sisters. Um, I see a lot of this behavior too, Kala, with a lot of the African sisters too.
Yeah,
Some of the
yeah,
West,
but more and more
yeah.
black women in America are starting to follow that same thing. You know.
I don't think it's Black Americans. I don't see this as much with Black Americans. When I see cases like this, Kala, it's usually, especially if it's a female, a lot of times, and this is what I've seen when I be out here. It's usually either like a Nigerian female or a Cameroonian female. 9 times out of 10, when you see stuff like that.
But I see like remember that girl in Connecticut that got killed. I think she was Caribbean. The
Okay,
guy.
so what happened with that case?
Well, what happened was they went on a date, whatever, like that. And the police let him go. He said he's a nice guy. Somehow I think she was drugged up or whatever like that. It was in Connecticut.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, see, here's the thing, Colin. See, that's another thing, especially that we live in this world now, where you got all this drugs and alcohol everywhere, and see these women. I know because I go to the clubs and stuff, and stuff. But these women, they think it's cute to sit there and drink a bunch of shots and get like pissy drunk.
Yeah, they
Like
think it's
they,
cute, and then they end up with some goes home with some strange guy, and
yeah,
it's
yeah.
really
But
dangerous, man.
absolutely. But I know with your generation, as well as me too. You know, I go out. I know I'm younger than you, but I go out. I have fun, but I always maintain awareness of my
I never look.
surroundings.
I never. When I used to go out and drink one night, I always make sure. One thing I always did was, if I get too drunk where I can't locate my three things: cell phone, wallet, keys, at all times. Right. If I get to
Right,
the point where I'm not checking for my wallet, I'm not checking for cell phone or key, that means I had too much to drink. And I
right,
stopped. Cell phone, wallet. I'm very conscious of that because when you're drinking and everything like that, how you're sloppy is like when you just basically like, oh, you're so far gone, you're just blacking out and everything like that. That's what's dangerous. You don't know what could happen to you. So I always make sure that I know if I could locate my cell phone while keeping, if somebody tried to step to me or jump me or grab me or whatever like that, I could defend myself. Like I'm conscious. I mean, I always say like at least 10 times, cell phone, wallet, keys. I'm patting myself down. Cell phone, wallet, keys. That means I have the cognitive ability to defend myself if
If
something
something
happens,
happens,
if something goes
something
down.
goes down.
We got to.
right.
Right.
But see, that's and I'll go ahead and finish it off so you can introduce the new guest caller. But it's
It's
it doesn't matter. Someone has an echo. When
Hustle
you
smart.
go out.
You got your playback up. Hustle smart. You got your playback up.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's still doing it.
No, you're
No,
good
you're
now.
good now. Okay.
Oh, wait a
Oh,
minute.
wait a
Yeah,
minute, yeah.
I hear the
I hear
echo.
the echo.
I cut the playback off. Hold on, I closed YouTube out and everything.
You cut
You
the
cut the
play.
Okay.
okay.
Well, yeah, you got to cut it off, man. All right, it's gone now. All right, but yeah, I'll say this. You know, as you can tell, a lot of these women that end up in these situations, they didn't have no daddy in their life. If that girl, okay, even the Caribbean woman, if she had had a strong black father in her life, he would have told her, don't you go out there and get pissy drunk around white folks. Like, don't do that. Even if you got white friends or whatever, you can hang out with them, but don't get so comfortable that you can get so pissy drunk with them that you don't know who you are, and you next thing you walking around their backyard and shit, falling. You know what I mean? And what my theory, and this is what I think what happened. I know what goes on at these
There's somebody said some men showed up. It leaked out that some men showed up. You know.
Okay, so that's just so some dudes showed up.
Yeah, some men got went to the party and they showed up and whatnot. And some women let them in. I don't know what happened. And
Okay, now
somebody
here's
that they were like the black girl was like they white guys thought they had a chance. I think it was like a struggle or something like that ensued. That's what
okay. All right, now here's what I could read between the lines of that. Here's what I think what happened with that. You had the original people that were at the party were people that she worked with and people that she knew. These dudes who showed up, whoever they were, she more than likely did not know these dudes. And here's another thing, I'm
yeah,
gonna
she
take it
did.
there. It's highly likely that those dudes that showed up brought with them some sort of altering substance that they may have put into to people, because what they do is
She
they'll
was
set a bunch
already
of
drunk and she was already sloppy drunk.
yeah, but here's
Like
what they
y'all
but here's
always
what
trying
but
to
hold
get
on,
y'all
here's what they
always
do.
trying to give black women a pass, like you got to
No,
drug them
nobody is giving her a
when
pass,
they
but
get
let me
around
let me
white
just
dudes.
say this.
When
Hold on,
black
let me
women
just
get
finish.
around white women, they turn into dogs. They turn into
Yeah,
warrior dogs.
yeah, well, let me just finish, and here's what happened. Here's what I know what happened, and this is what I got a hunch, is that what they do is they go into these parties and they'll set up like 50 little shot glasses, and they'll pour they'll pour out 50 shots, and then they'll put whatever else they're gonna put in there, whatever they'll cocaine or whatever else they're gonna put in there. But they don't tell everybody what they put in there. They just say, okay, everybody come and get a shot. And she went, and then what it was is she went, she took her shot. She didn't know what was in that
So
drink.
they do an autopsy. They
Uh,
would show that in the autopsy though.
So what did it show in the
And
autopsy?
that's what
No,
I
they
was.
ain't showing
I was
anything.
gonna call it. I was gonna let him finish and say that. That's what. That's that thing. Listen, bro. I don't hate black women. I'm just a logical person. I know the process. Same way if you tell me the job you do, I'm gonna automatically put the 3-step process in how it works. So I know how investigation works. I know how a murder works. I know how a robbery works. I know the steps. So even with you coming up with that mind frame, it shows that your thought process ain't there because they automatically do a toxicology. They showed that with alcohol, she had no everything that you had a hunch of, she did not have in her system on the toxicology. She was just sloppy. She was just a sloppy black chick at a party around a bunch of white people. And just like Carla's show says, getting too motherfucking comfortable around white people. See, the one thing
Uh,
about black people, let me tell you something about black people. They go for black men and black women. When they get drunk around white people, they get real talkative and real friendly. You get what I'm saying?
yeah.
When white people get around black people, they'll barely have a beer, or they'll have a time limit where they'll hang around you. If that sun
Yeah,
get to
yeah,
going down to
they be sucking on one beer for like 2 hours.
exactly. You get what I'm saying? Laughing and joking, watching their 6, watching their 3 o'clock, watching their 9 o'clock. Black people get around there and want to show them. Black bitches want to get around there and show them the new dances and shit, pulling out
I
their
swear.
fans. Where them fans at? Where them fans at? You know
You know,
what I'm saying?
and
Just doing goof with
that tracks. You know, also that tracks white guys think that black women are easy and loose, and
Yeah,
that's exactly what happened.
and
Let me
it's
get
the
Mr. Miyagi on, Mr. Miyagi or whoever you are. Let's go ahead. What's on your mind?
Yeah, yeah. Hello. This is my first time doing this. Uh, Now the title is "Are Black People Getting Too Comfortable in America?" In my opinion, yeah. Now I'm 23 years old, and so I'm Gen Z and all, and at least from my generation, I noticed definitely that, unfortunately, yeah, seems that the assimilation factor is going in a full swing. Like like I've been hearing some things, like some of my friends told me like the black community will be like Brazil in like 50 years. So I just want to get your insight on that.
Yeah, well,
Like,
the thing is, the only problem is white people are the majority here, right? And that
yeah,
white people have a real good. They see you gotta say something. Whatever we think that's gonna happen, white people have already thought about that, right? They
yeah,
know for a fact of the matter is they still got reward and punishment on their side, right? So in other
yeah,
words, basically, as black community becomes more mixed, right? It doesn't mean those mixed people are going to be loyal to the black community, right?
yeah. I know that.
And so what's happening right now is there's people, and I see it every day. More and more white people have said, something. See, white people know how to adapt, right? They say we
Yeah,
can't stop our girls from end up with a black man, have black kid or whatnot. Before
yeah,
1950, unheard of, right? They were like, you just ostracized, they kick you out, you disown you, whatever like that. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
I know so many guys, their parents just own them, they don't know their grandparents or whatever like that. I know a lot of mixed people like that. Now,
yeah. Like, oh,
and
my fault.
now, and not now is white people have started to embrace their mixed kids and whatnot, and bringing them and making them like a secondary part of the white community. See what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
basically like how in South Africa you got like the colors and all
yeah,
that, right?
but the thing is, with colors to form their own little community. The mixed people in black in America right now are really assimilated to white suburbia and everything like that. It's just they're more accepted, than the black. I see it, because like my nieces and nephews are mixed, and I see it. Their
Yeah,
white friends in the inner circle are mostly white and everything, and their black friends and whatnot can't go to certain places that they can go to. You know, I watch all
yeah. I
this,
noticed it.
and so I'm seeing in real time, right, how white people have evolved to the point where, okay, we can't stop mixing and everything like that. So let's basically accept some of them. Hey, Halle Berry's pretty good looking. Hey, Barack Obama's not so bad. They
Yeah,
think it has changed. Oh, yeah, before you had to be 100% white, or they threw you. That's why our early black leaders look like they passed for white, right? Because you have
oh
one
yeah,
drop
I
of
noticed
white
that.
blood and you were condemned to the black community, right? That's why we had people leading us who were like barely black back in the days. You
Like
know what I'm saying?
Thurgood Marshall, correct?
Yeah, Thurgood Marshall, Adam Clayton Powell. That was back then.
hold on, don't forget about Kamala.
Yeah, Kamala.
Oh yeah,
Why would they call her an African American?
Man, that shit was the stupidest shit in the
I mean,
world.
see, this is what I'm saying. We're too comfortable. Somebody can just come up out of nowhere, no, a full fledged Indian, right? That basically on Indian cooking show, I'll be the first Indian American. Then when she said, well, I'm gonna need the black community support, so she goes on Black with about. Then they start to call her an African American. I'm like, what the fuck is an African American? Barack Obama wasn't even an African American. He was a Kenyan, half Kenyan, whatever.
yep.
Raised by his, don't forget about this part, raised by his white ass mama in Hawaii.
In Hawaii, it has nothing
Facts.
to do
Yeah,
with it.
Not in,
Hawaii of all
not in
places.
Chicago. Not in. I still don't understand how he came up in Chicago.
Well,
But the thing,
I tell you what it is. I'll tell you what. How smart. See, he went to Columbia, New York, right? And when he started, there's an old. You remember the Players magazine? I know you know Players magazine.
oh, of course, man.
I
He
know
had
you
him.
do, man.
I
I
had him in
know you,
prison, man.
so I got it. That's what you had. But check this out. I still got an old edition of Players magazine from 1995, right? You know who was a feature?
Oh, that was a good year.
Yeah, 1995. You know who was a feature author in the Players?
Not Barry.
Barack Obama, right? Now imagine he's in a black magazine, right? See, Barack Obama did this thing. He started going to black magazines, and whatnot, to try to make himself. But he knew that he couldn't run as a mixed race person, whatever like that. He had to get into the so-called black community to get the base support. That's how he went and became a state delegate, the senator, and stuff like that. He had to marry a black woman, because at the time, black people would not have accepted him if he married a white person.
Wait, I have a question. So I remember reading somewhere that in Barack Obama's like book, his like biography or autobiography, like it said that he wanted to get with a white woman, but because he knew that if he got with a white woman, that his political career couldn't basically get off the map.
No, he would have been fine. He would have been fine.
No, I don't
Oh,
think
he would have.
The thing is, he needed. Hold smart. He needed the black women, and at that time, black people, black men marrying white women. He needs. See, the thing is that the people who's going to vote for you the most are the strong black women. They vote way more than black men.
Oh, yeah, but Obama won everybody though. The only people that black women actually helped in the history of a president was Joe Biden. Joe Biden almost lost. So it took Jim Claiborne and South Carolina and the black women there got him started, and it had to right up on the COVID and all that other shit that was happening. And Donald Trump just was disliked. When Barack Obama came, Carla, he was a rock star. He couldn't do no wrong.
That was the whole thing. Like I said, you're right, but that was the whole thing, right? Barack Obama was like everybody. He was like I remember he was like Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
To black women, this black man educated like that. To white people, he was that black guy that we could like and everything. He was the president of Harvard Law Review, and everybody was like, this guy. So he had the black community, he had the black women, and he had a good segment. He even won over Bush voters, right?
Yeah. Hold on, Tyler. Hold that point right there. When goddamn they had this thing, and I saw it when the 9/11 shit happened. Guess who was on the presidential airplane with George Bush when he was coming back from that school when it happened? Barack motherfucking Obama.
You serious?
He was on the plane with him. I saw it. He was getting off the plane, walking down. He was walking. That's how they showed him walking off. And I was like, why? They were like the senator, the young junior senator from Illinois or wherever, Chicago.
He was only a state senator at that
time. State senator or whatever. And they said, that was him walking by right there. And they showed it. You get what I'm saying? You can still, I'm telling you, I'm going to put it up and show it to you. That's why you see him today. That's why the motherfucker be so cozy and shit with him giving motherfucking Michelle candy and shit. That nigga on some weird. I'm talking about. I'm not saying this on some slave shit, but it looked like some slave shit. That every time they see each other, he giving her some candy to put in her mouth.
What's wrong with that, man? That's kind of cringy. That's cringy.
It's cringy as fuck. But what I'm telling you is that them two are cool. Like Barack and Michelle is more cool with Bush than they are with Clinton and motherfucking Bill Clinton.
Yeah, that's strange, But I only voted for Barack Obama really because he said, and I saw him live in Virginia Beach Amphitheater. He said he was going to get to the bottom of why the Iraq War started, who was behind it, and stuff like that, and who profited and whatnot. So I said, yeah, we're gonna finally get justice because that Iraq War really did something to me, man. Because I said this motherfucker is starting a war, right? That was unnecessary. I knew. I said that Iraq War was completely unnecessary, right? And so many millions of people displaced in Iraq. Thousands of American soldiers died. Millions and billions of dollars spent, right? And I said to myself, and George Bush seemed like he got away with it. He got reelected, And I said to myself, if this happens, right, he can get away with that. That means somebody can just start a war over a lie and stuff like that. So I thought Barack Obama was going to be the one that bring Dick Cheney to justice and all stuff like that. And then he gets elected. He said it was time for us to move on.
Yep, he was there to play cover. See, just like Dustin brother in the chat. Now I don't know this to be a fact, but I heard something about it that they was their families was close.
Yeah,
that Obama is related to George, but on this mama side. But what I'm telling you, what I'm telling you, Carla, they're close the way me and you talk. You can, when they talk, it ain't no. Oh, we just all in the presidency club. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That's some no. We talk behind the scenes, like we cool behind the scenes type talk. He's not. Obama's not like that with no other person but George Bush. Like they over there
okay.
hugging and they over
Always,
there hugging and grab asses like cousins do, hitting each other in the balls and shit.
Yep. But let me ask Baruti. Hold on. Baruti says, Kala, based on vibes, Afrocentric blacks in the U.S. want dual citizen. Look, let me tell you something right now, right? Africa does not need your Afrocentric ass. What they need is somehow, some way, they need the technicians, the engineers, the
Yeah.
scientists, the investment clubs, investment pools, and whatnot. You know, did you see that video of
Yeah, but Kala, they got all those people in the
no,
form of
they
the
need
Chinese.
no. Let me say it like this, right? What they don't have is they don't have cash and capital. Black
They don't
America,
have the experience either.
and they
They
don't have the
don't. They
spirit.
don't care. Look, Kyle. I'm just be real with you. I know that we talk about the African stuff, but they don't care about no cash or capital because what it
Oh, I
is the
know.
bank.
Well, it's
The
like this.
Bank of China. The Bank of China will will,
China
will
is going
build
bust.
will
Look,
build the
I know. Check this
infrastructure
out.
for
See, this is
them.
what I'm saying.
No, the
You bought into the
and
Chinese Kool-Aid, right? China is about to go bust right now. China's economy is doing really bad. It's shrinking.
China is not about to
And
go. But I'm
yes,
gonna
it
explain.
is. Yes, it is. Yeah, I don't know.
You
Hold on.
gotta keep
I
in
thought
mind,
that
China
too.
puts out
But
a lot
see,
of
here's the
propaganda
thing.
to make themselves look better than what they really are.
Yeah, but Kyla, what you need to understand here's the thing is that, and this is what I've learned about the Chinese is that the Chinese,
China is a
unlike
paper
the
man.
well, but hold on, Kyla, unlike the Soviets, is the Chinese have like an authoritarian, like top
Yeah, but
down,
look, China
system
got 500 million
where
people
no,
The
living
because
Soviets
under
had
what
the
it
same
is,
thing.
but here's the thing, Kyla, is like what it is. It's not based on like GDP. Like their system is just based on their government being able to maintain control of the country, and that's it. Like they
Well,
don't
what
really
I'm saying,
care.
hold up.
They
China
don't
has
care what happens with the
hold up.
economy.
Dama, we both can't speak and say,
They
let me
don't really care. Go
let me
ahead. Go
answer
ahead.
this, right? China basically relies on the US market, right? Because it doesn't have the consumption base, right? It loaned out a lot of money, right? A lot of money to Africa on that they need that money back, right? They're calling their loans in and everything all over the continent, right? They're taking control of ports, railways, everything all over the continent, right? And Africans are starting to realize now, wait a minute here. You know, although China does give a little infrastructure, that's infrastructure after 60 years, Africa should be able to build itself. You know, that's what I'm trying to say. You know,
Hey,
so
I have a question. I have a
go ahead.
question. So, in my opinion, like I know China has the military and all, but like if Africans wanted to, couldn't they just take control back of their ports? Like,
Hell
what could China
no.
really do?
They
No,
Like,
don't,
what could China really do?
bro. They don't
let me
want
say
to.
this. This is
The
how
African
it works.
doesn't want to do it. The African doesn't want to do it. The African want to still run around on dirt roads, goddamn, with no electricity and no water, talking about Jesus and practicing juju and doing money rituals and dancing in the goddamn street
And
barefooted.
another thing, how smart is this? We gotta say something. When China builds the ports, they also operate it.
They
You know,
operate them.
and so the bottom
Oh,
line, if they pull out, then how do Africans operate those ports? You know,
See, hold on, Colin.
Uh,
Let's go deeper in that. This is what I was telling in Dama earlier. You got to look at it three ways. They build the ports. They operate the ports. They do all the maintenance of the
maintenance
ports.
of the
They
ports,
do all the registry of the port. They do
engineering.
all the security of the report of the
wait a minute.
ports.
So you telling me the Africans don't learn how to operate any of these
They
like
don't
No,
ports
want
or
look,
anything?
to.
this is how this. No, let me ask you this question. Let me
Oh man.
hold on, give me 2 minutes to answer him. Right? You got to understand something how things work in Africa, right? In other places like Singapore said when Lee Kuan Yew said, "This is what we want. You want to help us build our airport, well, like that." This is what we want. We want skills transfer. We want this, and we want a timetable where you guys could build what they call build, operate, transfer. Right? We want a
Yeah.
10-year build, operate, transfer agreement. Right? And then we want
Yeah.
this, want that, and then we're gonna start the process of paying you back on this, like this. So, as a Western, when a company comes in and says no, we can't agree on terms, Lee Kuan Yew would say, "Okay, get on the next plane out of here," whatever like that. Then they come back and say, "Oh, I think we can work with it." See, the thing in Africa is all you need to do is give that little envelope or suitcase full of $100 bills, and it gets signed on the dotted line one night, and that's it.
You can
You know?
have their mama.
Yeah, you can have anything what with just a friggin' suitcase full of cash. To any politician.
God dang.
That's the sad
So,
part.
yeah,
So,
sounds
So see,
pretty
here's the
tragic.
thing,
Mr.
Kyla. Wait,
Miyagi,
Kyla. Let
hold
me
on
just
for a
say
second.
this.
Hold on for a second. Let me
That's
finish.
changing though. Wait, hold on, Kyla. That's changing because
Endama, can we please answer the guy question, bro? At the end of the day, Mr. Miyagi, Africa is one of the countries that between Ghana and Nigeria, they have the most engineers. But they have zero experience because they're not even using that engineer education on their own countries and cities and state and regions. They're using it all over. They're going to the UK. They're going to Australia. These motherfuckers going to Russia. They're going to all these other
Russia,
places.
huh?
They're going to all these other places because Africa doesn't give a fuck about their own infrastructure.
Yeah,
If you're if you're a smart person, if you're a smart person,
engineers
there's nowhere in the world that you would be comfortable with the infrastructure being fucked up. If you're a smart person.
All right, let
Facts,
me just say
facts.
this. Hold on, let me say this. It's not that the way Africa is set up. Like the reason it's like that is because African countries, like from talking to the Africans and stuff that be on Kaizo's channel,
Oh
what
Lord.
they tell
Oh Lord.
what they tell me is that what they especially countries like Nigeria and stuff, like what they do is they hire Arabs and Indians to build a lot of their stuff. They don't really hire their own people like that.
Oh, that's
And
Yeah,
if
that's
you're
Nigeria looks
an
effed up.
African, but see, here's the thing: if you're an Africa, if you're an African and you want to start your own construction company, these governments have a lot of red tape, so it's hard to get their indigenous people to make their own
this is
companies.
where
So
what I
they
was
end up just
trying to
hiring
say.
foreigners.
It
So
ain't no red
Sounds
tape
like some
it
cooning
ain't no
going
red
on.
tape in Nigeria.
No, yeah, there is.
No, bro,
If
you
you look
ain't
at
never.
the
You can tell, and dummy, you ain't never been to Nigeria because it ain't no red tape. You can go out there and open up your business on your own right now. You can go there right now
let me
and
ask you.
build up. But the problem is that you're not. They don't have the infrastructure. They don't have the electricity. You get what I'm saying? They don't have the stable electricity to build it up. So the companies like China, a bit people like China, these places like that, they come and build their own infrastructure. They build their own electricity grid for their buildings to work. That's why they building up those food processing plants with the beefing over there. Right now they're building frozen beef places to ship it out of Nigeria. They're over there because it's cheaper to build, but they're building their own electricity grid, not to share with the people, just for the buildings. You can do that. You can go over there right now with
Yeah, I'm not
with 100
surprised.
you can go over there right now with $50,000 start your own business up.
No, but see, here's what I was saying. First of all, do you have any idea of what like the import taxes for like West African country for a lot of these African countries? It's like 10 to it's like it's anywhere between 5 and 25% for capital goods. So if you are there, you're trying to start a business, you're trying to buy machinery, or you're trying to buy like a backhoe tractor or a generator or pickup trucks and stuff for your construction business. You're gonna pay a 25%, 5 to 25%.
That's anywhere
um
in
uh,
Dama.
brother, let me
What are
finish.
you
You're gonna
talking
pay
about?
you,
You have no
brother,
idea what
I'm
you're
not
talking about,
done, I'm
man.
not done. All right, let me finish,
Because you have
and
no
then
idea
you can
what you're
shoot it.
talking about.
All right,
That's
let me
every
finish.
country.
Let me finish, and then you can shoot it down. But you're gonna have to pay a 5 to 25% import tax to bring any capital good out from outside the country. Then you got to pay a 5 to 25% ECOWAS tax, because ECOWAS, all those countries that are members of ECOWAS, they have to pay the ECOWAS
You have
import
no idea what
tax.
he's talking
So
about.
so in the end, you paying a 50% tax. So it's
You have no
impossible to
idea. You
start a
have no
business
idea what
over
he's talking
there.
about.
And that's why they hire all those like Indians and Arabs, because what happens, The Indians and the Arabs come in, and they sit down with the government and they cut them a deal. They give them a special deal, to operate within the country. So then that's how they end up hiring them instead of hiring their own people. That's what happens in Africa.
What are
Man,
you?
it seems
Oh my
man, it
God,
seems
man.
like man, it just seems like the African leaders, maybe not all of them, but a lot of them just I don't know. It seems that they just don't care about the people all that much. Like compared to like over in places like I don't know, like Mamar, for example. Like it seems to be like I don't know. So confusing.
Yeah,
Like don't
you
care
just
about.
got to go and see it, Miss Miyagi, for yourself. It's not. It ain't even that the leaders don't care. It's the people that don't care. The people don't want to. They do basic. They do basic remedial stuff like far as they hustle and they hustle on such a minimum. They hustling just to eat to live. They on a eat to live hustle type deal. You get what I'm saying? Like they don't mind
Yeah,
working from sun up to sundown just to eat for the day. They're used to that type of lifestyle. You get what I'm saying? It don't have to take too
yeah.
much. It's more like manual labor. Like in America, we would call it day labor. You know, like
Oh yeah,
like day labor at a temp service where you ain't got to have no experience. They'll just put you on the line and direct you to do something, just real manual labor type stuff. And that, and tell you the truth, that's why most of them are in shape or the size they are. You know what I'm saying? Because
oh
most of
yeah,
their work is more hard work. In America, one thing that I learned, and this old dude, this OG taught me this. He said, "Man, you're gonna realize that." He said, "The harder you work physically, the less money you're gonna make." He said, but you find a way to get a hustle where you don't have to do as much physical work. He said you're gonna make more money. It never got to me until I became an entrepreneur. Now I sit on my ass all day and now I'm making over 300,000 a year. But when I was working hard, putting goddamn ice packs on my back and soaking in the tub, I was making $15, $20 an hour. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
that's
it's
yeah. I
true.
the
get what
it's
you're saying.
it's the smart. You got what I'm saying is that in the collective, they're just not smart, but they're determined. They're
Yeah,
determined. You go over there, you give them a job to do. You know what I'm saying? They'll work for you, but it's gonna still be domesticated work. It's gonna be like how Colin have his driver over there. They'll clean up, they'll cook, they'll run errands over there. You know what I'm saying? You need some basic. If you can direct them, they'll do basic work like that. You get what I'm saying? But if you want something intricate done, I'm talking about intricate based on what you get in America, you're gonna go to another group of people to do it because they don't have the skill set to do it. They don't have the skill set, they don't have the equipment to do it. You get what I'm saying? And they don't have the
yeah,
infrastructure to do it.
Experience.
They don't
Yeah,
have the
yeah.
experience.
experience.
But
So
they have the
oh
degree, but they don't have the experience.
Yeah, because no infrastructure, no infrastructure.
It have no it all. That's what I was trying to tell the brother. It's all tied to three things. You have to always look at things as a pyramid to see the reason why. And if the infrastructure is not good, that means that the electricity is not good. If the electricity is not good, that means the water is not good. And if the water is good, that means that the sanitation is not good. And if the sanitation is not good, it means that the sewer system is not good. That means that it's going to be an unhealthy place that have no regulation. They have zero regulations in Africa.
Zero regulation.
Zero regulations.
Zero.
yeah,
That's why I would never take my business to Africa. They don't have no truck stops. They don't have no goddamn places for
You
you
ever
to
thought
pull
about
up.
that? Yeah, how smart. You ever thought about when you drive on Africa? But first of all, I would like to see the first ever African expressway. I would
Yeah,
love. That'd be nice. And then on the expressway, right? What do you see? Way station. I love driving up on the East Coast, right, from New
yeah,
York. Over there, you see trucking way stations, trucking
yep,
whatnot. Then you see rest stops and everything like
yep.
that. I said, when you're in Africa, man, it's like you don't see no
You
rest
don't
stops.
see that
Man, like
break
what the hell?
break down in Africa. Break down on the road in Africa if you want to. You might be sitting there for 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, oh, that's the worst nightmare. Breaking down. I'd be
don't they
scared.
don't they have them terrorists up in Nigeria? I forgot what they were called.
Well, they're in the
Boko
north. They're in the north.
Haram, correct? Oh,
No, no,
north. Oh,
Boko Haram.
That was in northern
yeah.
Nigeria.
That's northern Nigeria. It's based. So where you live at, Mr. Miyagi?
Oh, I live in Georgia right now.
Okay, you're in Georgia where I'm at. So basically, they would be like in Georgia, they would be considered up there by Chattanooga up there in North Georgia.
Oh, you talking about there? Oh, all right.
I
I
mean,
get it.
compared to, I'm just giving you a descriptive, like compared to Georgia and Nigeria, they would be in the North Georgia by Chattanooga. Lagos is where the city would be considered like Valdosta, Georgia, Macon, or Savannah. You know, it's basically South
Oh,
Nigeria.
oh, yeah,
So it's far away. That's why they stay up there.
Like
And most of the North
said,
region is Islam.
yeah.
like
I
you
just
said,
moved
hustle
to Georgia,
smart.
so yeah. Great.
Like you
Thank you
said,
for
hustle
the
smart.
comparison.
No
Like you
problem.
said, hustle smart. Everything go back to the infrastructure, man.
Everything goes back.
Everything gonna go back to that infrastructure. That's the center of everything. So
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
they
why
don't
No.
want to
oh,
do it. And they don't want to do it.
that's why we
I don't
created the
see.
Black African Infrastructure Organization.
I don't see Africans spending billions of dollars to build that, man. I don't see them,
Yeah,
bro.
so bottom line is
They're gonna steal
Africa
the money
is
and
like
it's just gonna,
a
I
world
don't see
class
them doing that,
infrastructure
bro.
and whatnot. And also, like I was
I
telling
don't
my
see
pastor
it.
the other night, he said we were talking about delayed gratification, right? I said he goes education. Well, he said, well, I said delayed gratification comes from the fact that like Singapore, right? I think of Singapore, Japan. You studied the history of Singapore, Japan. When they told the people, oh, people knew they got in the 50s, then people had to suffer. You know, you had to work in factories and whatnot. And then they said, okay, in 10 years, we're going to be like this. People were not, in Africa, if somebody gets a degree, he expects to be a millionaire or rich the next day. Instead of saying, we're going to sacrifice, what all one black country has to do is say, we're going to sacrifice 15 years, right? We're going to deny ourselves the pleasures and everything like that and work hard, build this and do maximum output and everything like that. And we're going to reinvest that into our initial infrastructure and our economy growth. If they could do that, but how do you get all the people on the same page where everybody tribalized? You know,
Paula, the
now,
only country I can think that can do that is Ethiopia because the way they
Ethiopia was
built
more
that dam,
homogeneous. That's why.
yeah, that's the only country in sub-Saharan Africa
Kenya,
I think
Kenya,
can do that.
Kenya can do it too.
And
Yeah,
Rwanda,
I see some
Well,
good news
I'll
about
say
Kenya
this:
too.
Ethiopia is not homogenous. I mean, they got a lot of different ethnic groups. All those
some of the
ethnic
largest
groups,
ethnic
they,
groups
they
speak
all they all
Amharic.
they all have their own armies.
Yeah, but
The
they speak the
the
same
best
language
bet,
though.
your
They don't
best
never
bet is going to be, well, your best bet is going to be either Kenya or Tanzania. Like Tanzania, they're
no,
making a
no,
lot
not
of
Well, it's
progress.
Tanzania.
not. It
Right?
definitely ain't gonna be Tanzania.
It's not
It'll
gonna be
be Kenya.
Tanzania because
No,
Tanzania
Tanzania has a very
people
good
are black
government, just
people are
like Kenya.
Tanzania is backward. Tanzania went under when they put that lady president. You see that shows you ain't up on your shit. Tanzania actually has got worse with that lady as far as the regulation thing. Everybody was saying that things were smoother when Magufuli was in there, and now with the lady in there, everybody want bribes to do everything there. The whole system changed when they put the bitch up in there.
You know, so and not only that, with Tanzania, you got to understand something, right? They basically on the coastal area, people are very Muslim and Arabic,
Yep.
culture, and then in the central part and the southern part, people are more Bantu, you know, they're more Africanized, right? So there's that's a real serious divide where people don't put their neck. See, Julius Nyerere tried to basically do African socialism. He said, no, forget your tribe, forget this stuff, and it failed miserably. African socialism failed miserably because he realized that people would not give up their tribes and their village identity and stuff like that, and the Muslims wouldn't stop being a Muslim, whatever like that. They weren't interested in the so-called Tanzania, which was a German creation, in Tanzania, and forget about the Kilwa and the Swahili coast. They really don't feel like they really have anything in common with somebody from like the Kenya part where that borders Zambia. Somebody from the Swahili Indian coast, those islands right there. Tell me, Dama, what they have in common with somebody, Tanzania close to the Congo. What they got in common?
Look, all I was saying, I'm just looking at the progress that I've seen Tanzania make. They're
And
about
we'll
to
see.
start making. They're about to start making airplanes there now. Like they're
Dama,
going
what
to be
about
building their own general aviation planes and selling them all over Africa.
I think
So they got Tanzania got an aerospace industry. They're going to start making airplanes, like
well,
general aviation
this is what
planes.
whole thing is, Dama. there's a lot of stuff that goes on in Africa, right? You may have like a something here, like a space industry here. You may have something here,
Yeah,
whatever. But
go ahead, bro.
it seems like it never all together because the bottom line, when you really look at it, add everything up, the majority of people are in dire poverty. There's no middle class. That means there's a. You know what the thing is? I'm gonna say this right. I want everybody to see if they agree with this, right? What Asia's country did was they said we have to invest in our domestic economy, our domestic market, right? What that means was what they invested in is the modern household, right? Asian country said if we could build these large apartment buildings and give everybody a modern apartment with electricity, refrigeration, everything like that, you would have a huge consumer base, all thing. And next thing you know, they start it gave them their own food processing industry, refrigeration, grocery stores, all that stuff was a domestic economy. Africa hasn't done that, hasn't said we're going to make our household the main focus of our economy. And just like America, the main focus of America is American consumer goods, household goods. If you have a house, right, you can calculate how much money you spend on groceries, right? That's important because that's how government weighs GDP, goods and services, And if people just live hand to mouth, right, and subsistence, right, the economy will never grow. Everybody has to be able to purchase goods using money, right? Money and cash and everything. The cash flow has to be there. And how do you get cash flow in a modern society? By consumer purchasing, And people have consumer purchasing and consumer savings account, right? Once you have that, now you have a domestic economy, that you could build your economy. African economies are not built around the African consumer. It's built around what they could sell to the West or whatever like that, So in other words, there's no industrial base. Industrial base means you produce goods and services for your own consumption. The Asians got a saying, produce what you consume and consume what you produce. And use that formula, right? You'll grow. And that's why all the Asian countries have so much growth and are developed. African countries haven't done that yet. Africa still produce the export. Whatever. So.
And you can't build that because of the way that the amount of money that the average Nigerian make. The average Nigerian makes the equivalent of $40 a month.
Yeah, so that's what I said. You have to get a pay. You have to get everybody on a payroll system where they got a certain income level. Stuff like that.
And the only way you can get the only way you can get an income, a tax like that, you got to have the infrastructure so where when everybody get paid, you can take.
We gotta.
You build your tax.
You're halfway right. You're halfway right.
But we got a problem
because
hold on,
Dave,
let me hear DK.
But Kyla, we got a problem though, man. The misery merchants are in the way of all of these prosperities.
They don't look. The bottom line,
Africa, people that make money off of the poverty
class, working class, your working class, your middle class, your working class, and your consumption base. That's where your tax base comes from.
Right.
That's the goods and services. Not by government, not by international loans like IMF and everything. You create a tax base. That's it. Most people in Africa don't pay any taxes on anything.
Nope.
But these guys, they set it up that way. They design it that way. Just like you said, Hustle Smart. They design it that way.
It is designed that way, Dave. But the people have to want more. Let me tell you something. Think about it like this: 200 million niggas over there. You know what I'm saying? And these niggas is scared to do anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, just imagine we 45 million in here. We don't all get along or whatever. But goddamn, we saw a bunch of white people coming in our neighborhood. We like, oh shit, some shit finna go down. So the Africans don't see it like that. They see it is that struggle is, you just struggle with under the Lord. They got a lot. They doing backward slavery over there. They got Jesus and they got a lie. So it ain't nothing to complain about. They just happy that they woke up this morning. The same shit that they used to preach to us in the black church. Just be happy you woke up this morning. You could have been dead in your bed type shit. Like, black men don't woke up from that stupid shit because we see that just waking up in the morning ain't enough for why I got to be enough for black people. It ain't enough for Bill Gates. It ain't enough for Warren Buffett.
Did you see that? I'm gonna try to find that video where the older brother just broke down crying because he worked so much.
Yeah, I saw it. When you said about it there, I went and looked at it. I saw it.
I'm just tired. He realized he's old. He ain't got nothing. He's gonna die. Yep. His whole life, He's one of those good. Hey, Rufus, and now Rufus is angry because his whole life. You look at his whole life been wasted working and never had anything.
Yep. Just believing in the Lord, just being a good old boy. You get what I'm saying? Like at the end
I'm
of the
telling
day,
you, man. Like I
you
said,
you're not
we
gonna
want
you're
more.
not gonna get nowhere in life if you ain't gonna take no risk. If you want to sit around there, want to be the helpful Negro, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
A descendant of Step and Fetch, always being nice there, like being big. I'm telling you, man, you got to be cutthroat in business. You can be nice, but somebody gonna have to get the Ralph. Everybody, everybody
And
ain't
also,
gonna
you understand
everybody ain't gonna be fair to you in the business world, bro.
check this out. And also, people understand something. People have this idea. If I like when you see this old black guy working in a gas station, hey Rufus, he's such a good guy, whatever like that. And they'll say, you ever see where black guy worked for a white man for 30 years, and they give him that one little party and one that send them off doing that. I see this. I deal with seniors that retire. It's the saddest thing. They got nothing left, and then sometimes after a year after they basically been let go because they had to retire them, they try to come back and go, oh yeah, hey, how you been? How your life been? And they're like, oh yeah, oh hey, Rufus, man, he's back, man. How you doing?
Yeah,
They try. You've seen that before, Hustle Smart.
good old Rufus.
Good old Rufus.
Yeah, didn't you have you seen the story of the black man? He was working in fast food for I think about 30 years, and all he got, when he was retiring was just like a letter basically telling him good job for your service or whatever after 30 years of working fast food.
Mr. Miyagi, I'll do you one better. Let's say about the black people that spend their whole life renting for 20, staying in an apartment or staying in a house for 10 or 20 years. And then when they got them, it ain't no graduation party for renters. It's not no
Yeah,
graduation party for workers. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to own something or be in a business where you can save up your own money, throw your own party.
You
If
gotta
you
take
waiting for
risks.
somebody else, you're
You
not useful anymore.
gotta take risks. And the whole thing, like I said last night about the Sambo culture in Black America, right? The Sambo culture have you happy in mediocrity, foolishness, and nonsense and everything like that. They love making Black America out to be fools. And like I said last night about Shay, I don't want that same Sambo culture, foolishness, following us to Africa. Starting to see that Sambo culture of anything goes and just being happy and whatnot. When people are going to the African continent, no, you gotta say this is what if I'll take the time to move to this continent. This is how it's gonna go down.
Yeah,
So Lewis, don't
Yeah.
go telling me what we gonna. No, this is what we want. Or we stay our black asses in America. How about
yeah.
that?
Cause it damn sure ain't reciprocal.
It's
So
not.
if you ain't going over there with your knuckles up in the air, you go over there kissing that ground and hugging everybody talking about Pan Africanism, they gonna fleece your ass with a smile on your face. They're gonna
Wait,
they
wait
gonna
till Big
bust
Black
your
goes.
ass over there.
Big Black. Wait till
yeah,
Big Black goes. They're gonna love Big Black, man. They're gonna
Yeah,
love.
that's what they were. They're gonna look. But no, Big Black is gonna his big ass gonna get it. You know what I'm saying? He gonna get it in about 3-4 days, and then he gonna come back with it. He gonna be just like them people that go over there with their hands on with all the love in the world, and then get back on to make videos, start talking shit about him
Yeah,
I've
because he
seen
got
real
he
life
got
so
a
videos
false
like
sense of have a false sense of whatever. At the end of the day. The reason why especially the West African is the way it is, because when white people got off them ships, they saw black people as the easiest, the most perfect slave. These are the ones that we can
yeah,
slave we can slave them for as bondage and in the mine for the next 400 to 1,000 years. And it damn sure been going on for 600 years to the point that the slaves that they sold and was stole actually up under the white man, we're actually smarter now. Even though we're still oppressed I'll never say that we're not oppressed by white people. But what we did was is that some of us we're smart. You get what I'm saying? And we're smarter
yeah,
than them. So therefore, they like, oh shit! Look at the slaves we don't sold. Look at the slaves that we don't want. Look
yeah.
at the slaves
That's what
we
it's
don't
all
conquer.
about.
Now they coming back trying to tell us what to do.
That's
That's
what
what.
it's all about. There's a lot of people like Zongo think we should bow down. I said, I'm bowing down to your dusty ass. We should bow down and give them respect for what? Respect. Respect is earned. You don't just get
yeah. With
respect.
the state Africa's in, I wouldn't give them no respect at all either, in my opinion.
Well, I am not giving nobody respect that hasn't earned it. I'm
Yeah.
simple.
Yeah,
When you earn it, when you build your country up and say, and I see tall buildings, industrial zones, and I see us being able to go there like a civil, like an Asian person in Chinatown could pack up tomorrow and he can go to Hong Kong, Singapore, Malaysia,
Yeah, he has
Indonesia,
at various locations.
Bali, and set up shop and live a good life. Black people in America, we're trapped in America for the most part. And
Yep.
in Africa, there's all these barriers. There's no. Why do we gotta go there? Why can't we just go over there and get a job because the economy's so good? There's everything going on, good trade and billions of dollars
Hala,
flowing.
there's no companies. Can you name one company in Africa? One company.
None.
We build it
You
ourselves.
can't name
Yeah, that
one
was a great
company.
question.
Uh-oh.
There's
And I
not.
can't think of one either.
You gonna come over there with your American dollars, so you better act like the. Listen, let me tell you something. The worst thing you can do in Africa is go over there with your American dollars and act like you one of them. You better go over there and act like the colonizers at. You get what I'm saying? You better use your American dollars to get whatever you want to. But you come over there trying to love everybody and hug everybody, oh, they gonna call you brother all the way till they
Yeah,
rob
you
you
thinking it's
and get
Kumbaya and
everything
all
from it.
that.
They don't see us the same. You know, and let me tell you something. And the reason why they don't see us the same because we don't think the same. We don't even think the same. We don't talk the same. We don't think the same. And we don't look the same. You get what I'm saying? So when I say look the same, I mean look the same as far as how we act and how we, and even the way we stand. When you go over there, they stand different. They sit different. You get what I'm saying? You'll go to some African, they'll be squatting like they taking a shit. Like we don't sit like that. You get what I'm saying? Like in
Hey,
America,
Hustle
if
Smart.
y'all don't notice, we
Oh,
kind of sit up high. You know what I'm saying? The chairs are up higher. You know what I'm saying? They sit low. You get what I'm saying? They're more skinnier. You get what I'm saying? And
yeah.
they're used to the hustling, but they used to not have an air conditioner. I was over there goddamn breathing on my feet all the time. I couldn't even catch my breath like that. You get what I'm saying? Like you got to be in shape to go to Africa. Now, colleges left from Liberia, so the climate different. Nigeria, man, it's like 90, 94 dry, humid. 94
Yeah, they're
dry,
right on the
humid
equator,
every day.
correct?
Temperature was kind of cold,
Yeah.
but April that shit was about to hit 100 degrees easily. I guess why I got out of there. I got out before April hit. You
I'm
know.
talking about not a cloud in the sky, DK. Nothing to block it. Nothing to block that sun. And it just on
Dang.
you. And they just walking around. They just walking around like that shit is normal. Like they
Hey,
ain't even breaking a sweat.
hustle smart.
I got a
When
bunny
you
trailing me.
hustle
Dang, it's
smart.
kind
When
of.
you
Yes,
were
sir.
in
Oh,
Nigeria, how many power outages did you experience? Was it
If you stay on the mainland, I mean, if you stay in the on the island, it's you they got the big generator. You know how like if you go to like a warehouse or something, they got those
Nigeria?
big generators out there. Now they ain't got the
Yeah.
new ones like they got them. They got the old ones, so they'll fill them up with generator. But on the ground, it's you can go 2 or 3 days with no electricity, with no power.
I
Seriously?
never seen it go like
Yeah,
that in
a
Nigeria.
country
It's
run on
always just like
generators.
5 hours
That's
at the most in
incredible.
Nigeria.
No, 5 hours. 5 hours if you stay in a nice area on the mainland. For people that don't stay in a nice area on the mainland, they can go. When I was in Benin City, the girl that I knew, where she was living at, the power was out for 3 days. Where I was at, the power was not out. It went out for like 8 or 9 hours. But it's still
dang.
fucked up because you got to have a generator if you got like a
I
refrigerator.
bought a generator when I was over there, and I bought a generator, and we had in the property we were at, and there's a
Yeah.
generator house. We just wire it there so you don't hear it.
It's a wire. Yeah, you have wire, but theirs are not wire like that. They got the motherfuckers sitting they right there in the front door. They have their front door
You can't
open.
that's trifling, man. You got
They
to
have it coming through. They have no type of ventilation system. They ain't got
that's
no
dangerous.
type of. They ain't
Dangerous.
got none of that shit in the ceiling to block the sun. That what they call that? I can never think of the name of that red. That insulation is no insulation or anything. You get what I'm saying?
You guys said
So
buy solar. Let me say something. Solar does not work.
solar does not work.
Solar does not work. That's
Hey, that's
I
just
tell
some
you
bull
what, it
crap.
works. It's 30%. It's 30%.
solar. It's solar if you got like a solar powered battery charger or something like that.
Yeah.
You know,
The
but
best thing is to have is a generator.
house up and whatnot. You have those solar power things that'll light your house up for a few hours. That's it. You can't rely
Yeah,
on
you
energy.
can't
Yeah,
leave it
you can
rented.
maybe use it as a complete last resort or something like
But then it
complete
ain't gonna.
like
But
last
then that would
in
make no
line.
African
sense.
countries.
It would
A
make
lot
no
of these
sense. So you
stupid
might as well
African
Well,
get the
it's real
countries.
generator.
solar if you want to make it work.
Oh yeah, fair
Oh, like
point too. Yeah.
$10,000. You talking about $10,000?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you might as well get a generator for like you can get a small generator for like $100. You know what I'm saying? And you can get
Power. That's more
a bigger
power.
one for like
They need more.
150. And all you got you look about $3, like $3 or $4 worth of gas. You're gonna spend $3 worth of gas and you're gonna rent it all day. And that ain't bad.
Oh yeah.
But it's
Now,
gonna be noisy as fuck. You're gonna hear it and you're gonna smell it.
Well, in Liberia, we
oh
have
dang.
we got generator houses. All the properties got generator houses, so you don't. It's a way, and you just run the wire. You
Oh,
know.
they ain't got nothing like that in Nigeria.
Yeah, that's what we do in
Now,
Liberia.
I got a question for you, Hustle Smart. So,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
are there like, is there anything you liked being in Nigeria?
Oh,
Like any positives?
the women, the women, the
They
food
look
is
good.
cheap. The women
Yo,
look, the women,
always
the,
women, man.
the women look, the women
African
look
women,
good. They're
African
natural.
women will make you. If you like women, African women will get.
Africa is the spot if you like women, and if you don't like those big body, big Honda Civic looking bitches, them wide
If
Yeah.
you
bitches.
like
They're
slender, if you
real.
like
They're,
slender women, if you like slender women, Africa.
slender women, yeah. See, I ain't trying to wrestle with all that girth. I ain't trying to wrestle with all that booty meat no more, man. I'm
So
not young.
you
See,
gonna get Tyler
Dang.
Bill upset, man. That was gonna call in, man. Leave the girls alone.
Now. Is there a now? I've been reading up some. They,
go ahead.
it said that they been doing some skin bleaching and all. Is that true or not?
Nah, it ain't.
That's
It,
Because
what
it,
Abraham
it,
Traore banned skin bleaching.
yeah,
He said
they banned it.
Paul Kagame
oh,
did.
nice,
He
nice.
banned
Yeah, I like my woman darker.
because
It's worse. Where the skin bleaching is worse at is in the Caribbean.
Oh,
yeah,
all right.
Yeah.
But
you
in
don't see
Africa,
you don't
they
see
kind of banned it, whatever.
you don't see
At the end of
skin
the day, they
bleaching.
can't even afford to buy it now. They can't even afford to buy it. Like, you got to remember, bro, they're working out $40 a month. They still got to pay for transport. Like think about it like this. In America, 90% of America, I think it's like 80% of America own cars. In goddamn
Yeah.
Africa is 95% of people walk.
Dang.
Also, that's the one thing you can do in Africa is if you're gonna stay live there, get a car.
You got to get a car. If
That's your
you're American, you better get a car.
Yeah, you
that's your
gotta get a
biggest
car. You gotta
defense
get you a nice little
transportation.
Jeep pickup. Get you a car.
And you
Yeah,
can get you a
See,
driver. You can get your
somewhere. The next time I go to Liberia, I'm gonna have a car. Somehow, some way, I'm gonna
now,
get
can
it.
you
Tyler pays his
oh
driver. Tyler pays his driver good, but in
Yo, this guy,
Nigeria,
let me tell you something. This guy rented a car from last time. I told my boy Ross, I'm pissed off. He ripped me off, man. You know, because I went out to Robertsport, right, Grand Cape for the weekend, right, and I get back and he gonna put, oh, there's a charge for going out of town, $150. I said, you didn't tell me that shit, you know, and you knew I was going up there. Why didn't you mention it before I went up there, right?
so
That's what
what did you end up paying them? Well, I mean, like
I do.
average a day.
You know something here. You know, I'm gonna go ahead and give you the $300 extra dollar. That was including on top of the.
Oh yeah, he got you.
And so basically, I said I'm gonna go do it. He said, "Well, I'll cut the discount. I'm gonna take $40 off." I said, "Whatever," you know. And then when I was leaving, right, the last day I was there, right, I gave my driver because I said, "You do so much work for me, Johnny. I'm gonna give you $60, right?" So I wired him $60, right? And then I said, "Okay, I'm gonna pay for the day because I already paid up." But I said, "One extra." I thought I was leaving on a Wednesday night. I was leaving Thursday. I said, "I'm gonna pay for the day, $30, whatever like that, right?" And you pay your boss, right? And all of a sudden, anyway, when I was about to leave for the airport, he says, "Oh, it's a $50 charge to go to the airport." I said, "I paid you $30 a day." Oh, that was just for the day. I said, "What you should have did, your boss should have did was, I should have let you go home for the day, right?
Mm-hmm.
You came here, and I'll pay you $50 to take me to the airport. But I just paid you out of my pocket, out of my good grades, put gas in the car, pay for the day, and now I got to pay another $50." I said, "But you know, it's all right." I told my boy Ross, I said, "You know, that's fucked up." I said, you guys, I'm coming over here, and I'm coming from America, and you took advantage of me, you know, and I've been nothing but good to you people, you know. That's what I
Yeah.
said. I've been nothing but good to you people, you know.
well, that's the thing. You've been good to him. Oh
I've been,
wait, my fault. My fault. That was rude.
you know. And so that's why I'm a little angry and whatnot. I'm saying that's why I said when people can't tell me nothing about Africans, you know,
Yeah.
they can't tell me nothing, man. You know, I said in America, We don't do shit like that. In America, if Hustle Smart calls me, I know that we're gonna have a good conversation. He can say, "Colin, man, you owe me $50, man." You know, I know that. I
Yeah.
already know that. You know,
Mhm.
every time I hear from people from Africa, right? I love them to death, man. They're my peoples, right? But it's always a sad story, man. You know, it's like you gotta have some respect for yourself. You know, I would rather starve than to freaking beg somebody. You know,
Right.
if it's like that, then you need to tear that whole system down and build it up again where you can live with your dignity. That's a
You know
different.
what? Oh,
Mr.
honestly,
Miyagi, like you just got
oh,
to go over there. If you decide to go, just go like you. Even if you don't know where you're going or know what you're doing, look like you know where you're going and know about you. When you ask the question, don't ask the question like a child that confused when they ask the question. Ask the questions like you just trying to get some understanding, not that you're oblivious. So you get what I'm saying? There's two ways to ask a question. You get what I'm saying? You can ask a
yeah,
question to somebody and they be like, God damn, Mr. Miyagi don't know what the fuck he thinking about. Or you can ask a question, they be like, oh, okay, he kind of get it. Mr. Miyagi gets it, but he might just need a further more understanding. That's how you want to be.
yeah. All right, I
Yeah,
get it.
Just
I get it. Yeah, I
over
was
with that shit. I'm a
yeah, I was
lost black American. Please save me nonsense.
yeah, I was planning on maybe going to somewhere like I know like the nations like Ghana, Kenya, maybe just because some like the first nations I see when I look up nations that go in Africa, something like that.
They're good starter countries to go to. Kenya, you ain't gonna go no wrong going with Kenya and Ghana first, because the infrastructure is better, the internet is better, but it's gonna be more expensive. Like me and Jonathan just jumped on. We grimy rats, Well, I ain't gonna call Jonathan a rat, but I'm a grimy hood rat. You know what I'm saying? So the way I talk is more greasy. I'm more forceful when I talk. So you get what I'm saying? Like Nigerian, they respect shit like that. You get what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
If I'm gonna find out, I'm gonna sit up there and watch everybody before I buy a mango. You get what I'm saying? I'm gonna find out what the price is. I'm not paying extra for shit.
You know
You
something,
ain't-
yo, I love Africa, but I think mango's overrated. Now, mango juice is good. I think mango's overrated. I think
I,
that's.
I just use that as an analogy. Carl, I can't stand mangoes. The only thing I put mangoes in is the
You're not allowed to
smoothie.
say that. You're
I
not
have
allowed
to
to
get
say
the
that. You're not
juice.
allowed to say
I
that.
have to get, Simply's got this new thing now at Kroger. I don't know if you got a Kroger in Virginia. They
Yeah,
got
we
this
do.
mango
Yeah.
orange juice. Man, that shit
Oh,
is
that's
the
good.
best.
I love mango. Anything, man. Juice is
Yeah.
good. I'm talking mango, the
But
fruit
the
itself.
mango fruit, it tastes like shit by itself.
I hate that shit, man.
Yeah. I'll eat a kiwi raw before I eat a mango raw.
So I like that.
What's up, Jonathan? How Albanese been treating you, man?
I'm doing well, man. What
Good.
we talking? What y'all been talking about the last few nights?
Oh man, see, I know you
Y'all
see.
been all
First
over
of,
the place.
first of all, your boy old face, dog face, old
O'Shea.
face ass Jackson tried caller, you know what I'm saying? Just wanted to add his name, throwing out some shit like that. Like niggas like that get slapped in their face where I'm from, bro.
O'Shea's that man. He's like cursing. Look, the same thing he did to that dude, 23 Me, whatever that kid's name is. His same thing he did to Bomani. Bomani started
Yeah.
saying, "Going on talk. Listen, nigga, fuck you, brother." The nigga O'Shea try to act like he's all intelligent. When he's nothing but a grimy, dirty, filthy nigga. From the gutters of Sacramento.
That nigga sexually frustrated, Colin. He's an
Yeah,
ugly nigga, bro.
like I said,
He,
the breaks I broke it down last night. See,
that's probably why he's mad because he's ugly.
check this out. O'Shea's the type of person, right, when he was like 15, 16, that crucial time period in your life that's going to determine how you see the world the rest of your life, right? He
right.
never had a girl go like this to him, say, come over here. And next thing you know, you're going around the building, y'all making out, the cute girl, whatever like that. He never had that happen to him. He had all been rejected his whole life by women, so he's angry. So now he feels like the only way he resents women because the only way he can get women is by paying for them or tricking. He feels like, he seems
Or
like
hiring him, so some type of way he's in the authority of. I heard you talking to Zungo last night, and Zungo, I don't know if it was Zungo, whoever you was talking to,
what's Zongo? What's
it was
Zongo?
Zungo. He was trying not to understand what you was saying
You know
about
exactly what
how
I was saying.
how you need to get that. It makes you be a man if you can get a girl on your own. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Without he said, stop. Yeah, anybody. But
yeah,
look, let me tell you something. At my age right now, right? It's no big deal. Because when I see a young 20-year-old say, "Smile, how you doing, sir?" and they're trying to look. I understand. It's not because what they like, because I'm a sophisticated man,
Yeah.
and that's what women are attracted to when you get older. But when you're like a teenager, you don't have no money. You really not smart. When that, it's purely
It's
what you.
all off a game, all off a GP.
Yeah, but I said my toughest time period in my life was when I was between the ages of 20 and 25. That was the roughest time for women in my life because I had nothing and whatnot. It wasn't cute anymore driving a raggedy ass Camaro whatnot in my parents' basement. You're in your early 20s, the roughest time of your life, man.
Yeah, I gotta get my
Hey,
car
man,
game up.
let me tell y'all something. Hold on, let me interject real quick. Let me tell you some Camaros was one of the worst cars when they was raggedy because they was low to the ground, so it would flap. Like if they would if the if the spoiler was raggedy, it would flap and like
It was good, it was nice when I first bought it, man.
yeah.
It took a beating, man.
Yeah. Oh,
Anyway,
hey, listen, man.
some of my friends, right? They're driving around new Volkswagen Jettas and
Yeah. Oh, the
Jeep
Jetta was the thing too. The
Jettas.
Jetta and the Benz one night. If you had a Benz one night, and you can fuck somebody, mama.
Oh yeah, man. So I said since I didn't have that, right? I'm living all raggedy and shit in New York when I'm like, the girls weren't the girls that thought that was chasing me when I was a teenager. They would look at me like I'm a fucking bum or not,
Straight up.
So, but I had my fun when I was 15, 16. I used to have girls trying to sneak over my house and come and crawl through my window and shit. It's like so when you're young and you got that confidence that you get girls, but when you're older, man, it's not the same thing. It's the fact that you're a man, you're sophisticated, what you can do for them, whatever like that.
Right.
Differently. O'Shea has never had the opportunity to. You could tell that's why he's angry, and he don't like that 23 and me kid because he's good looking. He got a wife, And I said that to me is a perfect thing, and he's like my ideal colonization, African family. He's trying to build in Africa, so they're gonna make mistakes. They ain't gonna be perfect when that, but that's what I'm looking for. He has a young, beautiful wife. They got beautiful kids.
I saw him. He be walking around. He probably walking. I see him walking around with a tank top on, all the, you know what I'm saying? So that nigga, he's jealous, bro. And on top of that, like it doesn't even make no sense logically. There's no way that you would spend money. You would go to school to be a doctor. You got to go to school for like another 8 to 12 years. You know what I'm saying?
Why would you give up being a doctor to be a freaking
to go do a podcast in an apartment and you got bugs crawling? Hey, Jonathan, I don't even think you was on the show. Man, that nigga was doing a podcast. I'm even shocked that he left the video up. This nigga did a podcast talking shit about somebody, got roaches crawling over his shirt, man, crawling all over him. Like,
what? I've never heard of an American going to Poland for a medical degree.
Yeah, why was he in Poland?
They probably had some type of lottery. They have those lotteries, you know what I'm saying? Where you'll go there and you get free.
I mean, Poland of all places, though. Like, I don't know.
He's the ugly nigga. He ain't have no. You can tell a nigga that's making decision based on he ain't got no bitches. You get what I'm saying? Because if you got bitches close by, you'll go a little far from, but you ain't gonna go all the way to Poland if you got bad bitches back in the United States. But think about it. He ain't got no kids. He ain't got no
right
kids.
About that, man.
You ain't gonna go. You're not gonna go across the country. I stay in Atlanta. Where you stay at, Mr. Miyagi?
Oh yeah, I stay close to Atlanta too.
Okay, I stay in Atlanta. So you know what I'm saying? There's bad bitches around here. But I know that if I go somewhere, it's gonna be bad bitches at too. But I'm not gonna leave and go to Poland where they number white people. So you know what I'm saying? Sometimes, in college, a white chick will mess with an ugly black dude if he's smart and he got money. You get what I'm saying? But it's not gonna be long term. So I just think a lot of his relationship has never been long term. And then now he's in Kenya. I mean, in Uganda, where he got the higher chicks. But at the end of the day, he just don't have. See, you can be a funny nigga, but don't have no game. You know what I'm saying? It's plenty of niggas like that that's funny that don't. I give you a prime example. Cat Williams is a funny nigga, but he don't have the. You never see Cat Williams with a bitch. You get what I'm saying? Like
no,
when
no.
bitches walk around. See now Eddie Murphy is a funny nigga, but Eddie Murphy is a smooth nigga too. You get what I'm saying? So he always have different bitches. He getting the top of the line because he a smooth dude. Even in his movies, he'll show you the comedy side and he'll show you the smooth side. Cat Williams only show you the food side, and that's all that O'Shea shows you is the food side. He don't show you the charismatic and the player side. You get what I'm saying? Like it's no hustle in his voice. You get what I'm saying? It's no,
He's a Sambo. He's a Sambo.
yeah, he's a straight clown. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, black people, we like that celebrity. We don't turn into celebrity gossip junkies and all that shit. So he fits the narrative, and he can crack jokes.
What I'm hating is the fact that I got into the Pan-African to get away from all that, and here he comes.
Yeah, I get the I don't know. I get the vibe that even though he's an African and all, it seems that he doesn't like black people though. I don't know. I get that vibe from him.
Last night, I said, "Look, I can show you videos of him saying." Fuck y'all niggas, man. Just something. He used to do these rants, right? When I used to be a mod on his show, right? He used to do these rants. I said, I'm a fuck. I ain't fuck with this dude no more. It's one night he just really went off on black people. I don't know what happened. He just really went off on y'all niggas ain't shit. I'm gonna do this. I'm just gonna make money off y'all niggas, man. Fuck y'all. Blah, blah, blah. I hate niggas, man. Y'all really do. I mean, he was just really showing who he is, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, he reminds me of
Carla, to be fair, we all been in a situation where we get tired of niggas and rant.
Oh no,
we can say he's a dusty motherfucker. We ain't got that like we ain't like
not
that.
like this. No, like
Jonathan, I'm a fair guy. Now hold on, I gotta take up for Carla on this one, Jonathan. Now I'm a fair guy. I'm gonna call it like it is. Now Carla's a little biased right now, but I'm gonna be fair in this situation. Carla is right on this because every time he does a stream, he always talk like everybody don't have black people don't did him wrong. But goddamn, Jonathan, you ain't gonna sit up there and bring that shit up and every time you talk. You know what I'm saying?
Not only that, you know what?
I don't really watch his videos. He brings it up all the time.
You watch his video. Like, no, John, let me say this, Carla. He literally say, I don't like y'all niggas. I don't fuck with y'all niggas. If y'all meet me, you meet me by mistake. Everybody I don't met in Africa, I met them by mistake. I met him by playing. I ain't trying to be around y'all niggas.
Wait, he say that?
Niggas. He said, nigga,
why is he in Africa then?
Let me tell you something. Hey, Jonathan. Well, I don't swear that off. I swear on my dead mama nappy ass head grave. That nigga sit up there and say it word for word. Fuck y'all niggas. I don't like y'all niggas anyway. Don't call me. Don't come around. He actually says it. Straight up. I mean, he'll be looking dead in the. He just what?
And you can look at his facial expression. He's not playing.
He's not playing. He been now. Somebody don't did him wrong. Probably some dude stole his bitch or something. And you see, let me explain to you like this, Jonathan. When you're a dude that ain't got no game, but you're a funny nigga, and you got money, but you're an ugly nigga, it could be a broke nigga that got some game that gonna be a little bit more. You still see that nigga, he might be funny too and look okay. She's gonna fuck with that nigga. She's still gonna fuck with O'Shea to get the money because he doing the podcast. You know what I'm saying? He making money, but she's still gonna fuck with the other dude because they look good together. At the end of the day, the female will always go for the dude that she like more than the dude she pay. A dude that
and her friends
like her. You know, friends like him. So you get what I'm saying?
Or not, and she like you and her friend. That's important. Her friends.
Yeah.
Her friends gotta like you and say, "Oh, he's fine." They have to hear that. Oh, you got a good man. You're so lucky, girl. Whatever like that. He never had that shit. You know?
Nah. So that's the part where I got to be on Carla's side about. And on top of that, Jonathan, he just straight up. This is how he did. I'm gonna put it in its proper context what he did. So imagine you, Jonathan. Jonathan, have you ever sold cars before? Right? Have you ever sold cars before?
Never.
Okay, so say this if I sit up here and be like, oh, Jonathan Miller, if he ever sold a car, y'all better not buy a car from Jonathan Miller. That's how he was doing Carla. He was doing about shit that Carla ain't even said. He was like, oh, Carla trying to sell some land, you better not buy, you don't buy for no scam and he's scamming you. See what I'm saying? So
Carla don't sell land.
Nigga, you make it. That's the point. That's the point that made him sound so dumb when he was saying it.
He said that?
Yeah, he said that.
Oh, that's wild. That nigga crazy.
No, he literally said colonization. He told,
That's
no, he told
crazy.
Colin, he said that Colin
Ain't
need
got
to
nothing
stick.
saying that he sells land. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, he told Colin he need to stick he told Colin that he need to stick to talk about Liberia. You know what I'm saying? And if
He know
anything,
that much about that, something like that.
yeah. Then he was talking about, well, if Colin selling some land, don't buy it from him. He's scamming you. But it'll be a different if Colin said that. So why would you bring Colin's name up if Colin ain't tried to sell nobody no land?
Yeah,
Kyle, I
so
want to
my
ask a
whole thing is,
question.
like I
Kyle, I want
said,
to ask you a question real quick. Is he
I
trying
didn't
to?
like that shit at all. That's some fuck
Is he
nigga shit.
trying to preemptively
what I tell you
destroy
what it is.
the
Let me tell you what it is.
the
Is the
movement a
whole
little
thing is
bit?
this.
Is he,
The
you
whole thing
know?
is this. He got wind that I'm talking about in Afghanistan and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
like that's what he's talking about.
That's
You
what he's
know,
pretty
that's what I
this.
said.
So the
He
bottom
might be
line, he
trying
thinks
to.
he's trying to make it seem like I'm trying to engage in some land scheme. Look, the bottom line is this: before I make a move, right, it's going to be 1,000%. I watched that whole debacle with Dynas, Lou Major, and that's not going to be me. You know, I didn't like that thing from the beginning. I'll tell you right now. See, when I showed the video of us, the BA, the first meeting in 2018.
Yeah.
My mistake, and I got to apologize to the world, was at that moment, right? I should have started my YouTube channel.
Right.
You know, I left it to Dynas because I thought eventually Dynas and Brano will come in and the BA, because Dynas joined the BAO. Him and Bamani, everybody was part of the social network. I said, oh, we got a good YouTuber. Dynas' channel was growing. I said, oh, we got YouTube. I thought Dynas would fall in line with what we're trying to do, right? But he went left with this Nigeria thing and then Luke Major and whatnot, you know? And all the people that I had brought to the BAO and on Dynas' show, they followed him, you know. My guy Michael Jackson, this guy was a banker, you know. He got Luke Major and whatnot, you know. He started a virtual banking system, you know. That thing was big they was doing, right? But those people were supposed to be working with me, you know. And they said, Colin, we're gonna go with him because that's your guy, Dynas and whatnot. And so I said, well, whatever. They'll say then Luke Major calls me and whatnot. They said some of people don't want to do nothing, but they want to see what you said. Hey, if you guys are successful, just don't forget our mission, what I'm trying to do. Okay, fine. And then so I sat back and let them do that Nigeria thing, and then it started falling apart, you know. But even to this day, you know, because I talked to Luke Major and whatnot, he sounded to me like he was serious, you know. I just thought that they didn't know what you should have had was you should have had a setup on the ground in Nigeria, an office, you know, with paperwork, with documentation, everything like that, you know, on the ground. They didn't have none of that, you know.
Hey, none of them got that.
Taiwo was in the UK. And then when Luke Bader called me, right, I was under the impression that he was in Africa. He was telling us that, right? The phone thing said Colombia. I was like, there's something not right. So even then, I didn't put two together, right?
That nigga down there eat empanadas, Colin.
Huh?
That nigga in Colombia. That nigga was in Colombia eating empanadas. Go ahead.
I was just so naive because you just think, you know, Dynas and all these people when I said it's finally coming together. So I thought I was in good hands. You know, I just fell for it, man. All of a sudden I was like, yeah. And then when I said, nah, it all makes sense, you know. I still to this day won't say without proof 100% that he was scamming, but I just realized they didn't know what they were doing. They were over their head, you know, and they didn't do business right. I said, I know how business is supposed to work, right? They didn't do it like something. Maybe they know something more than that because Luke told he was graduated of college. He said he had a degree, and Dynas said, yeah, this said. He was talking like Dynas had so much confided and have so much faith in them. I said they must know what they're talking about, you know. You know, so
Jonathan, if you would have saw the video that Colin played, you'd have saw it the same way that I saw it. I was like, what the fuck is this shit? This like some old church Reverend Night shit. And it was people that was calling in, giving money.
I see the video when they would talk about $200 per plot or some dumb shit.
You know what? That was my first time.
The mere fact that people believed in that shit really puts me down. It's like, come on, y'all.
It definitely made. I'm telling you, that was when Carlos played that video the other day. I swear to white Jesus that it made me feel bad about being black.
Yeah, it was just really, really sad
because you got people that sit up there looking at a dude that's laying in the bed with glasses on and got his big
Bro,
ass
letting in the
Muslim brother.
bed, hella unproffessional. Talk about I
Hella
just bought
Everybody,
5
we got
plots.
calls.
If we can get
Every
60
time you
people
call,
to
they
buy
get calls
plots,
a day.
and
Did
dumbass
he
people
show
is
one?
actually buying plots.
That's what black
Did
people
he show
like.
one
Black
video?
people
But
like
Hold
that
on,
type of
maybe
image.
but you buying plots on Google Play,
Yeah.
That's how we do business nowadays. That's
and
crazy.
Wave in the Wave app.
Yeah,
Like, come
Wave.
on, man.
they
That
were
made
supposed to transfer.
That's how
What
they
the
like.
heck is a
They
wave?
got that guy Michael
the
Jackson.
Wave is the app. Yeah, they got like a little Wave app they were trying to send it because Dana was trying to take himself out the middle of it. You know what I'm saying? So, but
Oh,
at the end of the day, the only thing that the onuses would be on Dinah for that he gave him a platform. It's just the way that it is.
He
It's the
promoted
same way.
it.
I mean, it doesn't make him like Colin said that he's culpable, but I don't say he's culpable. I'm just saying that he's
He ain't
liable.
culpable, but he look dumb as hell letting that shit happen on his
He
platform.
looks bad because he didn't vet nobody. He was just on the train. You know what I'm saying? Like Collar, even though people think Collar just be talking, Collar still is the type of person you come on his platform, he gonna go to ask you some questions. He gonna ask you some questions about something. He gonna dig into your pause. You know what I'm saying? Hard pause. He gonna dig into your background or who you are, where you work for, and ask some certain questions. You get what I'm
Yeah, I
saying?
want to know.
So he gonna want to know those things, but it wasn't none of that. Just let them. Dinah just kind of let them talk. Like, but that's the only thing I give Dinah a pass for because just like you said the other night, Collar, that Dinah's have a tendency to just let anybody on the platform and talk.
Yeah, which one? He lets Elvis sit up there. It's like this at certain time, right? You gotta be like, okay, like I said, everybody here on this platform I'm cool with, and we're talking and stuff like that. But there's certain people that get up here and just friggin' just don't add a good vibe to the platform and everything like that. And we gotta start reining these people in. It's like, what's your purpose? What's your purpose of being here? What's your purpose of it? Are you trying to be with us? And it's
Hey,
obvious that people like Chukwo and Zongo don't believe in what we're doing. They mock what we're doing. They don't have any support. So I'll let them on, but you can't stay on all the time spewing night. Just
right.
like I kicked Kidola off the other night. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see it? I kicked him
I
off.
Yeah,
did.
Kayola, he was lying,
He
Colin.
was
He was
talking about
lying.
Black Americans bringing the LGBT. I said, no,
Yeah,
you're not. You
lie,
are not going to sit
lie.
up here and call. You got Obadali Combo,
Yeah.
Combo is black to the millionth power. He's so black, man. And 12 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun goes out.
Yeah, I
That's the
like Ola, but that day it was straight propaganda. But let me say this thing about Elvis. See, the funny part is about Elvis that this is the shit that I told y'all about like weeks ago. You remember when I first jumped on Jonathan? I told them about him. I'm like, look, y'all letting this clown snake around here. You get what I'm saying? Trying to be open. You get what I'm saying? Like he's cutting your knowledge. He's interrupting your flow. You get what I'm saying? Slowing down your wisdom. But at the end of the day, you letting them do it. Trying to be, you know what I'm saying? Because
like I said, I cut that down a lot.
because you was in Liberia. But Colin, it's a good thing though, because that what makes a show great because it can't be an echo chamber. You get what I'm saying? It can't be like me. I'm kind of foot in the ground, kind of stuck. You get what I'm saying? Like if you show me that you're a fuck nigga, you're gonna always be a fuck nigga. That's just how I am. It ain't no retribution. It ain't no second chances. You get what I'm saying? You can make mistakes, but when fuck nigga do fuck nigga shit, it just looks grimy and it looks intentional. And what he was doing,
that O'Shea shit. And then he was basically like Mufasa drilling him. He's almost like Elvis, almost like agreeing with O'Shea,
right?
He was trying to, you understand what Colin's saying? Intent. That's the main thing. When you talk about scamming, it's all about intent,
Yeah,
If Hustle Smart, let's say you got a side business doing deliveries and stuff like that, and I say, Hustle, I need a package delivered like that, and all of a sudden I'm gonna deliver it, whatever like that, and you charge me a certain amount, right? Let's say for the most part, let's say what a good scenario is, you deliver the package, right? But you had to pay, you didn't calculate a toll, tolls, whatever like that. And also when you went to get the package right there, you had to collect, there was a certain amount of money due that the guy that you sent it to thought it was paid for, so you didn't collect any money from the thing, right? And I come back and say, I owe you, you owe me $50. It was a toll, and the guy didn't give me all the money for this package right here, you know?
Yeah.
And I say, oh, you're scamming me. No, it
Yeah.
was a breakdown in communication, and things like that happen, you know?
Yeah.
Now,
But
what happened to me in Liberia with this guy, I was scammed, you know?
oh yeah. You was got.
Because the bottom line is he knew I was going out of town, right?
Yeah.
I would have fired him and got another rental car easily, you know? And but he waited till I went out of town and got back and said, "Oh yeah, it was extra." I said, "When was this? You didn't tell." When I first got the car from you, the agreement was $220 a week. That's it, and I had to pay for the gas. That includes the driver and everything. I had to pay for the gas. You know.
Would you feeding them too?
I feed my. I was.
I would have yoked his ass up. I would have yoked his ass up.
Then I was paying for the driver. I paid for him his hotel room. You know. My house every day. I was feeding them at the restaurant.
Man, Kyle, I like you, man. Crazy.
Hey, but see, I thought, that what made me when I heard Colin say
I'll lay your ass out in America and in Africa.
When Colin said that he had a different driver,
that's a bad attitude, though. That's a bad attitude.
I knew something was off when Colin first told me that he had a new driver. Even me and Colin, we talked behind the scene. He was like, "Man, I like Colin, man. Go ahead and tell me the truth, man. You spit. I can just tell in the voice. I'm like, boy, they got you over there, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like,
it was a real gasm because the house I was supposed to get when I went there, the house supposed to be ready. I wasn't supposed to spend. I was spending hotel fees for like almost like a month, right?
Damn.
Right? And then every night eating out, you know, whatever like that. And then every night paying the driver, and then all that, the driver, right? Every day I'm putting gas in the car, right? He would say he's putting gas in the car, but look at the needle didn't move. I said, from now on, I'll put the gas in the car. Don't put the gas in the car. He would say, "Oh yeah, I put gas in the car last night," and I know he's pocketing the fucking money.
Hey, what kind of car it was, Carla?
It was what was it?
All their cars be rusty and dusty.
You know something? The car was supposed to save me. It wasn't an SUV. It was a car. I forgot what it was. A Toyota, I believe it was. I think it was a Toyota. It was a 4-door. But the bottom line is, it was supposed to save us gas money. But the thing is, every night I'm saying, well, we didn't go no place. Why am I putting gas in the car? Oh, for tomorrow. I said, so finally, I told my wife, I said, look, you're going to start helping me watch my pockets, you know, a little bit, you know, because he's Liberian. She's like, they're Liberians. Like, well, you know, the boy is not. I said, I don't give a flying fuck about him, you know? I don't give a fuck about him. Stop acting like you care so much about him and start caring about what fucking me, you know? The bottom line, I told her, I said, look, this guy's spending too much money on gas, right? Every time I get in the car, the gas needle hasn't moved, but I'm giving him gas money every day, you know? So I told him, I said, Johnny, I said, from now on, don't put no gas in the car at night, you know? Because I didn't want to tell him, I don't think you're putting the gas in the car, which I knew he wasn't, you know? And so I said, from now on, we go to getting gas. I said, I'll put the gas in, you know? Don't worry about that. We'll do it in the morning.
That's a typical mentality, Kyla. You know,
typical. That's that has the together.
Not thinking about, you know, not being considerate. You know, that's typical.
Yeah. So and also, what gets me is for people to be so broke, they act like money grows on trees and whatnot. You know?
Yeah.
They act like money grows on trees and you just got it to give. They'll say you can give them money every day, right? And next to that, one day you say, no, I don't got it. They'll fucking hate you and want to kill you. That's how these people are. Just like that. Well, what about all the time they don't forgot all the time you helped them out, whatever like that, you know? And next thing you know, you're like you're persona non grata with them, you know? So I said,
but Carla, that's the African way.
Yeah,
I know it is.
That's why you got to be cutthroat with them from the beginning.
Well, that's why I said,
me, I'll slap you.
When people talk about we go to Africa, leave your American ways behind. No, I'm talking about fucking what I know works. I come from a decent family and everything like that. When I go to Africa, whoever else, I want to be around decent people that got decent. I believe decency transcends culture and race and everything like that. Some people just know damn good, you know.
You know what You know what they do, Carla? See, what they do is they have this in Africa. In Nigeria, they call it this odogu. You know what I'm saying? They make you like you're the big man. They kind of prop you up, like they kind of flatter you a little bit.
Oh yeah, I don't want that. Don't be calling me boss, big man, all the time.
Yeah,
Oh, boost your ego.
Yo, African guy says the driver might be one of. I know that. I was giving him money. I
yeah.
was taking care of him. You don't rip me the fuck off, you know.
But
I'm
you know,
taking care
Carla,
of you.
even the first time when you told me how much you was now, the other driver you say he was more cool,
Oh
but
my
with the
God,
new
Robert! I
one,
went to go sit here, broke his leg. He felt the motorcycle, and even him, right? His birthday, I sent him $60 for his birthday. You know, love. I take care of my people over there, right? He says, well, I said because these guys are loyal to me. They're BAO members, and they're loyal to me. You know, so I take care of them. You know, I look after them. I'm like a godfather to all these people. You know, I'm like a father.
Kyle, I don't know if you recall when you said that you used to pay these people $60 a day to drive you
yeah,
around.
you know what I was just
I,
gonna
I,
say.
I wanted to say, Kyle, you getting taken like a motherfucker.
Let me put it like this, Jonathan. I
Go
would pay
ahead.
my driver, Robert, last year. I would pay him $30 a day for himself, right? But gas, because last year we had an SUV, gas was like around $20 a day, $25 a day. So altogether it was like $60, you know?
But you was still feeding them too, though.
Yeah, I'll feed them too. But the thing is, I was staying at a villa last year,
Okay.
right? I was staying at a villa, and so Isabel was cooking every day, that jollof rice and everything, like palm butter. I was cooking. We had good food and everything. So I'm
How
like,
much weight did you pick up, Carla?
I didn't really do good because, like I said, I was eating out, so I didn't eat that much.
Yeah, okay.
The last week, right, when I was staying in my house, Isabel's cooking. Oh, that was good, you know. And also that bed we had built, man. Oh my God, man. That's another thing I talked about last night. You know, if Africans were smart, right? America's about to put 125% tariff. China's a major furniture maker, right? Because when they get wood, they steal from Africa and whatnot, you know. Liberia makes the best furniture, I think, in the world. They make beds, they make cabinets, they make
Nigerians are they good at it too. They're good at it.
furniture making, but they don't know how to mass produce it, you know.
Nope.
If they ever learn mass production, all the opportunity is right there. Liberia, right now, if we had never had that coup and we was involved in Liberia would have companies listed on the New York Stock Exchange right now. We'd be rich. We'd all be rich. We'd have opportunity. We'd have no dusty ass Ghana or Nigeria, you know. We'd have a country, you know. And so it is what it is. That's why Elvis gets up here, or you know. So Elvis, okay, you got the country, y'all did your coup. How come you ain't there? Well, I'm staying in America. Then shut the fuck up, then. You know. That's why he's so annoying. You know, he's like, oh, all you did was destroy what could have been a great country. You know, that's all they do.
Well,
You know?
Colin, this is the thing though. What I'm trying to tell you is that I'm nice when I go to Nigeria too. But like, okay, let me put it this way: my handler works at a grocery store. She makes 48,000 a month. She worked 5 days a week, 6 hours. She make 40. I think she make 48,000 a month. I think that's what it is. But that's the equivalent of $35. So now when I'm there and she's with me or working for me, I'm not gonna pay her goddamn triple the amount. You get what I'm saying? Now the most I'll go is double. So instead of $35 a month, I give her, instead of her making 48,000, I give her 70 or 75. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. But I definitely ain't gonna give her no fucking $50 or $60 a day. You get what I'm saying? That's not gonna happen. Even the drivers, I had like a dedicated, because Carla, I'm definitely not getting on the back of nobody's motorcycle. That ain't happening.
That
ain't happening. I see the hey, Carla, the motherfucker be riding three. I see the motherfucker be riding 3 deep on a motorcycle.
Also, in Liberia, when you see 3 people on a motorcycle, roll your windows up.
Yeah, they probably try to.
You know, you're about to be jacked. You
Yeah,
know?
they probably to snatch something from you, but they ride like that. I'm talking about dick the butt.
Goes around the car. Then the other one jumps out and whatnot. And while you're distracted, they root your car and grab your cell phone. They tried to do it to me and whatnot. I looked at this motherfucker and I looked him in the eye. He said, "No, we don't want to fuck with this guy." You know, the guy tried to jack me at night when I said, "Oh yeah, the guy in the passenger seat like that." And I told my driver, right? My driver said, "Let's get out of here. Let's roll the window." I said, "I ain't rolling shit up, man." And I told the dude, "What the fuck you want?" You know what I'm saying? And they was like, I did think. See, the thing about Liberia, you don't have to worry because they don't have guns. I said, you ain't got a gun, man. Nigga, it's to do with me. You know, that's all good about the Africa. They don't carry guns like that. You know.
But let me tell you
Yeah,
though,
unlike
Carl,
Latin America.
instead of getting a driver like that, what I did was I went to it's like they got like a little bus like a little bus terminal or whatever where all the bus and the KK drivers at. You know what I'm saying? I just went over there and looking. I found the KK driver. He watched keep his truck, keep his KK clean or whatever. I was like,
okay. KK's okay.
yeah, but hey, you know, I'm a big guy. You got to sit in the middle, bro. That motherfucker will flip over, dog. But listen, but the thing about it is, what I'm saying is I found the guy. I was like, look, this is what I want you to do today. You know what I'm saying? I just said, I want you to pay you. I said, no other drivers. So I asked him, I had my handler ask him, I'm like, what do you charge for per person in a seat to go so far? And he was only charging like, you know, maybe for as it'd be two people in the back and one person front. That's like 5,000 naira. That's equivalent of $3.50.
Oh
You
yeah,
get what I'm saying?
you can rent a KK out for the day, man.
So that's what I'm trying to tell you. I rent the KK out for the day, $30. $30 plus the gas. You get what I'm saying? So, and then the gas is not even that much in the KK as it is in the car. And in the most part, it wasn't even me, Jonathan, because it's so fucking hot out there. I'm out there, I take a shower sweating and shit. I can't do it. So I'm not when I don't go to, you know, me and Mufasa and Jonathan, we was talking behind the scene after a show, and I was trying to explain to them that I'm old as fuck. So I'm not trying to search and discover. I'm not going on no missions. So I kind of get to where I'm at. You know, I found a nice little neighborhood, you know, where the hotels or I get a apartment or something. And then I'll just kind of float around there before it's like getting that traffic and go. Listen, I ain't got to go to that market but one time, and you can smell the market 10 miles before you get there. That's how stinking it is. Because they ain't got none of the fish. They ain't got none of the fish on ice. They got them killing and plucking the chickens right there in your face. You get what I'm saying? They're throwing the guts. They ain't got no bathroom.
And they don't even cover anything. They just let the flies just sit all over.
Man, the flies are their friends. You get what I'm saying? The flies are their friends. Every time I used to, hey, Carla, the funniest shit, every time I used to go somewhere and get something, I'd be like, let me get three puff, hold the flies. They had no idea what I was talking about, but I got it from on Friday when he was at Holy Moly Donut Shop. He was like, let me get 3 of them donuts and hold the fly. They have no idea what you're talking about. But if you get that fish when it coming straight off the boat, boy, you can get you a big tilapia, a big red snapper for like $7.
That's the best one. When they just come from the sea,
$7.
On their canoes, when they just coming off the canoes, bro.
Yeah.
The best
you
time.
Get them for $7. But when you let the motherfuckers sit up there, they have the beef hanging or whatever, you might as well go to ShopRite.
Hey, Hustle Smart.
Yes,
so,
sir.
You talking about flies and all. So, like, I know the mosquitoes over in like places like Nigeria.
The mosquitoes about as big as the fly. Think about it like this, Mr. Miyagi. In America, the flies do not get big because we have seasons. Rain, when it get rain, winter, spring, the weather changes. The mosquitoes can't survive there. They only can survive in warm temperature. In Africa, nigga, it's warm all the time. The mosquitoes live. They got generation. They got 18th dynasty. They big as fuck. You can see them. They're not running. They're not running. Like you go to some places, they have nets, and it's as soon as you get out the nets, you got to fight the flies. So you got.
So could you would there be like any like type of spray or something that can repel them?
Listen, man. Listen.
Some off spray.
Get you some. I tell you, get you some oil base. Anything oil base. I'm gonna tell you what I do. I got about 12. I spent about $1,000. And I bought all those Under Armour. You got to buy the Under Armour heat gear shirts. Those what you see all them police officers wear. You know what I'm saying? So it's long sleeve fitted shirts. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
And you can wear them summertime, and they got the winter ones that thicker. But I wear something like just right now. I got on the long sleeve, and I wear them. I wear them all year round, so I don't get bit by mosquitoes. And you don't want it to change your fucking color. You know what I'm saying? Like you go
Oh
back in the
yeah.
hotel, you go back in and your skin color is a. Hold on, I'm finna show you right now. You see my Under Armour gear? Do you see it?
No. Oh wait.
Can you
Yeah,
see
I
my
see it.
arm?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see it. I see it now.
So this is what I wear all the time, the Under Armour gear. And I'm telling
The
you, you
compressor, like a compressor suit.
it's like a compression. But hold on, but since I'm a big guy, since I wear it so long, it's not as tight as
Yeah,
it was when
no. I know it's like the looser ones. They got the
it's like the
looser ones.
looser ones. But
Yeah, I know.
you get the one that fits at the wrist because the mosquitoes over there is dangerous. Let me tell you something, bro. This chick that I knew that she had malaria is big over there, bro.
Yeah. Malaria is the biggest. Yeah, that's the biggest sickness over there.
They get malaria and trigger. Oh, what's typhoid? Typhoid is big too, and that comes from the meat. Let me tell you, Mr. Miyagi, most of the motherfuckers over there don't have refrigerators.
Oh dang.
So they don't have refrigerators. So a lot of the food that they eat, they said. Even I had to explain it to my handler. I'm like, listen, rice is not designed to be cooked and left out. It grows microbes and
Microorganisms.
bacteria. You know what I'm saying? You don't supposed to leave cooked rice out for more than 2 days. You get what I'm saying?
That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
One of my things, a deal breaker is every time I went to Liberia, I always had a refrigerator. You know, anybody, my handlers called me. I said, "Do they got a refrigerator and a shower? Two things I need: a refrigerator and a shower." You know, with no refrigerator, I can't stay there. You know, can't stay there. You know, and all of that, a refrigerator in Africa, you can get one for as little as $200. You know, that'll work. It ain't one of those big ones, but smaller, but it still works. Though.
It might be like the kind that you'll get if you go to a hotel.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. One of those hotel
One of them
refrigerators.
hotels that be in the room. But you're gonna need two of them bitches though. If it's more than you there.
One I have is pretty. One I bought is pretty big. It's tall. It's like shoulder high, but it's not. America, your refrigerator comes up to your head. You know, like up to your head, big. But Africa is a little smaller, but it's really you got the freezer and the refrigerator and whatnot. You know, it's big, but not as big as a refrigerator you get in America. America, it needs like 3 people to bring it in the house. Liberia refrigerator, you could bring it in yourself, you know, or one person, one hand truck. But it's still, like I said, it's better than nothing, you know. Everybody has a refrigerator in Liberia. Because the bottom line,
it's the opposite, Mr. Miyagi, in Nigeria.
Don't eat it. Because also, when you don't have a refrigerator, that means people got to cook to eat every day. There's no, so you know how here in America you can put stuff in Tupperware, put it, and then go back and eat it 2 days later, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Or you can cook for a few days and put it in the freezer.
Hey, that's because you got a microwave. Most people in Nigeria,
microwave, stuff like that. Modern conveniences, people understand something. Even what you said about the microwave, right? Back in the 50s, when they built the American household, right? Black, white, whatever like that, that was America's moneymaker. You know, dad was going to go out there, produce, mother's going to buy the groceries and everything like that. That's how the economy was based on. Then they had another wave of thing was the age of the microwave. That really brought in consumer demand. That means people don't have to, the whites don't have to cook every day. Instant food. When that was another big thing people underestimate that transformed America's economy, you know? The era of instant food and stuff like that, you know? So therefore, like I told African countries, if African countries ever invested in building households, you know? Households, you know.
See, African guys are sitting up there saying that's poor people. No, it's people that have Nigeria just is not like that. Nigerians don't have air conditioning. Most of the apartments don't have air conditioning. Most of the apartments don't have
I think she was talking about was when we was talking about people scamming people or trying to get over money.
Oh yeah, but that's just the way that they are because they, you know, saying one thing that you know what? One thing I give Knock Measy when he first came on the scene, when I first came on the scene, he kept saying they see you as the bag, they see you as the bag. You know what I'm saying? That's all the way they're gonna see you. Now, I knew that that's the way it is, but one thing that I wasn't The one thing that shocked me when I went over there, Mr. Miyagi, is the enviness. That's the envy. There's gonna be
Yeah,
envy. It's gonna
yeah,
be envy. Don't get that fucked up. It's gonna be envy when you get off that plane.
yeah. You
Interesting.
American, you could go back. I can't go
But that's the
back.
one
I'm
thing. Yeah, the
here.
bottom line is like I
I'm
said I have a
jealous
good
of
time, but
you.
I know the best part is I know I'm getting back on that plane. You know,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm jealous of
And
you.
that's the same way.
I can love. This is what the problem I have with Dynas, right? He talks about he sells Africa to people. Oh, this is Africa, but Dynas, you're going back to Atlanta. You know, living in Africa and that being your reality is two different things. You know,
Dang.
worrying about how you going to eat your. We don't have America.
Yeah,
We don't have to worry about where your meals coming from.
Yo, hustle smart.
Yes,
Yo,
sir.
some people like let's say like you in Nigeria, right? And you maybe got a visa, and you about to come to America. You know you can't tell your family, they'll try to kill you because they'll be jealous of your family. You know, your family be jealous of you, want to kill you, maybe put witchcraft for you or poison you. So you can't tell nobody, you gotta secretly leave the country. Yeah, yeah. You said the
But
jealousy.
if we now in America we do the crabs in the bucket thing, but in Africa it's like it's a crabs in the bucket based on survival. Like people in America do crabs in the bucket on some dirty macking type shit. But in Africa, it's like the guy in the chat, he called it hunter gather eat. Like they live a hands to eat. It's like
Yeah,
even
hand to
yeah,
mouth.
hand to mouth. Like even the people that work, like you have chicks that, like the nails and the hair and the eyelashes, what I'm saying? They're making money like that, but they're still only making enough to get by the next week. They're not able to save no money. You get what I'm saying? So, and then, just the area. Now one thing let me tell you what they'll trick you off of in Nigeria. They'll have the inside of the apartment or the inside of the house look spectacular. They have the LED lights, you know what I'm saying? But you walk outside, boy, you like you're in Beirut or something. Like you're in the motherfuckers, it's like it's like dirt roads, rocks coming out the ground, like you know what I'm saying? Like it's like they know how to navigate that shit. You know what I'm saying? They know how to walk through
that whole
that
thing
shit.
is annoying when you have whole rocks sticking out of the ground and whatnot. I hate that, man.
That is
It's like, why don't
crazy.
somebody take the time and pull this shit up, man? Because that could puncture your tire, man.
Oh, it'll fuck you up. Cause see the way that we walk in America,
I hate that rock
we don't. When they walk, the way that we walk, we kind of walk different in America. Like when I walk, my feet don't really lift off the ground, so it's kind of glide the way walk. In Africa, you have to kind of march. It's kind of a march type of way. They know, so like you see Americans, like you see, chicks walking and they switching, and you see the dudes walking. It's kind of cool. No, when you walk in Nigeria, they walking with a purpose. Like they're like you got to see them you got to see them. They almost look like Barry Sanders. The last thing, Miss Miyagi, I'm gonna tell you, it's no such thing as personal space over there.
No, bro. No. Up close on everywhere.
You're gonna smell
like you be in the fucking bank and they'll just be all on top. You're like, bitch, back up. You killing all the shit.
I don't know
I'm
if I
talking
can
about
do that.
like say if you got your arms up, like somebody come up under your arm to talk to somebody, like it's that, like it's that type of way. And listen, they don't mean no harm, like walking by, like somebody rub it, you know what I'm saying? Like that's why a lot of people there, they keep their phones in their hands. Like you don't want to keep nothing in your pockets over there. And that's why like the women, they wear the long garments, but the dudes, you'll see them, they'll wear the long shirts so they can't get pickpocket. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and the mosquitoes, right?
Nah, you don't really get
the mosquitoes. Ain't no mosquitoes. They don't care about the mosquitoes.
Yeah, they used to it. So
that's an American thing.
Yeah, there's something that we have to go through. They'll get malaria and be sick for a couple of days, and then they'll be right back up. You know what I'm saying? You
we get malaria, we going right back to the States, baby.
But you gonna be, hey, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I ain't even a religious guy. But if I would have caught malaria, I'd have been praying. You got boy,
Nah, you don't want to catch malaria. You do
because
not
they
want to
don't
catch
have
malaria.
You don't want to
hey,
get malaria, bro.
Mr.
The last
Miyagi,
thing
they
I
don't
want.
have any type of urgent care there. You get what I'm saying? So they like you're gonna have to get yourself to the hospital,
You
and
can't
then
call 911.
yeah, you can't call
There's
911.
none of that.
No,
There's no taxis in the middle of the night.
no.
You on your own,
Oh,
cuz.
Mr. Miyagi, and this the last thing. The reason why it's no taxis at night because the roads is so fucked up. They can't drive and they're not lit up. You'll kill yourself out there driving at night. So only places where it's gonna be lit up at and is in the area of Kedja, or either on the mainland or something like that. Now, if you on that side, if you at one of those big money hotels, you can get the hotel to shuttle you over there. But I'm telling you, you're not gonna want to stay at the hotel. That's gonna fuck you up if you stay at the hotel. It's gonna be boring in that area. You're gonna want to go to the mainland. You know what I'm saying? So that's for like, you just want to do something different on that. But hey, DK, where you from, DK? I think DK is in the cut.
I think you
You
jumped
know
off.
what's crazy? They got their own little
Oh,
911
I'm
number out
from
there in
North
Nigeria.
Carolina,
What part of North Carolina?
Charlotte.
Queen City,
Nice.
man. And it's ratchet as shit up there. Hey, but
Yeah,
it's
I
even.
wouldn't even go there. I wouldn't even go on there on the weekends, man.
I don't like Charlotte,
No,
man. It's that gang thing.
Charlotte could be a nice place, man, but
Yeah.
the poverty level in the black community there is just overwhelming, man. That's the
And I
whole
don't
thing.
like how the white people got it in a chokehold. White people got Charlotte in a
Oh yeah,
chokehold.
man. Of course. Yep. That's what it is. The black people, they're unapologetically like a big plantation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it
Mm.
is.
Mecklenburg County, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Mecklenburg, Charlotte, Mecklenburg.
Yeah, man.
Oh,
It just North Carolina just doesn't do it. Just doesn't do it,
The
man.
eastern
I
part of North
tried to.
Carolina is all right. The eastern part of North Carolina is nice, right there on the
Eastern part
Atlantic
nice.
Cape.
Eastern part nice.
The
Yeah, you
eastern
get up
part's
there by
nice.
Greensboro,
Yeah.
going up to like
But
yeah.
no,
going up
well,
towards
actually, that's the
Virginia.
western part. Greenville is nice, A
But yeah,
Hosky,
my family
Greenville's
in
nice.
Greenville. I got a lot of
Greenville,
family.
a Hosky, all
Greenville.
stuff like that. Windsor,
Greenville's a
Windsor
shit.
And I
City,
got and I
Greenville's a
got
shit.
family in Rocky Mount. I got family in
Rocky
Rocky
Mount.
Mount.
Rocky
Oh, let's play
Rocky Mount, North
You don't like
Carolina,
Rocky
man.
Mount.
Rocky Mount,
Rocky Mount's nice.
Rocky Mount too small, man. It's too small.
I
Yeah.
got family out there too.
Yeah, it's okay.
Raleigh's cool.
I used
Raleigh's
to love
cool.
going to Rocky Mount Mall, man. I used to love that, because like I like going to places where at least you see black people like working class, middle class, and stuff like that, And I did see that in Rocky Mount. That's what I like
Growing
about
up,
it.
owning practices, law
Yeah, stuff like
firms.
that. You do see that in Rocky Mount. You see black people so like they're doing a little better. I just can't go to places where I see black people impoverished and
Oh, no.
I
And
can't be
then
around.
if the thing about it is they just that gang shit in Charlotte it's just too it's
Yeah, a
just
lot of
on.
those Hispanic gangs. Those Hispanic gangs started all that.
There's a lot of Hispanics here
A
now.
lot of Hispanic gangs in Charlotte.
Yeah, I just because I was thinking about relocating to Charlotte, so I
Nah,
was up there for like
don't do it.
3. I did 3 months up there. I transferred everything up there because we was running this Lowe's account, this Lowe's from off it was coming from Savannah to North Carolina. So I just switched everything up there, and I'm like, hell no, man. I'm like, man, this is what y'all black people dealing with. Like I just can't.
Staying in ATL, man.
Yeah, oh hell yeah,
They have
yeah.
a
I
bank.
believe it.
Charlotte is like a large bankhead.
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to even compare it. I was just trying to say, like, with my mentality, I'm like, no, because the black people kind of just congregate in these little couple of areas, and then this one of the things where everybody know each other, everybody, that I just don't like that where it was no separation. Then the black people that get outside on the outskirts, they kind of act like white people. So you know what I'm saying? It was. I just didn't get that. I just didn't get I didn't get Charlotte at all. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to figure out why the hell they call it Queen City, DK.
I don't know, man.
Is that where you're from, though?
I mean, that's where I live. Well,
I'm
Georgia.
saying that where you from. You was born there.
No. I was born in Raleigh, so I'm not from
Okay,
there.
but what is the history of the name Queen City?
Brother, I don't even know.
Ah, that's funny. That's funny. That's funny as shit. But you know, at the end of the day, Jonathan, man, the segue back to how he tried. He just started. O'Shea started calling out Kala and Bomani, and I don't even know Bomani, but I can just bank it off of Kala. Is
But
that
let me say this, how smart. One thing I'll say is this, right? I know Bomani for many years, right? Of all the people you're gonna meet in your life, that's the most serious brother in the friggin' world. You know, that dude is a serious businessman. Works around the clock. He got people, real black people, real money. Bomani is the first person in this movement able to penetrate into mainstream Black America. Right? There's people that got good jobs, degrees, and everything. That go on his tours. That uses technology services and whatnot. He ain't just some YouTube. He don't even have to do YouTube anymore. You know, that's how good his business is doing. You know.
I agree.
So,
Now the
so
thing
when
about it is, like, but if
I got youth struggle YouTubers tagging me, but mine's not no damn struggle. He said I don't even freaking make no money on
then he
YouTube.
tried to lump all Jamaicans in together. Don't get me wrong; it's always going to be people that's trying to scam because you know what the worst thing about black women is that they spend so much time trying to shame black men into doing what they want them to do. And then when they get older, they realize, oh shit, I spent my life being bitter. And now I want to go and be, somewhere. Where can I go? Then they looking for Africa. I can find me a
Yeah,
young
they
guy.
long stroke Kwame, long stroke
Yeah,
Kwame.
they want to get goddamn Izachuku, Lone Stroke Izachuku, and then they thinking like, okay, I can be like a mama to him. Like you can't mama, like the African man is
But yeah,
raised up in a
last time,
place.
let me be honest with you, right? How smart. What I see, this is my opinion. I know people are gonna hate me when I say this, right? I know, but I get all the hate. I'm gonna get a lot of hate mail, right? It seems to me, just I don't know, like this, like remember African, what's the name? African superstar and whatnot. That's a big
Oh,
girl,
but
man.
she's a whack bitch. Who would fuck with that? She's a whack hoe. Good Lord,
Check this out.
sloppy.
Well, why? It seems like women who are extra large and don't really
Mm-hmm.
like that. They're the ones that's ending up in Africa. I have yet to see a hot chick really go to Africa. I know they're there, man. But when you see a girl that's really smoking hot black woman, she knows she got it good over here. She don't need to go to Lone Stroke Kwame.
Right.
The bottom line, a lot of
Exactly.
these women,
Carla, fine, beautiful African American girls don't go to Africa.
Yeah, they don't go.
they don't go to Africa.
They
We're
too
not
bougie
doing it.
for that. They too bougie for
Absolutely
that.
zero of them.
Yeah.
Too bougie for that. They too bougie for that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They go to Europe or like Dubai.
yeah,
So
they go
They
to
ain't even going
Italy,
there.
whatever like that.
They ain't even going to Europe.
Dubai, they go
They
to
ain't even
Dubai,
going there.
like that.
It's gonna be
They
if you
going
go
to
to Europe,
Dubai
you're
on
gonna see that
vacation.
you're gonna see the African bitch in
just on
Europe.
vacation.
They just
And
going
what
on
you call,
vacation.
so
They don't
like I
leave
said,
America.
the females, like what you call, like Lewis said, I want a nice African dude. Be careful what you look for, man. Because
Oh yeah,
Lewis said
yeah.
he want a nice African dude.
he wasn't at night. He wanted an African American woman.
Yeah, he wanted the
That way,
African man out, and he had goddamn dollar bill trying to convince him to get an American. I'm like, bro.
yeah,
I'm
dollar
like,
bill said,
hey, dollar bill,
Gotta go back to the Brooklyn.
dollar bill,
You go
crazy
back
as
to the
shit.
Brooklyn.
Dollar bill been married for 62 years, trying to tell him about
right. Come on,
how to
man.
date and how America.
Listen,
I'm like, bro.
you trying to say dollar bill's 80 years old? Come on, man.
I'm just saying, Dollar Bill been out the game. He ain't nowhere in the game as far as how he has no idea how these American black women are. Because he think Dollar Bill actually thinks that the young American girls that's dating these old men, he think that the older men are tricking the young girls. And I'm like, no. We were trying to tell him that no, the black women, the young girls now, they own some prostitution like shit, like no shame. And they're going after the old guys. They're trying to get paid. You know what I'm saying? They're not getting tricked at all. And Dollar Bill just don't see it. He thinks that, if the girls are young and they're dating older men because some had to be wrong at the house. No. These girls want $15,000 purses now. They want different color iPhone 16. They're lust for the American goods and services at a high level, and they willing to bust that pussy wide open to get it. There's no shame in it now. You get what I'm saying? So like all these chicks got bios, all these chicks got OnlyFans. You know what I'm saying? And so even one chick told me, chick that work up here at the place, she like, I got an OnlyFans. She said, but it's only for, for a sugar daddy. So she'll have the OnlyFans just like dedicated to one or two persons. She ain't trying to let everybody on. You get what I'm saying? So that's where you can donate to her. That's where you can get your private show. You get what I'm saying? And then they got enough money, she'll fuck them. But they have no shame in it. They don't even consider it prostitution. They consider it like this, caller. If you want to sit up there on the phone and try to talk her out the pussy for free, that suits the pseudo American way. But if she charge you, then it's prostitution. But if you talk her out the pussy, then that's the right way to go. But if she charge you straight up, then she wrong. Black women are not seeing it like that no more. They'll be like, before I let you talk me out some pussy, I'll go ahead and charge you. You ain't gotta take me on no date. Like nowadays, they want you to do all that now anyway. But most of them, they'll sit up there and say, hey, you're gonna take me out to eat, you're gonna take me to the movies, you're gonna buy this, you're gonna spend $200.
You ever see the video where the guy take out to eat? Right? Who are these guys? They're clowns. I said she ordered like 5 different things and she goes bag it up and take it home and whatnot. She's like, she's shopping. I'd be like, what the heck? These people. Also, he goes, are we gonna get something tonight? He goes, sure. What do you think you're gonna get? That's another thing. Women
That's
in America,
you
see that?
That's
where the guy
simps,
like,
bro.
Do what? Yeah, just because you gave me some food, well, she said that. She was just slobbing on ribs. She was eating one night.
That's like, on Ubuntu King here in the chat. I knew we gonna call him. I knew we can get Ubuntu King out from the goddamn under his wife. You know what I'm saying? He'll come out a little bit. He'll cut the sound up. But Carla, most of these dudes are simps. So you got these goddamn young black guys that, cause they hands fed by their mom, the mom raised them to be emotional simps. So they get out here with these chicks like, hey, what can I do for you? How can I do this? Let me take you out so you can look good and all that. Like, that's that weird good. And then they go out there and get played, or either they got them bringing their friends out. You know what I'm saying? Like, I guess I'm from the old school.
You seen that one where the girl goes out and all of a sudden she bites all her friends, so you gonna pay for it? No, I ain't paying for all y'all, whatnot. It must be suck being a young guy, man, dealing with this shit, man. It must.
It's not bad. It's only these simps that's trying to chase a bitch. It's only the females that make. But see, let me tell you, caller, one thing that these black women are smart enough to do, they're smart enough to play mama to these niggas. Like pillow. That the phrase is pillow talking. Pillow talking is real deep, and even my daughter tell me about it. You know what I'm saying? She was like, Dad, these dudes, they'll just come on, they'll lay down and talk to them, and they'll just tell you their whole life story. Where I'm from, we ain't give females information, because females will pump you out of information and they'll use it again. That's what they doing all over the line. These females will date you, pump you for information, break up with you, and then put all your information out online. And when you show your vulnerability, they'll sit up there and tell you about toxic masculinity, but then put your business out there when you were vulnerable. They'll trick you, and only a sucker can get tricked like that. Like, the only thing a female can do is to goddamn boot up, let me flop on top of her like a fish out of water for 12 to 18 minutes, because I'm an old nigga. You know what I'm saying? And then she can feed me something to eat and get out the way and turn the PlayStation on. You know what I'm saying? I'm cutting the game on.
I had this female the other day coming out of a restaurant, right? And she was waiting in the restaurant lobby, right? I guess she scoped me out, right? I'm walking up. She said, "How you doing, sir? Can I trouble you can I need your help?" I said, "No." I said, "Oh, I go because I'm going to, I'm busy. I'm going to go get something to lunch. I got a lunch break. I'm like this. I can't help you, whatever it is. Well, I just need help. I can't help you. So excuse me, my head off. That was like 15 years ago. I would have probably been. She would took me to some neighborhood. I would have been fixing a car, drove over there, do that, and they'll say I'll be waiting at her house while her mama and them and her aunties went out. Who are you? And I don't even know the girl's name. We just came here, but I used to be in so many cities because they know you always that pussy promise, like that. But now I'm at the age now where I don't want nothing. No, I don't want your pussy, so I don't want to be bothered. Back in the days, I was like, yo, she was good too, man. She had a nice body. Back in the days.
Hey, that's the bait, though. That's the bait, caller. That's the bait. The body is the bait. Because that's all they got. These bitches are stupid.
As you get older, man, as you get older, you're like, I said, you're just for more time, man. I don't need this, whatnot. I just don't need you, whatever like that. I really don't, man. Just like somebody asked me, Zongo asked me last night. Well, I said, at my age, what am I going to do with some young girl? I mean, I said, they're more trouble than they're worth, because your bottom line is pussy's not free. You're going to be doing favors somewhere. I know it, You're going to pick her up 8:00 in the morning, or you're going to pay her light bill. You're going to something you're going to give up.
She has became a household bill. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's one more expense, and that's why I'm on a budget right now. I spent a lot of money in Liberia. I'm on a budget. I can't be having no friends, I can't have no friends and whatnot, So.
And the thing about it is, man, see, like a lot of y'all don't know. So like, why would my daughter? I'm a girl dad. You know what I'm saying? I'm a girl dad. Like my daughter have a good relationship, and she's grown because I took care of my daughter. I paid for her college. I bought her car. I got her apartment. You get what I'm saying? Her mama don't do shit for her. Her mama wait for her to come around me and then start begging her for money. You get what I'm saying? So, my daughter's a girl dad. So I wanted to put myself in a position to where my daughter was never afraid to come and tell me something immediately when it happened. I watched so many dads, caller, go through things with their daughters where they learn things at the end, or they learn things at the precipice, or at the fork in the road. You know what I'm saying? My daughter immediately tell me, she'll go out on the date and tell me about the date. You know what I'm saying? If I have time to listen, and on top of that, I'm a truck driver. So I got all the time in the day to be objective listener. And I always tell my daughter, Carla, I'm like, how you want me to answer the question? You want me to ask as a father, or you want me to answer as your friend? You know what I'm saying? And give that perspective. But I say, even if I answer the question as a friend, I'm gonna answer it as a logical friend. You know what I'm saying? Not somebody that's on your side that's in the middle. And that's just a good relationship you want to have. You can tell most of y'all ain't never had no father in your life like that, where, you know what I'm saying, you can talk to him for 4 or 5 hours a day. My job allows me the opportunity to be able to talk to my kids as long as I can talk to them. You know what I'm saying?
I think the problem nowadays in our society, right, without girls, is that they don't have a father figure in their life.
They don't.
If a girl has a father figure in their life, they're less likely to get pregnant. They're less likely to do also. Yeah, I seen this viral video going around where this fucking 41-year-old white guy is with a 19-year-old cute little black girl. And I said on the comments, like, a girl, this is a shame. Where's your father at? Because I know if your father was hustle smart, that wouldn't go down.
Yeah.
If I know if your father was dollar bill, that would not go down. If your father was college genesis, go down. What the hell is a 41-year-old man, white man, doing with a 19-year-old black girl? That would never happen the other way around. Where you got a 40-year-old black man with a 19-year-old white girl. Society would not let that happen at all.
Yeah.
So the bottom line is this, and the whole thing is, like I said, the topic of tonight, we have become so comfortable in America. Comfortable, so there are still things that go along racial barrier, and we understand that, right? How do you think our ancestors survived in this country? They just knew certain things about how. So my uncle Albert, right? He could have been wrong. But in 3rd grade, I told a story time. There was this little girl in my class. She was like she was a Spanish girl. long black hair, like Ice. Remember Isis, the TV show Isis? Remember? She had long hair and whatnot, and I had a little crush on her in 3rd grade. My family, Uncle Albert, right? He's like the family patriarch, right? Right? He goes, son, we don't do black and white don't get there. I said, why? They just don't. But I realized he was telling me that to protect my life because he was from the South, and he said black and white people. Because when you live in Queens, New York, you're like in your own world. We only deal with white people when you go to school, on a bus, whatever like that. But we had our own world, right? And so he just basically told me that because he knew if you go through life and these people can hurt you. I had a friend of mine, I told this story all the time. My friend Sean, my friend Wayne Edwards, right? His little brother, right? And these guys were like, the Edwards boys were like white. They were like Oreo types, right? Their parents was head of the NAACP in the area. Sean Edwards, that case is still unsolved. Look it up. Sean Edwards, right? 1986, was murdered 33 times. He was stabbed by a white girl. And whatever, she told him to meet him behind the school, and they found his body all stabbed up or not, dating a white girl. That's what I grew up with, and the bottom line is this, and what I grew up in New York one night, dating a white girl can get you killed, White boys did not tolerate that. They were really violent if they saw a mixed couple, a black guy. But they didn't say nothing when it was a white guy with a black girl, But if you was a black guy with a white girl or whatnot, they'll be like, yellow nigga lover. They will let you know, nigga lover or whatnot. And then you say something back, they'll all jump you and shit like that. That was what I grew up with, And so I'm saying to myself, that shit right there has such an effect on me. That's why I am the way I am right now. Because the racism and shit like that had a real effect on me when I was a kid, going to the predominantly white school and stuff like that. So therefore, when I see a world telling me the way I feel, and I have this wall about me, about race and everything, and I see these images of them trying to constantly promote black and white people, like everything's okay and everything like that, what you're doing is being dismissive of my pain and suffering, And that's what angers me. Like when black people let their guard down. Oh, well, you so uptight. I have to be uptight, because the bottom line, I know the world I live in, as a black man, even right now, I'll tell you right now, not just white women, even black women, you got to watch yourself around black women. You can say the wrong thing, and sister be the first one to call HR on you, or call human resource on you, or call no. You saw a girl that's black. You say, okay, how you doing, girl? Like that. Why are you talking to my daughter? I think that guy's a pervert or something like that. Black women will throw you under the bus too.
Yep.
That's what you got to deal with. That's what you're dealing with. So I learned real quick that you're a black man in this country. Everybody sees you as a threat. Was white people?
Yeah, just avoid them.
Everybody.
You have to train carefully.
Don't
you
tread
do.
carefully. Just avoid them.
Yeah,
Well, the thing about it is, I told my daughter Carlos that the age she is now, that she's 23. She's 20. She's 22. So I told her, you want to stay in the. I said, when you're at the age of 18 and 21, you don't want to go no more than 4 to 5 years older than you. And I said, the age you are now at 22 and 23, you don't want to go no more than 7 years older than you. You get what I'm saying? And the reason because is that, especially young girls, is that the same guy you want at 18 and 21, you're not going to want that same guy at 21 and 24. You get what I'm saying? Because the female brain, one thing that I give black females credit for is that they definitely mature quicker than guys. So a young girl, she might be 21 and the guy might be a rapper, struggling rapper. She might be down as shit for her. But soon as she turned 22,
like his auntie almost.
Yeah, she'll be like his mom back. She'll be everything to him. But once she turned 23, she gonna tell that guy, well, you know what? Don't you think you need it ain't work?
So many times.
And then they fall out.
23. By the time a girl's 23, she's not 18 no more.
Yep.
She's a woman. She's a young woman. And she started looking at older guys. She look at your credit score. She look at shit like that. That's what's important. Your credit score, what you live. You got an apartment, or you still live with your mom. You know, like I said, I went through it because that was the toughest age for me, between the ages of 21 and 24. You know, that was the worst time period of my life. You know, because girls were looking at me like, "What's your credit score? You ain't got no credit. What's your occupation? Oh, you working at a gas station? Oh, you live with your mom? You know, all that shit like that matters. You know, and look, when you're 18, 19, when you're 17, 18, 19, girls ain't thinking about that. You know, they
At
ain't thinking
all.
about that. There's what, oh, he's cute. I think
Yep.
when they turn 3, they're like, oh no, you got hit the road. That's what I've seen a lot of guys get their heart broken. They're like, oh, crying, like, why she break up with me? You know, it was inevitable. You know, I seen a lot of dudes like that. You know,
Yeah.
she don't say, she like, well, I want to see other people. They say, I want to see other people, and I don't want to hold you back. They're like, I want to be helped. They always say that.
Color.
I don't want to hold you
The
back.
funny thing is, though, I watch my daughter's mentality by me and her talking every day. I watch her mentality change. You get what I'm saying? The guys, like even the shows she like, the restaurants. You get what I'm saying? The TV shows, all of that would change. Like I'd be like, you don't watch this? She's like, no, just it'll change. And I'm like, see, now the guy used to date. She was like, oh yeah, I could never see myself dating him. I said, so that's why when you was trying to get serious with him, I told you that wasn't the guy for you. If you wanted to be or go the direction where you want to go to in your career, that's not the guy for you. And she was like, well, you like the guy. I said, yeah, I like him, but that's not the guy for you where you want to go. I said, because he's going to be stuck. A lot of guys get stuck in what they do. If guys into cars, they like to go out there like you was talking about earlier, Kyla. They want to go out there and spend car, do donuts in parking lots, run red lights and shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, you think that shit is stupid now, but 2 years ago, you thought that was the shit, going to the meetups and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? So I said, imagine you would have got pregnant by a guy like that, and then now you're on some, I want to be a business girl, I want to be a psychology major, and your baby dad is still out there doing donuts and a Hellcat in the parking lot. You know what I'm saying? It would be just a fight. And that's how a lot of women end up not, the father not being nice. You don't even want him around the child because you're going to think he's silly and stupid. But just because you evolve, he doesn't mean he's going to evolve the same time that you are. So therefore, you should always, I tell my daughter all the time, you should always date older. You should date 5, and now she's going to be 23. I think she's going to be 23. I should know how old she is, right?
Yeah.
But I just tell everybody I pay for everything. You know what I'm saying? And my son just told me the other day he's 15. He gonna be 16 this year. The only thing I thought about is 2 more years of child support. That's the only thing clicked in my brain. You know what I'm saying? So, but at the end of at the end of the day, that's why a lot of girls that young, they'll mess with an older guy first is a father figure. So with me being a father figure, she don't have to look for that anymore. You get what I'm saying? So that stops her from having to
That's
move in
good.
with a guy. I won't even let her move in with a guy. She's not even allowed. I told her, long as I'm
What gets
supporting
me
you.
is what you just said. Also smart. What you just said, right? Chuko is probably listening. Like, you mean black guys actually care about their daughters? I mean, he believes all these
hey,
stereotypes about black. You
hey,
know what I'm
Colin,
saying?
people
And that's why I said
always
when people come on my platform.
go ahead, Colin.
Go ahead, brother.
No, what I'm
No,
gonna
what I was
say.
saying was when
Go
people
ahead.
go ahead, go ahead. You remember what you said?
No,
No.
go ahead, Colin. Go
One
ahead.
one of
Go
y'all
ahead.
go.
I was
One
saying,
of y'all go.
Go ahead, Colin. You talk
people
about
always
Chuko.
basically people always come on and they basically have these stereotypes. I said in normal conversation with black people, I hear us talking about normal things. Which we're going Chuko said, yeah, but I guess I'm not a real nigga. Most black people say big meat should free a real niggas. I said, where do you hear that at?
Yeah,
Give me the
that's the
screenshot.
FBA
Who
niggas.
said that? You know?
FBA
That big,
niggas.
you know? Yeah, oh dumb motherfuckers, you know? I said, show me a screenshot. Most black people I talk to, right, talk about business and whatnot. I was in Office Depot today. I don't know if you guys have that there. There's a copy people in there, printing out stuff, doing stuff for their business and whatnot, buying stuff like that. So I said, where is this world I keep hearing online where like O'Shea make it seem like all black people are just doing so bad, and you know what I'm saying? I can't add Big Black to the stage, man. So Big
Yeah,
Black,
he was here. Colin, I think you got a delay.
what's going on?
You got a delay, Colin.
Hey, what's up?
No.
Yeah.
So
Colin,
Colin,
you got a delay.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll Big Black, you'll be on in a second, man. Just give it a second, man. You'll be up. Look, bottom line is this: we see people. Yeah, now he's on. We see people doing normal things, right? Because we do jobs. Oh man, he just jumped off again, man. Jeez, come on, man. What the hell's going on with this?
It's not you, Carla. It's him. He needs to restart his phone.
Big Black, I want to add you. Well, so I don't know what the hell's going on.
That's all good, man.
Let me refresh my page. How about that?
While you doing that, Colin, at the end of the day, like the thing about it is like the other chick, I think she said if I was a good dad, I wouldn't say the word bitch. Yes, the fuck I would, because when I say the word bitch, I'm talking about dumb bitches. I ain't talking about smart chicks. You get what I'm saying? It's the same thing when I talk about black men. When I call these niggas dumb niggas, I'm talking about the dumb ones. I ain't talking about the smart ones. I ain't talking about the Jonathans. I ain't talking about the Days. I ain't talking about the DKs and the Carla. You get what I'm saying? So, I use that title with that, but don't never fix your mouth and say a good dad won't say the word bitch, because we say all type of shit. Let her do some dumb shit. I call her dumb. You know what I'm saying? Just because, let me tell you something. It was always told, my grandma always told, I remember she told my cousin, she said, you know what, just because if you're a prostitute, just because you my granddaughter, don't make you not be a prostitute if that's what you doing. You just got to be the type that we just call a spade a spade. And I got that from my grandmama. You call a spade no matter what, and you let the card fall, you let the cards be what it is once you say it. But at the end of the day, you want to stand up to what you believe in, and you want to, it's that old saying, walk it how you talk it, practice what you preach. And so long as you're being a straight up, straightforward guy, you know what I'm saying, you can put yourself out there. But the worst thing you can do is be a fake nigga and a fuck nigga. And that what was so shocking about O'Shea, because I actually used to watch him too, but at the end of the day, I stopped watching him because he was into that celebrity gossip, and I'm just like, that's one of the worst things. Jonathan, I'm telling you, I came up. I'm younger than Carla, but I remember when I was younger, it was only white people into that celebrity gossip. What celebrities eating? What celebrities doing? What celebrity? All that shit. Black people went into that shit. We thought that shit was corny. Then goddamn come 2000, now black people are number one. Like, I'm team Beyonce. I'm team Rihanna. I mean, man, fuck them motherfuckers billionaires.
We thought anything in the
It's weird. I still think it's corny, but I'm just surprised why is a black man making content about it.
We never.
Billionaires, they sit up, y'all. These niggas sit up in the chat, taking up like they want to fight for Tariq. This nigga driving around in Bentley coupe, drop top Bentley coupe, and y'all niggas sitting online for this. I just can't believe. I do not understand it. And it's because of the comfortability that Colin's talking about. We get so comfortable as black people that we just leech on to everything. I saw it coming when black people started dressing like white boys, when the pants started getting tighter. You know what I'm saying? I saw when they start, back when we was coming out, you didn't do no drugs that you took in your mouth, that you had to ingest, that you had to swallow. Everything was everything besides liquor. You get what I'm saying? But even the drugs, you know what I'm saying? The type of drugs that we did and the type of drinking. Don't get me wrong, you would go to a party and see somebody drunk or something, but the way these niggas like these crashing out, they like these niggas on promethazine, they zoned out like they getting stuck. Like they getting stuck now. You know what I'm saying? These niggas dying, popping pills. You got niggas, but my homeboys, man, he make the X pills. I seen the machine. I seen the motherfucking machine that they make the pills with. The street pill, the Percocets.
What I
These niggas
find it
making
strange is that these dudes, they'll do drugs that we looked at as long as it destroyed a generation before us. We look at those
right.
drugs as bad. They
Yeah,
doing it
man. All
all
this.
though. They don't give a damn.
Yeah, these niggas over here, they snorting heroin and shit. Like these niggas putting heroin, they crushing up Molly, putting the Molly in the blunts. Like these niggas, they going all out. They trying to get as high as they can, and all you're doing is building your tolerance up to the point now you need to do more and more. Look at that nigga Kodak Black. These niggas like this because you got to get higher and higher. Eventually, your brain is gonna snap. Your brain can only take so much of that. Your lungs and your liver can only take so much of that. And on top of that, them type of drugs dry out your system. I watch people, you know what I'm saying, when I was out in the streets, watch how their whole bodies, how they're frail. I watch how they change, losing weight, arms get bigger, neck get I watched all of that. It just stood out to me. Saw hair falling out. I saw people hair. I can tell what type of drug you was on, the base height thin your hair was. You get what I'm saying? You know, see people losing the gristle or whatever in their nose. I watched it happen, man. You get what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, as black people, that's why I only preach entrepreneur, and it's just like the gospel to me, because that's what saved my life. You know what I'm saying? And that's coming from a street nigga, reform street nigga at that. I know that entrepreneur saved my life because I was so much of a, big black on the show, pause, that, he from Texas. And once you've been out there hustling, you make enough money like that, you're going to always have that draw to want to make that type of money legit. I ain't have to make exactly what I made in the hustling, but you know what I'm saying? I definitely wanted to make, somewhat because the lifestyle that I was living. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I preach entrepreneurship because as a black man, that's the only thing gonna make you feel good when you got money in your pocket. I don't know what the fuck these young niggas doing now, fucking while they broke, having kids while they broke. That's some old African shit where you laying up in the hut, you sleeping on the floor on the mat, and these motherfucker broke fucking drinking gari and water and shit and yoga. That's some African shit. That's not how you do. You should not be procreating if you broke. There's no type of way that situation gonna go the way it go. All they're gonna do is produce a statistic. That's all you're gonna produce. You get what I'm saying? And the chick, she's still gonna be fine. Some of these slim chicks, they get a baby, they get
Yeah.
thicker. You know what I'm saying? So we getting
Back in the
comfortable
day,
like that to the
one thing I
point.
never wanted
Every
to be was.
Yeah, what's up? What's up,
Go
Hustle
ahead,
Smart?
Hustle.
What's up, Jonathan? What's up, everybody? Yeah, I'm from Chicagoland area,
What's up,
particularly
big
Fort
black bro?
Heights. Yeah.
I don't know why I want to say you from Texas, brother. You
Probably
told me
get
you
that
from
little
Chicago too.
something. Probably kind of get that, that maybe a little slang that you might find similar. Um, yeah, but I don't know as far as the drugs, man. I remember back in like the '90s when we were growing up, right? It was just like straight weed. That was it. You know what I
That was
mean?
it.
You had we had the older generation, like maybe like people like in that maybe graduated '85 and '86. You know the you know the crack was kind of phasing out a little bit, so it started looking cool. But you still had them, the people that were doing PCP, Sherman, and this and that, right? But
Right.
you know, we like in the '90s, we were growing up, man. It was just mainly weed. You know what I think though? This is
Big
testament
black,
to
right?
how,
I never
huh?
forget when I was going to school, right?
Go ahead.
Caller,
No, I was saying when I was growing
you
up,
gotta
right, in
delay,
high
caller.
school, it was a white boy that was selling things like
Right.
speed and all stuff like that. I was basically white boys sell speed and stuff like that. There was no, actually it wasn't that back then. It was speed. It was mushrooms. It was LSD. There was shit like that. All the things black people ever did was weed,
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
crack came in. That was a different thing. That was like an addiction, whatever. Like that was like but for the most part, all black people did was just weed. White people were doing all. We didn't even fuck with cocaine
Right.
like that.
That's what we were. You know what I'm saying?
As we moved towards white people,
I think we
being
were.
around them and
Right.
Nah, it was a tolerance thing,
partying with
caller.
them, we started getting into heavier drugs.
You know
No,
what?
it was
No, you know what?
it's
You
a
know what it was,
tolerance
Tyler.
thing.
I'm gonna tell you like this. What it was, man. It was I'm gonna
Yeah,
tell you
well,
like
I
this:
think is like,
hip hop does influence when I'm like I'm gonna be real. The South kind of took it, and y'all in the South a little bit. Some of y'all was on. I'm talking about Lil Wayne. What was the guys that was drinking made that song "Sipping on Scissor"? They started
Three
messing
Six
with those.
Mafia.
They started interacting with those white boys, messing with those white boy drugs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that stuff kind of matriculated into the hood. Lil Wayne, the whole we done went from we
yeah,
was the
black men.
sagging generation. Everybody tell us to pull
Had
our
to know.
pants up,
You have to
but it was
know
our own,
that
huh?
ecstasy was all about the black people and white people meeting together in certain clubs and whatnot. And black people got an ecstasy. I never thought that would happen. Ecstasy was a white
Right.
girl, white people's drug. Now you have black people on ecstasy and whatnot. Like,
But see,
damn,
little
that
Wayne
was
brought
unheard of.
they brought that stuff in. You know what I'm saying? Them hot boys, they brought a lot of that stuff in, and it's on some monkey see, monkey do stuff. So that you seeing that start to creep in the hood, and the people that were bringing that in the hood was the people that was kind of bumping that, but at the same time they was doing a little college life. So again, you
Yeah, what you
do
call
the intermingling, and they bringing that
also
stuff to the hood.
when I was coming up, let me say this, black. When I was a teenager, we was coming up. Yeah, when I was coming up, it was rock that we stopped doing it. It was like, but now if the white boys are not rocking it, we don't do it. Right? When I grew up, we had our own styles like cross colors, carpet
Right.
night,
We
whatever.
pride
I
ourselves
asked
in
this
our
the
own
other night,
styles and
where did
not
we
doing what they were doing.
do we even have our own styles anymore? Everybody's like, no. What the hell? We're buying what the white kids are buying. They don't have black hip hop store. Black kids black girls are going to 21 and Me with what's that called? Forever 21, Abercrombie, and all this kind of stuff. Like, what the fuck is going on with this generation? So white and black kids are doing the same thing. So there's no distinction. Black people don't have a agency, a line. There's no way to friggin' separate themselves from Essence and Jet magazine, bro. I'm talking about the young people don't listen. Young people don't read Essence and Jet.
And I did want to say another thing real quick, Carla. Well, I hear this thing when people say black, just women in general, um, mature faster than men. I don't think so. As I grow up, I don't think so. You know, Men, we're taught more to hit the road. Hit the pavement. Get out there and grind. Um, we tend to just men across the board tend to want to have their own stuff, try to be out their own, out the way before they hit 21, sometimes 19, sometimes 18. I think the women are
Yeah, which is
caught.
well, if you're a man, which is another thing. This is another thing, Big Black, right? I noticed this, right? And black women, black men, right? We're more
Mhm,
likely to be kicked out when we're 18. Where black girls, it's perfectly all right to them stay as long as they want in their parents' house, and not only that, auntie's house, uncle's house, whatnot, and they got a support system, in the
mhm.
community. Where black
No,
boys,
that's the opposite now, caller. Now women
Black
kick.
men are less likely to be put out the house by their
Now,
mama
yeah, it's the
than their
opposite now
daughter is.
because the black men are like their boyfriends and like their bodyguards. The women nowadays, the single black woman is younger now. She's younger, so they had these kids at between 17 and 21. Their sons are their boyfriends. They'll kick the daughter out first because the daughter is damn near the daughter is the 2.0 version of her.
yeah,
So she don't want
I
the
see
daughter.
with a guy with her. I see this one with a guy, the lady's boyfriend, whatever like that, was hitting on the daughter. The mother got so jealous she kicked the daughter out.
Yeah,
You know,
that's what happening now because they
but that's
dressed them. Carla, let me
my
explain
man.
something to
That's
you.
my man. He's mine.
Carla, let me explain something to you, man. You can come in Atlanta and you can see the way these bitches be dressing now. You can't tell the difference between them and a prostitute.
But
These are young.
even look at
Damn.
what we accepted, right? We talking about maturity as far as like the alphabet agenda. Which gender accepted that first? You see what I'm saying? Even as far as like black women, man, they had the guys that we would shun away. I remember that they knew they couldn't hang with us, but who gave them a welcoming arm to come over here and hang with us, to come do our nails, right?
Oh yeah,
Come
that's
do
why I
our
say
hair.
when we start
That's not
doing,
maturity.
we start building we start talking about, in Afghanistan, there ain't gonna be no damn women at the table. It's gonna
None.
be all men. It's
None.
gonna be
But
all
Big
men.
Black, it's a difference between maturity and acceptability. That's two different things.
But that's not
Women,
mature. That's what I'm saying.
yeah,
It's
but
not
that,
if you're thinking wisely, and if you're mature, you know that you would know that if you're accepting these people, you're accepting that whole lifestyle, and you're bringing down the people as a whole.
they
So,
don't.
I
No,
mean,
they don't. But they're not. That's not
that's
how
not
they.
maturity. Then that's not
But then,
maturity. Then.
no, because a woman brain is only a woman is a brain doesn't even think about things like that either. Because a woman don't even think like I got to risk my life to save somebody. She don't. Her brain doesn't think like that. A woman naturally matures because that she started thinking about life and security. Men, young boys don't think about that. You know what I'm saying? A young boy would actually put his life in jeopardy just to have a good time for the weekend. A woman won't really do that. You know what I'm saying? She's looking for security, and she's looking for a protector figure. You know what I'm saying? So that's what
But
I
check
mean
this
by
out here. But check this out
so
here.
that's what I mean by maturity. They
But
definitely mature faster.
check me out right here, right? We instinctively know, hey man, if we accept this stuff will grow where people will think it's cool.
I
So
agree.
we know to nip that in. We knew what nip that in the bud in our generation. You don't think they understood that whole concept and said fuck it
No,
anyway? They
because they
understood
saw it.
that
They
concept.
saw
They
it.
Yeah,
knew.
but
They
They
knew. They
saw it.
knew. Hold on, Hustle Smart.
They saw it
They knew.
differently.
They knew if they accept. They start accepting men, more people would start trying to become and live that lifestyle. They
Nah,
understood that, but their
yeah.
immaturity
Tell you something.
allowed
The
them to
feminist
accept that
in the
in.
feminist manifesto.
they
The
don't think
feminist
like that, bro.
manifesto
But I'm saying
said
it's an immaturity
we're
in
gonna
that to not think like that.
promote
But that's the same
relocation.
way you say
We're
that
gonna
women
promote
should. If a woman don't think like a man, she's immature. That you
No, no,
can't say that.
it's not thinking like a man. It's thinking in a way for the survival
Dismantle
of the
the
race.
patriarchy.
They're not worried about that. That's why
Well,
a
there's
bitch can
women
be
that are. I mean,
a
we have
bitch can
people
be
like
loud and lose it.
hold on. We have people like Francis Cross Wilson. We have a lot of people that are women that understand the agenda, understand
Yeah,
the effects
that's
that it can have
anecdotal. You just
on our
named out
race.
Big Black. You just named out two bitches. You get what I'm saying? Like at the end of the day, these women are put on the pedestal, and they put on the pedestal by simp men. Most of the simps in the black community and put these chicks on the pedestal. So if black women ain't mature, then why do black men simp for them and won't take the
Well,
lead and
actually,
lead?
I answered that question right. Actually, the people that were sipping for him was the thugs and the gangsters. They was the ones sipping for him. I seen it right. I seen the thugs, the gangsters, the drug dealers wait outside for the little girls to come out to school, right? The freshmen, the sophomores, splurging money on them, paying like they wait. That's simping.
Big black. With all due
Hold on.
respect,
They wasn't
that
simping
that
like that
that
kind of.
that's the minority of the guys. Talk about
Oh
the majority.
no! Oh no!
Don't
Come on,
point to
man!
the criminal element
It
of our
just wasn't the
Oh,
community.
they
thugs
was
and the.
simping.
It
No,
just wasn't the thugs and the
hold on.
thugs and the
It was the
gangster was
simping
simping,
element.
bro.
Hold on. Even in hip hop culture, there was a simping on sipping. It was a sipping disease in hip hop culture.
I'm
It
not
is
saying that it
if you got
wasn't.
it.
I'm not saying that it wasn't, Big
That
Black.
whole hold on.
You
That
trying to say
whole
that it was just
that,
only
that
thugs in there?
whole
No, it
that
ain't
whole
just was
bleed
just them.
culture, that whole bleed culture was full of simping. It wasn't pimping. That whole bleed culture was full of buying pussy. Let's be real.
Yeah, but
That's
that has nothing to do with black women being the leader of being the loudest in the vocal point of the black community. Now that comes from professional, especially all them niggas in the Divine Nine and all these niggas that these niggas
Oh,
raised up by their mamas. It ain't just what I'm trying to tell you. It ain't just the thugs. I'm agreeing with you that the thugs and them they was simping too. But what I'm saying is regular working men out here that's what's simping too. That wanted women to lead them. Man, it was full of them at the end of the day. Big Black. Still, it was 88% of black men wanted a bitch to lead them. So how do you explain that?
I would say that, you know what it was, man. They tricked their own. So that's what I'm saying. The maturity. We go back to this whole maturity level, right? A lot of them bought into the. They knew what the 9 to 5 black dude was doing, right? They knew that, hey, if I want to have a faithful man, I need to probably stay out the clubs, don't chase the thugs, because they knew that was a one-way street, right? They saw the people going back and forth out the jail cells when they was in high school, going back and forth. They knew that was a bad life, but I guess it was enticing to them, right? And it was a lot of tricking involved. It was a lot of tricking in that lifestyle. So it's like, okay, I'm gonna get this and that paid, even though our relationship probably will last a year or two, because he going to jail right after he gets started making some more money than he was making.
What are you talking about, Big Black?
The facts of life. That's what was going. Now here's the thing. Remember, hold on. Listen to me now. Now, a lot of this stuff was happening right now. When they hit like around 30, 35, it was the whole black men ain't shit. Black men don't want to settle down. Well, hell, you didn't party in all your 20s, your whole 20s and 30s. Let everybody, quote unquote, fuck on you, right? Letting the hood fuck on you, and then you get mad at the men in their 30s, they mid 30s or 40s that look at you and say, you know what? I don't look at you as wife material. But then it was the whole thing. Black men ain't shit. Black men don't want to get married. No, black men wise. They ain't gonna let you just, get ran through all in your 20s. Then you come after you get ran through and you want a ring on your finger. No, what fool would want to marry somebody like that? And you can't say that was going on. You seen it. Come on,
Of course it was going on, but it still doesn't change the fact that the black women are leading the black community.
They are.
I mean, it's
bro. Big Black,
Don't even fight it.
don't you fix your big black ass and say that the black women are not. Listen, I'm
tired of your ass.
Listen, man, I'm hustle smart, bro. Let me tell you something. I'm with the bro code. I'll stand on it. You see me on any channel, I always got them put a black woman in her place. But I know goddamn well I see it. I see it in every I see it in hold on, Big Black. I see it in every major city where black people are prominent. Black women are running the show. It ain't black men.
It ain't that they're like we got to be more I guess descriptive, right? When you say run the household, are you saying
no? I ain't saying the household. I said they're running the black. No, they're running the black. They're running the black community in the house. They're running the black community in politics. They're running the black. They're running the in policy also.
Now,
what are you talking about?
No, hear me out though. Hear me out, right? Check me out, right?
Come on.
Now you have in our neighborhoods, right, around America, right. But as far as like they say, fatherless homes, no, a lot of fathers are in their lives. You got a lot of people, men that stay in the household with their women, but they're not married. You have that a lot of
Yeah, that's not the majority though.
Huh?
That's not the majority, Big Black.
That's not the majority, but I'm saying when you say run the household, you saying like I don't want you to put it out there like there's a man in the household.
Let's be more specific. Let's be more specific. What do you? Because they got this damn sure statistic. Black women couldn't wait to participate in this. How many households in the Black America you think that are ran by a single black woman in America?
When you say house,
house, they rented it. They rented it by themselves. Ain't no man that is them.
Specific when you say run household,
I'm telling you,
is that a single household? Or is that a household where there's a man?
I don't know what a different way
you want me to say. I'm gonna say 65%.
Hold on. There's a household. When there's a man in it, 9 times out of 10, that man is running that household. But
right. I just seen too many households with a man in it and a woman runs the household.
Big Black, Big Black, you just rambling now. In the black community, 65% of all black homes that have kids, multiple kids, are ran solely by single black women,
And
65 to
I,
70%.
I agree with you on that number. I
Oh no,
definitely
yeah, that's just a fact. Yeah, that ain't you me talking. That's just the facts. You get what I'm saying? So,
right, right,
but now one thing I will admit though, when the black man in the house is more structure. But what I'm
right, right,
trying to
right.
tell you,
That's what I'm trying to
that's
say.
why the dysfunction is so high. That it is ran by 65% to 70% black, and Jonathan, that is actually higher than that. It's actually 82%.
Yeah, I thought it would be higher. I just figured
82%
that'd be
big
the
black.
base number.
82% big black.
Yeah, I think it's probably a little bit more. I see a lot of let's hear me out.
It ain't that high, big
I
black.
seen a lot of people. Huh?
Don't go that far, bro. Calm down now. Don't
What?
try
That
to
gonna
like it's
kill your point.
90%.
If you take it in the higher, big black, that gonna kill
No,
your point, man.
I ain't saying 90%. No, what I'm saying is,
Well, what
listen,
you
I'm
what
saying
you gonna say
I
after
seen
82? 83? What you gonna say, 83?
I didn't say I didn't know. I'm not saying go higher. No, no.
Go ahead, man.
What I'm
Go ahead.
saying,
Go
man.
ahead.
What I'm saying, I just see brothers that was in their kids' life, right?
Mm,
Because they grew up in my generation where their father wasn't in their life, and they said, "Man, I'm not going to do my kids like that." So
right,
I think it's a lot more black men, in their kids' life than we think there
right.
is. Even
Well,
though
it's
I would still agree
18%.
with you, the majority of the kids are probably being raised by just their mother, but I think it's a lot more representation.
And let
Like,
me tell you something. Even when you go, let's go with this factor too. Even if you go with jobs, you go in the fast food restaurant or anywhere. Who you gonna see more at handling the money or working at the forefront? It's gonna be a black girl. She's gonna be at the register. 99% of the time you go to any restaurant, it's gonna be a young black girl on the register handling the money. They're
yeah,
gonna be the black. They're gonna be the black boy in the back on the fries or in the back, it not being seen.
Yeah.
The black woman is on the forefront. That's just the way it is. You get what I'm saying?
that ain't
Well,
come
Yeah.
on,
wait,
man.
wait.
It's
You
like
go
that at the
fast.
beginning.
Come on
It's
now.
like that at the beginning
I
because
started from
mothers tend to
slavery. I
hold their
started from
kids from
slavery,
working,
hustle.
their sons from working from like the
Yeah.
ages of
I
16
started from
to
slavery.
about 20 years old. Then
But
after
I know,
that,
like, when it comes
you
to like
see a
real
big ass
jobs, right?
shift in which black men start, they even up with black girls.
They're
And then
even up with it,
eventually,
and you
they
right,
outpace
Jonathan.
them. And then the
We
female
we still
somehow
hit the
turn
world
dumb.
a lot faster, right? When I'm talking
Yeah,
about responsibilities, I ain't
they
talking
grow up.
about as far as like trying to get their own shit. A lot of single men getting their own shit, saying no.
I agree with you.
I ain't been finna be sitting on my mom and my daddy in my
But
20s.
Big
I'm
Black,
finna go get my bachelor.
Did you
And
just hear what Jonathan said, Big Black?
what he say?
What he said was the women start out faster, but then the men catch up with them eventually when they get about 25 to 26. Then the black men start running faster, then they pace them, and then the black women regress, and then she becomes the dumb bitch. See what I'm saying? That's why what you were saying about that. I wasn't saying that they mature and they stay mature. I said that in the beginning they just mature faster. Between 18 and 22, the woman matured faster. She just doesn't. Just that when the black man finally wake up, when he say, okay, let me stand up and let me go, he does faster because two things he can do. He's physical and he's physically strong and he's brain strong. So he's gonna outpace her anyway. So that's why you get these bitches, just like you said, they get 30, 35 years old, they get ran through, and then nobody wants them. But a black man, when he get 30, 35, he's in his prime. When a black
Yeah.
woman's in her 30, 35
Yeah,
prime, she's in her decline. You know what I'm saying?
right. And
When the
here's
black
another
man
thing,
gets on
bro.
the money
Right.
hustle,
Well, hold
he'll
on.
stay on the money hustle. Black women won't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And
That's a
another
big problem.
thing is
You're right.
that, like, wait, hold on. When you were saying that, and that's another thing I was wondering. Why is it that cities where our people predominate, like Atlanta, Houston, places like that, those places usually the culture centers around the women. Those places are like super pro gay. Like,
Hmm.
you know what I mean? Like, you go to the Lenox Mall in Atlanta, and there's
Right.
trannies and stuff walking around everywhere. And I want and my theory on it is this: is that we're not like in our natural state as a people, we may not realize it, but we're not really patriarchal, like in the way that like Arabs are, or in the way like Turkish people are, or in the way like Russians are. Where the men kind of
But
are like
but
run shit,
for
and
me,
it,
but
We don't
and
run this country, bro.
yeah, we we're not in the
bro, listen,
forefront of the
listen
country.
to my theory. My thing is this: is that we used to be like that, okay, like back in the day, like 1860, 1890, 1910. um the basically the everything was about your grandpa. You had to respect your grandpa and your grandpa's house. Your grandma and your parents wasn't going to tolerate that. When they ate the chicken, grandpa he picked his piece first. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
but you're speaking on a time where bitches didn't have no rights, though.
Yeah,
It's
it
a
don't
flaw.
matter if they had
Yeah,
rights or not.
no.
What
It does
happened?
it
matter.
do matter.
It does matter because bitches didn't have no rights. Bitches couldn't walk outside.
No,
Bitches couldn't go
bitches
nowhere.
had rights, but
No,
see,
they did
here's the
not have no
thing.
No,
rights.
they didn't.
What are you
Here's what
talking
happened
about?
was,
Oh my
right?
God, bro. I'm just going off the years that you said. Females that even white women didn't have no rights in the year. I'm going by the years that you said. Women didn't even have the right to vote at that time.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't even think
They
you
were
live.
they were
I think
considered property of the husband.
yeah, I got your point you made. It's just that when you
No, but
said the
here's the
years,
thing. Here's the thing. Here's my theory on our people is that we were a patriarchal group of people
yeah, you're right.
that regressed
Mm-hmm.
into a matriarchy.
Right.
But the reason that happened was because you had a basically you had a generation of and I like to say it was like around like the late 50s, early 60s, where the men somehow they got passive and they got comfortable with the women leading shit. Like the Panthers, at first they didn't have the women up there, but then they start letting the women be up there, and
Right.
then once the women came up there, a lot of them ended up going and becoming feminine. So you know what I mean? I just feel like we have to. Other cultures do it. We're gonna have to get to a point in our culture where we're gonna have to cuff our women. The other cultures do it. There's
But
nothing.
you
I don't.
just
We're
gave
gonna.
the remedy though, and dummy. I don't even think you realize you gave the remedy. That black. This is why I say that black men are weak because they're okay with it when, like you said, when the Black Panther came around and those women started up there fighting, the black men kind of sat down and like let the women do it, let the women do it, let the women talk, let the women preach. So that's what it is. Black men had no problem sitting back and let the woman lead. It's the same way when that bitch Kamala was up here ready for office. You had so many black men was like, man, I'm okay with my masculinity. I'm comfortable in my masculinity to let a bitch lead me. The type of person that I am in my brain, I would never be okay with a bitch leading me. Never. Never. I don't give a fuck who she is, how smart she is. She cannot lead me. She can give me advice. She can show me, but a woman can never lead me in nothing. Zero.
And that's nice. I ain't comfortable with a woman making a damn decision
Not,
about
not
shit.
not making a decision on life. A bitch can never make a decision on life and death, and I follow it. But it was so many black men that was sitting up there. These niggas was making videos. Even that lame ass, suck ass, goddamn, dirty, light skinned, dread head nigga, African stink thing was sitting up there making videos about black woman. You're my everything. I'm comfortable in my
Yeah,
masculinity.
yeah, that shit is weak.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
Weak nigga. He and them listen, I ain't got no problem with the way he do 99% of the time. But when he on that weak feminine shit, he's like a bitch. You get what I'm saying? And I don't give a damn how much you scream at the camera or point the finger at the camera. A bitch can never lead me. You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't. No way you can convince that. But this nigga was sitting up there making videos about, how Kamala. You're like, there's nowhere in the world that a man could see that and be like, this old laughing, cackling bitch that sit up there just laughing and repeating herself. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? It's somebody I want to lead me. That should have annoyed every man, real man in Dama, when she was up there laughing all the damn
yeah.
time
See,
and
that's the
goddamn.
thing.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
but
say that.
see,
Let me say
that's
this
the
real quick.
thing with
I'm a,
Kamala, and this is what I noticed. Like they, her parent, or at least her mama, should have coached her on that when she was a young child. Like that laugh, that cackling, that starts when a person is a young child. And her mama, I guess, because she was book smart, her mama
Hmm.
didn't teach her that, hey,
Oh,
you shouldn't laugh like
yo,
that. You shouldn't do that. That
every
gets on
time she
people's
was,
nerves.
every
She,
time she was
they
let,
never
laughing
let
like
me
coached
say
that,
that
this real
out of
quick.
her. So
Let me
every
that's
say
what
this
time
that
real
she,
quick.
was.
every time she was laughing like that, I felt like she was about to do something evil.
It was almost like a
Let
Joker
me say this
laugh.
real, real,
It was
real
almost
quick,
like
Mark.
a
Let me say this.
Joker laugh.
Let me say this
Yeah,
real
like the
quick.
Joker.
Now,
Yeah, you're right. Just like the
now,
Joker,
leadership.
bruh.
Yeah, leadership in the black community, any community should be. The man is naturally the leader, right? Now, there is some situations where, if, all the T's and across and I's are dotted. Yeah, you might see some women rise up in power with that, right? But at the
Kamala
same time,
Harris.
hold on. At
Yeah.
the same time, I gotta agree with Hustle Smart on this part. Just like I said, there was a lot of sipping on the, with the gangster music and all that on the gangster thug stuff and the drug dealers. There was a lot of sipping in the conscious community too. The whole black
Yep.
woman God stuff.
Yep.
That was a whole sip music to, for brothers was running that game, maybe to get, you know,
They were trying to
get
get
licks or
paid.
whatever, you know what I mean, or whatever.
Word.
But it was a lot of simping going on, and that kind of, and it was the game was so weak that it turned a lot of women off. Like, it's like, man, you blowing smoke up my. I know I'm not a guy. They're like, I know I'm not a guy, but we was pushed. A lot of people was pushing
Yep.
that in the community.
And then you had the Derek. Don't forget about the Derek Jacksons, Big Black. Don't forget about the Poppy preacher Poppy, and that what that little dwarf, little skinny. Oh, what his name is? Oh my God, I can't think of his name. But he used to do he used to do the healing stuff. Now he just sit up there and simp. Now you know what I'm saying. The little, oh my God, what is that little dude? Now he about 3 foot tall. You know what I'm
Uh,
saying?
Yada, yada.
Yada, yeah. His
yeah,
name Yada. And he don't turn into a big self. Now he talking about if you don't give a woman your whole check and you don't give her everything, though. So she, just sucker shit. He the new Derek Jackson. Then you had that Poppy dude. He was, calling dude bozos if they wasn't. Man, you meet a girl, just cash out her 500. Like, goddamn,
What?
Yeah.
Man, these men need to be
come on.
executed.
Now tell me, y'all do y'all know who I'm talking about? That Poppy dude? His name was Preacher Poppy or Papa Preacher or something like that. He was like,
Nah, I don't know about him.
God, y'all
Oh
ain't never
no,
seen him?
I ain't never heard of it.
And he was
I ain't
always
never.
calling dude bozos. He used to make these little videos.
I know about Yeti, but I don't know about Poppy. I don't know.
Oh
Yeah,
no, no,
man.
neither
He was
one
like
of
a
them.
light skin, like almost like he was a Colombian, Caribbean, New York dude. But he was always sit up there and just say that. But the Derek Jacksons and all these other dudes, most of the dudes got good ass hair with waves in their head, sit up there and talk. Now they got this new dude, he from New Jersey. He's like a security dude. And he always get up there and is like, if she's not paying no attention to you, that means you're not bringing nothing into her life to get her attention. You know what I'm saying?
What
Give
the
her
fuck?
like sucker shit like that. They used to have
yeah.
some
Yeah.
background. They used to have
Hey,
some background music playing like your
Yup.
boy with the Indian Nation. What to do with the Indian shit? With the what his name is? The one that Brandon was going at too with the Indian shit. Talking about he's a the little
Callaway.
yeah, Callaway. They have that little music playing in the background, like when he do his videos, and they be speaking over there and be speaking to, the females and be like, you know what I'm saying? If she's not going out, you know what I'm saying? She's hiding her peace, and her peace cannot be bothered. If you're not bringing something to her, like everything is about what you bring to a bitch. You get what I'm saying? So you got these simps out here. Why do you think the black church is the way it is now? You get what I'm saying? Because they don't cater to the female. They don't need the niggas because the niggas weren't giving they 10% anyway. It was the bitches. It's the bitches that was
Yeah.
paying it. It's the bitches that pay the preachers. It's the bitches that keep the church going. And if you want to know the real reason why black women rent the black community, because black women organize. They don't mind renting out a multi-purpose room and paying somebody to come in there and talk to them and tell them what they want to hear. Black men, we ain't with that sucker shit. Even a lame nigga ain't gonna do no shit like that. He just gonna simp for a bitch, but he damn sure ain't finna pay no rich nigga reading scriptures to come in there and point the finger at him. Black women love that type of shit. And it's been like that from the slave plantation. And Big Black, I heard your ass today sit up there talking about all the black women was raped on the plantation. No, they wasn't. It was black bitches out there couldn't wait to see a pink penis.
There was some, but here's what I was saying. Also smart. If
I was waiting to see y'all.
Listen, you a slave master, right?
Yes, sir.
You know if you going to a slave, a woman that's a slave, that she's scared. She's scared to, you know what I'm saying, say no to you off GP. You're gonna have your pick of the litter. Let's be real, because she's probably if you diss her, she's probably scared that you might do something, you know, very negative to her because she's a slave. She don't have no rights.
Yeah, but you're only thinking about it in one part, though. The reason why it wasn't done that much because he still paid money from it. He wasn't going to let you see. This is the thing
I'm talking about a slave owner that already owns a slave.
I got you, but I'm saying, but still, he got
much weight. That's not a consensual relationship to me.
I understand that. You know, it's consensual because there was a lot of consensuals in there. Because the slave master had plenty of kids around there. That's how a lot of that shit was going. Listen,
Big Black would have done it if they wasn't.
Big Black, it was some bad slave masters out there, and there was some good ones too. You get what I'm saying? And then at the end of the day,
a good slave master.
Hey, all of them bad. All of them. Listen,
you tap dancing.
No. It's just a fact. It's just a fact. The same way. What I'm saying is that. What I'm saying is that I'm going by your own.
That's crazy to say that now.
It doesn't matter if it's crazy. Goddamn. Let me answer the question. It's just like saying when Kanye West said that, you know what I'm saying? Oh, we were lucky to be in slavery. We're the lucky ones from slavery. Now that might not.
I don't agree with that.
Hold on for a second. Can I finish? Like it's amazing. It sounds fucked up that he said that, but he said that, you know, slavery was a good thing for us, for the ones that's here now. You get what I'm saying? He said that, but if you look at it, if you look at the outcome, if you look at the outcome of slavery, we live in half the hall. We sit up there trying to get reparation. Now, what some happened to some more people? That shit ain't happening to us. You get what I'm saying? That shit happened to some people 400 years ago. You get what I'm saying? We just trying to get paid off of them, which I have no problem with people doing. But America, why would America go and bankrupt to pay some niggas? That ain't gonna happen. So that reparation talk is stupid because it's not gonna happen. White people will never will bankrupt the country to give money to some niggas that goddamn ain't gonna do shit anyway. Black people ain't gonna do shit. You get what I'm saying? Because if we was gonna do something, when we get mad, we would tear up they shit instead of tearing up our shit. We don't get mad and tear up they shit. We don't get mad and go to Beverly Hills and tear up shit. We tear up shit in the 5 to 10 mile radius. You get what I'm saying? White people know that black people ain't gonna breathe on a picture of white people. That's why most of the jobs in America, you work for a white person. You get what I'm saying? 90% of all black people work for a white person. They call a white person boss. That's just how it is. You get what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, on the slave plantation, all the slave master didn't hang a bitch if she dropped some eggs or got beat and whipped. They got a history of slave master. They lived, and when this slave master died, he released them. You get what I'm saying? It was the signs of the time. And some slave master knew they couldn't let the slave go nowhere because that the people surrounding the slave master was with the shits. You get what I'm saying? So, you know, it's just the way that it was back in those days. So it is a such thing as a good job and it's a bad job. The
Yeah,
same way on the slave plantation, it was a good slave. It was a good. It was a good plantation, a bad plantation. It was all bad. It's just like me. I can never work for nobody else. I ain't clocking in for nobody. But some of y'all niggas wake up early in the morning. Hold on for a second. This is the last thing, Big Black. Some of y'all niggas wake up early in the morning, flying on the interstate, risking running red light, trying to get to work to clock in, so you don't get no motherfucking occurrences. To clock in for a motherfucking white dude to tell you what to do every day, because you're comfortable with that. I can never work for a white dude, but you'll say, shit, man, my job is cool. My supervisor cool with me. It's the same thing on the slave plantation. It was the slaves that was on this. It was the hold on. This last point. It was slaves on this plantation, so slaves on that other plantation getting treated like shit. And these slaves saying, well, you know what? It's bad, but it ain't as bad as them niggas got it over there. It just happened over life. And I passed the mic, man. It just common sense on that point.
I hear you a little bit, Hustle, but you know, it's worse. It's worse and worse, right?
It might sound bad. I give you that.
Let me talk. I let you talk now. You know what I'm saying? It's worse and worse, right? Now, now, as far as America wouldn't be where it's at right now without slavery. You know what I'm saying? Cotton was the fuel to push.
That's a mute point, bro. That's a mute point.
You done went for a while.
No, but that's point. But what he's saying, you bringing up something that's irrelevant.
Listen, no, it's not irrelevant. No, it's not.
How is that irrelevant?
It's relevant. We all know that. What I'm saying, you're making a point that's not even what we're talking about.
Let me finish.
That don't even make sense, bro. I stay concise on the point. You talking about a slave? If it wasn't for slavery, white people wouldn't be where they were. What the fuck they got to do with anything?
Let me ask you this one question.
B squared equals C squared. You can't take B out and get C squared.
Yeah, you just bringing up points. Hey, that just like saying if it weren't for horses, they would have been able to deliver milk.
And tell us, oh, we better thank God. Thank God that these people came and got us, but you try to take B squared out. That shit don't make any sense.
No, what you just said didn't make any sense.
Big Black. You can look at it from a real world perspective.
You always do that too. You just be rambling sometimes, bro. What you said didn't make no sense. You just came out the blue. You just came out the blue or nowhere and said that if it wasn't for black people, then white people, what the fuck they got to do with what I said?
I'll put it one better. White people don't have their metropolis without slavery today. They don't have their metropolis.
Oh, okay.
We know that, Big Black.
We know that, Black.
But the question is, hold on, Big Black.
He don't get it. He don't get it, Jonathan.
Be honest.
We went through slavery, so we
Big
can
Black, that's a necessary talk. Let's be honest.
It's unnecessary.
In a fucked up situation where slavery was legal, do you think there were people who are nice to the slaves that they had? Or do you think all of them just fucked up and trifling?
No, I think that's worse and worse. If you got a man, hold on.
Yeah, that's why I be telling you, like, you be rambling, man. You don't make no sense sometimes, man.
No, y'all don't make no sense all the time.
No, what you're saying don't make no sense.
Sometimes you don't make no sense, brother.
Wait a minute.
No, what you're saying right now makes no sense.
Big Black, I got something better for you.
Tell me. Okay,
Big Black, you are Pan-African. You're one of them people that believe that Africans didn't sell us; they sold the enemy.
They can't get
at the end of the day, they
can't run away. If they run
ain't
away,
no African good based on your analogy.
Hold on. You can't tell me he's a good slave master and tell me. But if that same slave from this,
Big Black, you can't say that's a good African soldier.
You're so quick to
no, because you're rambling, bro. You just rambling. You ain't making no points at all, bro.
Racist white balls that y'all won't let me finish.
Bro, I don't work for nobody, nigga.
Listen.
Y'all niggas work for white people. Y'all niggas work for white people. Are you joking?
If I was your good white slave master, would you hear me?
What?
Big Black.
Now hold on.
Big Black, can you just be honest? Can you just be honest?
That house, Big Black. You gotta get off that couch, Big Black.
Hey, Jonathan, if I was your good white slave master, would you let me talk a little longer?
Yeah,
You
we
can't.
don't want to hear you rambling, bro.
Big Black,
You
You
just
Big
can't
Black,
tell
rambling,
me.
Big
man.
Black.
Somebody going
I
to
don't,
shop.
Big Black.
Hold on. You can't
I
tell
Yeah,
don't
me.
we
like it that you do
Somebody,
this,
we
Big
good on
Black.
it, Big Black.
Big
you
Yeah.
Black. I
cannot
don't
tell
like it
me
that you do
somebody
this
going to
because you
shop
always go
for
after
a
white
nice crop
people.
of slaves
But
is a good
Africans
slave
sold
master.
us
There's no
into
such thing
slavery
as a good
too.
slave
Are
master,
there
brother.
any good
The
Africans?
man already, the
Okay.
man buying
Okay.
slaves. So right when he purchased the slaves, he's a bad slave master. He's
God
bad.
damn.
He's bad. That's bad.
All
Okay,
I want to ask
that
you
good
this is,
slave master,
hustle.
he was good, but if that slave ran away, if that slave got caught, right, he'd have probably have died. I got his leg chopped
How
off.
do you
Not
know?
a
How
good
do you know,
slave
Big Black?
master.
How do you
So
know
I
that?
don't understand what
How
y'all
do you know
talking
that?
about, man.
Tell me how you know. Tell me how you know that.
How I know that?
Uh-huh.
Because people that got people that got killed for running
Shit,
away.
shit,
It's documented. People that
shit.
got killed for running
Big
away.
Black.
Listen, Big Black. If you got
Big
so
Black,
Slaves
you
your
get killed
alive
for running
today
away.
Big
Yes
because
or
Black.
no?
somebody
Hey,
allowed
hey, hey,
some
hey,
people
hey,
to be alive.
So
check
you
this out.
alive?
Listen, Hustle
So Big
Smart.
Black, you
Listen,
alive
listen,
today because
Smart.
somebody get
Answer me this
ruined,
question,
right?
Hustle Smart. Have slaves got killed for running away? Yes or no?
Yes,
Okay, that
Of
answers the
course.
question. Okay, I don't need to ask. I don't need to ask any more questions on that. On that note, right there.
but hold on though. Every slave that ran didn't get killed, also, right?
And
Right.
some of them got helped.
But how do you know that the ones that didn't get killed
But
are
that's not the
also
point. I'm
good
telling you,
slave
I don't
masters?
know. I'm asking you that. I'm just telling you that
But what I'm
everyone didn't
saying
die.
is, so
Big
we can
Black,
be at
Big
all
Black. Hold
this.
on,
We
Big
can be
Black.
at all
If
this. So
every if
here it
every
is right there.
slave if every slave did something, if every slave got killed for doing something wrong, we wouldn't even be here today. Cause goddamn, every slave wasn't perfect, Big Black.
Well, House is Smart, we can do this all right. Soon as
Well, let me ask y'all
Big
Come
something.
Black, Big
on,
Black, I
man.
Let
got a
me
That's what I'm
ask.
saying.
question. I got a
You did
that
question,
too.
Big
white
Black.
person, soon as that white person bought that
Hey, Big Black,
Big
Jonathan,
Black,
Jonathan
Big
got a
Black.
question for you,
I
bro.
got a question for you,
He
Big
got a
Black.
question
Now I
for you,
want you to be
man.
honest, Big Black.
I'm gonna tell it right now. Hold on, Jonathan. I'm gonna tell it right now. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna let y'all have the mic. As soon as that slave master went to that auction and bought that slave, bought his first slave, he stopped being a quote unquote good slave master.
Got you covered. Got you covered. I got you. I understand what you're saying. Cool. That's cool. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Now, Big Black, do you think there were any people that bought slaves just to release them?
Well,
Go on, Big Black, answer the question.
black slave
Don't
master.
stutter.
No, you talking about it was black slave master that did that. Yeah, that was
Okay, well, so you think that in that
Whoa!
contradict what you
tradition.
just said then?
We're talking in the confines of white slave
You see how
Your
masters.
country,
clear cut he
hey,
is,
Black
black.
slave masters. We were talking
Big
about in
Black,
the confines of white slave
do you
masters.
understand what Jonathan just
Because
did to you? He
I
did the
understand
same
what he
thing,
said. I've
but
been
what I'm saying
I've
is he
been
did the same thing that you did, Big Black. You use a small source, you use a small source to make your opinion the same way Jonathan did a small source. Because it wasn't a lot of slave masters did that, but it was some slave masters that did that. But by you being such a stickler,
but
you
he's
made your
talking about a
whole
whole nother he's
what I'm
talking
saying,
about a whole nother race
it
though.
made you look like you contradict. It made you
No,
like
but he's talking
contradict
about a
yourself.
whole nother
You
race.
said,
He's
hold on,
talking
you
about
said out your own mouth that soon as a slave master bought a slave, he stopped being a good
we're
slave
strictly
master.
talking about
And that's
non-black
bad
slave masters. We
because
were strictly
Big
talking about
Black,
non-black
President
slave masters.
James
It
Buchanan
wasn't no hold
literally
on.
bought slaves just to let them
We were
go right
talking about
afterwards.
when he's talking about family law, he's talking about black slave. We're talking about we're
No, no, no. I'm
talking
talking
about
about white people. I'm talking about
non-black slave
President
masters.
James
No,
Buchanan
it's
who
white
bought
people that
slaves
did
and then
that,
just let
John.
them go right
You
afterwards.
have no. See, know what I'm saying,
Hey,
Big Black. Sometimes you speak so broadly. You'll speak as if like you know what you're talking about. And this right
I
here,
do
you're
know
out
what I'm
the
talking
realm,
about.
bro. It was plenty
I
of
do
white
know
people.
what I'm
It was
talking about.
Big
No.
Black. It
You're
was
not
organizations. It was organizations of
gonna
white
cast a
people
smile away from
that
this
said that.
kid.
Hey, Big
We are
Black, you don't
all
know what you're talking
when you
about,
talk
bro.
about
You don't know
Big
what
Black,
you're
women
it's
talking
okay to
about
be
right
wrong
here.
sometimes.
being with slave
Yeah, that's
masters.
what I'm saying, bro. Listen, you
We
can't
all
be
knew we were
Big
talking
Black.
about white slave masters.
Big Black, you just rambling, bro.
Everybody knew on this panel we were talking about white
You
slave
just been
masters. We were talking
you've
about
been
black
rambling.
women
You've been
with
rambling
slave
for
masters.
15 minutes. You've been rambling
Okay?
for 15 minutes straight,
No,
bro.
y'all been running for 15
No,
minutes.
you've been
Y'all
rambling
been
for
running
15
100
minutes
miles
straight,
west.
bro.
Your mouth is
because
running all
because
around the
what you
place
saying
because
just
I
don't make
agree with you.
sense.
Hustle smart. You can't
You don't
always
have
be
to
right,
agree. You don't
brother.
have to agree
You
with
can't,
me, and I'm
brother.
not
We
right.
can
I'm
agree
not
to
right every
disagree,
time I talk,
but
whatever. But you're
you can't
trying to speak
always
as
be
if
right, brother.
you're trying to speak. But let me tell you something. See, that means you don't know me, Big Black. Because a lot of
Okay.
time I sit up there and tell you what I don't know. But one thing I ain't never heard you set up here and say something that you was wrong about. You think that you right about everything, and you ain't right about this, bro. It
No,
was
you
plenty of
think you're right about this.
hold on,
I
hold
am.
on.
What are you
If you
talking
want me
about?
to,
We
Big
were
Black, if you
talking
want
about
me to, I'll
in
give
the
you,
context of white slavery,
Big
white
Black, I'll
slavery,
give you
all
the
of that.
organizations.
We were
I'll give
talking
you
in
the
the context
organizations
of
that'll
white
let
slave
you
masters.
see
Were we
the
not
people that
talking?
came
Were
up
we
with
talking about?
slaves,
Okay, let me
put
ask you
up
this,
money to buy
Hustle
slaves
smart.
and goddamn release
Yeah,
them. I'll
well,
actually tell them
let me
to you.
let's go
But
back, Hustle smart.
instead of that, you just want
Hustle
to sit up
smart.
there and talk
Hustle
and
smart.
ramble like
Hey,
you know
No,
every
no,
fucking
no,
thing.
Hustle
And
smart.
that shit just
I'm
don't
not
make
gonna
no
let you get
sense.
away with them doing it.
It actually hurt the
I'm not
quality
gonna
of
let
the
you get
show
away
when you
with
do that,
it,
bro.
Ronnie.
Yeah,
But go ahead.
hey, fellas, I want to pause a second. Let's bring it down. I want to play a video. It goes with the topic of tonight's show, all right? I want to play a 4-minute video. Give me 1 second. A 4-minute video.
That's the brother. I know exactly what you're talking about, man. But some black people, man, they ain't gonna get it. They ain't gonna get it at all.
What is
This
this?
has happened. The police walk into a club, right? I don't know whether it was a club or a gathering, but look how armed they are. This Mansfield, Ohio has a history of police over. You know what I'm saying? I think it's not too far where Tamir Rice was killed. You know, but look how they raid this club, man. Look at the guns they have. Check. Look how they armed.
Put your hands on your head, man. Don't say nothing.
This happened a few days ago.
Y'all do whiteboards like this too?
You go out there in their nice clothes, everything like that. Why is police got fucking guns trained on these people?
Hey, big dog. That's no white boy. One of us. When they be speeding up there,
So what was the reason why they came in there, Colin?
oh, that's mine. That's mine. That's
I,
you.
I don't know. I think it's
It got to be a reason, though.
something.
I don't know why y'all got your phones out anyway. You're allowed to record.
With the
You're definitely
reason,
allowed to
I don't know what the
record.
reason is,
Yeah,
but
but
you see all these people there.
yeah, but Colin, it has to be a reason why they came in there, though.
And what
Yeah,
was
I know they came in, but it was a club, right? And people are unarmed. I think it has to meet the thing. Like I know if that was a white club, all I know, in my personal opinion, right? Even though yes, they have a reason there, but look at the weapon this guy has on him. A lot of times, smart.
That's the regular way they come when they raid, though. They come like that.
No. A lot of times, police, like when they can come in, they can come just regular sawed-off shotguns.
They come, but not on a raid, though, Colin. When they come in the raid, they always come with the
they don't
yappers.
say why they're there. I think they was called for something. Maybe there was a fight in the club or something like that, you know? Or they raid.
Nah,
I
it
don't know
had to be more than that, Colin.
No.
Nah, it could have been like that. It's like it's like 12 police. It's like 12 police, and then they ain't finna come 12 deep for a fight.
I don't know, but all I know is just let me say it's not no comments on this. I've been trying to look for this story all over the internet, and when I can't get nobody to say, everybody just posts it. That's what I think about fucking the internet. People post stuff and don't give you the backstory or nothing.
Yeah, they don't get a context.
They don't get comments on this video right
They
here.
don't get a context, but when they come at a raid, they always come with the yappers. If it says the word raid in it, a raid is they coming with the yappers. They always do that. That ain't
a raid in somebody's house or something.
No, raid can be anywhere. They do it in Atlanta. They do it at a corner store all the time. Because a lot of corner stores they sell.
But Carla, when they're doing a raid, there's a particular unit that does the raid. It's
That's a
not just
unit that
anybody,
does it.
and they come like that.
They usually call the SWAT.
As someone guilty of those bitch ass people, I know.
You know damn well. Me and Jonathan, we both criminals, and I'll tell you, when they send that unit out, when they send them units out, the unit they coming with the yappas. Anytime the raid squad, if these ain't regular, Colin, you can look at them and tell they're not regular police officer, bro.
Yeah, but the thing is, it would be in the aesthetics of it. It just
Oh
don't look.
yeah. It look bad. Colin, it look bad when they kick in the door. Goddamn, kicking the door is only one person in the house, and they got them throwing smoke bombs through the window. But they damn sure do it, and it's a part of the policy.
You know what
Yeah,
state
it's
this
just
in? What state?
It's saying right there, Big Black, Mansfield, Ohio.
Y'all look at some other videos. Man, this ain't new to Mansfield. There's been a lot of like police brutality cases in this area right here. I don't know if they're arrested. I've never watched the
This ain't police brutality right here.
They got everybody up against the wall.
Yeah, that's not brutality though.
That's not.
Yeah, Colin. Yeah. Yeah, that's not. Colin, let me tell you, somebody don't got their ass whooped by police. This is not brutality. They actually being nice.
I don't know. This Ohio. I don't know about the Ohio white. Well, people don't understand too. White people different by state. Ohio white state. White people.
I wouldn't go to Ohio for no reason.
Yeah, but niggas a different state by state. Niggas tend to be worse in Ohio.
I had an opportunity to work in Ohio. I said, nah.
Colin, we can't hear you when you got the video playing, bro.
No, I said I had an opportunity. I was given an opportunity to work in Ohio. I said, hell fucking no.
Yeah.
Just about a year ago, they said, you want to work up to Ohio? I said, for a few weeks. I said, hell fucking no.
Hey, Colin, we in Atlanta. So we was at the little bar, shooting pool, and they came in there. Black police officer with the yapper. Went number like 12, right there at Central Station on Old National. It was like goddamn.
Were they looking for somebody?
No, they was looking for somebody. They said they had a call saying they were selling drugs out here. That 9 out of 10, that's what it was.
That's another thing. I remember in Virginia Beach back in what year was this? Back in 98, 96, right? There was this one club, a black club they used to have right there on Wichita, right? It was a black club, but a lot of gangsters hung out there, right? I used to work at the IHOP, right? Upstate. Now, these guys used to come. A lot of the guys used to come there at night, late at night. Gangsters. They always come in IHOP and Waffle House like 3 in the morning and shit like that. In the morning, right? But anyway, they were playing this card game. I don't know. You guys probably know it's called Ice, something like that. What's that card game? They was playing a legal card game in there, right?
It's probably called Scan. It's because a game called Scan. They play a legal card game.
Yeah. So anyway, they were playing it. The one brother, right? I knew the guy. He was a Christian brother that was working security outside. He basically, the police came there with, like you said, the yappas, and they said they raided the place, whatever like that, and they came in with guns blazing.
Yeah.
The guys, the security said, "Hold up here." He was holding up. This guy was a religious guy. He had the Bible in his hand. They thought he got a gun. Blah 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 blah. Virginia Beach, and they also said next thing you know, raid the place, everything. He had a Bible in his hand.
Yeah, yo, like when they come in there, dog, you don't put nothing in here. You better drop everything. Colin, listen.
Like, hold up. I'm the security. You
don't say nothing, man. And let me tell you something, Colin, when they ran in there, just like they did right there, all they did was that it was like they was in the middle, just like this too, watching the door. And believe me, if they got 12 of them inside, it's at least 8 of them outside. They got the whole bitch surrounded. So
Chase out all Tolliver's from Ohio, right? This happened 4 days ago, Tolliver. So watch your ass up there, man.
Yeah, but that was it, man. But most of the clubs. Let's be honest. Let's be honest, y'all. Most of the black clubs, it's more drug dealing going on.
For years.
We got
raided before.
There's some drug dealing going on. It's some type of hustling going on.
I worked in the clubs, man. And the bottom line, I seen so much money laundering.
Yeah.
I seen on my own freaking eyes. I say, I know we didn't make that much money tonight. And also, next thing you know, how the fuck we had an empty club one night, and next thing you saw $15,000 on the till. I was like, how the fuck is that?
Colin, let me tell you something. Tyler, they took everybody's name. They took everybody's name, everybody ID. You get what I'm saying? Even the people that was drinking, people had weed on them. They ain't even like they was looking. They was in there just to do the thing. And on top of that, they came in there and they had some machines in there. They had some lottery machines, like those gaming machines. They came and took them out of there. So they were probably part of ATF. Came in there to get those illegal gambling machines out of there. You know what I'm saying? But this is the funny part. When the ATF show up, they show up like the FBI. I don't know if y'all ever seen an FBI raid. That shit that y'all see on TV with them running in there with them blue jackets on, that's some TV shit. When the FBI coming
They
down, they
were
coming
there with
down.
plain clothes.
But they coming down plain clothes with mask on, with them yoppers and bulletproof vests on the outside. Like they come like that TV shit that they make the FBI look soft on TV. When the FBI coming there kicking your door, but they snatch them bitches off the hinges. Snatch and then they ain't gonna pay for it. Did you know that, caller? If they snatch your door off the hinges, you got to pay for it.
Yeah, they do what the fuck
Also,
they
it
want
might
to
be
do.
one of those towns. What you ever been one of those towns where it's like a black town, but you like how did black people find
No,
this
I
one?
tell you how it works, Big Black. It's never a black town. It's just a section where they put the
Never,
black people.
exactly.
Right?
I was just gonna say
The
that.
white people control the infrastructure.
Yeah, you're
They
right.
control the administration. They control the laws. They control
Yep,
the transportation. They control the police, the sheriff's department, fire
yep.
department.
The
You just live in an
courts.
area where they could put you at, where they don't have to deal with you. You know, they call you when they
No,
need you.
hey Tyler, we just live in the Roach motels.
Right.
That's all
I'm
it
gonna
is,
give you.
man. There
I'm
ain't
gonna
no
give you an
black
example.
town.
Fort Wayne, Indiana, is just like that, right? It's like black people found out about Fort Wayne. It came down there, but it's like what you described, Colin. It's a
In
small
Atlanta,
area.
Black Lime Town.
All
Big
around
Black,
it, no
Big
black
Black.
towns around there at
That's
all.
every last single black situation for the most part. It's all 50 states. You know,
Hey,
we
who
settle
asked
in
that?
the
Who
area.
asked that black
We,
people run Atlanta? Who asked that?
I
okay,
actually that
No,
too.
bro. White people run
white
Atlanta.
people run
Black,
Atlanta,
yeah,
man. I'm
white
sick of
people
hearing
run
that
that
shit, dog.
shit.
White
Oh,
people run
straight up.
Atlanta, and black people got a few good jobs. That's it.
That's it.
They look down on the poor black people. That's all it is. You know,
Was there any
you got a
time
little bit
black
of
people
money.
were in Atlanta?
Never,
Yeah, you got people running around thinking Atlanta's hot. Black people got
never.
we get a little bit of money, a couple jobs, and we let it go to our head. When
Big
you know,
Black, let me tell you something. If you get 30 to 40 miles out of Atlanta, it's KKK town. 30 to 40 miles out of Atlanta, it
hey,
get real Wonder Bread white.
what you guys are hearing about those two boys that were killed?
Up there in those mountains, yeah, them weird ass
What the
niggas
hell?
going.
What the hell would possess them boys to go into mountains in Georgia?
That
Like
is
I said, we don't
being too friendly with white people.
This is what happens when you get too comfortable
Yep.
in America. You know, I don't care how that I deal with. I am not doing certain things. I'm always be aware because I know at all times. Been taught this since I was a kid. You're black in America. Shit can happen to you. You know. And I take that. When you tell these young people that have some of these people here, especially these black immigrants, they're the stupidest people on the planet. Oh man, you always talk about racism and whatnot, you know, until they get their nigger way. You know how many freaking Kenyans and African immigrants were found killed, hung in southern Jersey? They said it was suicide. No, them niggas were hung, being in the wrong place, wrong time, talking to the wrong people. Yeah, Kenyan guys. How you tell me every time a Kenyan guy is just hangs himself or not? You know, why would he hang himself? You know, no. And also in Mississippi, there's been a
Oh
lot of
man,
almost 45 cases since like the 1990s, right, of black men being hung in their jail cells. That's Klan.
and then you know the funny part is, Carla, Mississippi is the state that has the most far as ratio black people to white people, and white
Yeah,
people
Mississippi
still run the show.
45% black.
And white people still run everything. The only thing niggas run is the basic shit. It's a fucking barbershop, a fucking hood ass club. You get what I'm saying? It's a fucking real place and a bunch of goddamn
That's why I
beauty
said
salons.
I am sick and tired of people
But
telling
bro,
young
let me ask you though, because
Go
I
ahead.
know you in trucking. I know you in trucking, just like
Mhm.
me. But you notice when you go through Mississippi, like driving a truck, you notice that the way stations there are like almost always closed.
Yeah. It's like that.
And do you have any explanation as to why? Or
Because Mississippi they want to make it friendly for business. You get what I'm saying? Like you got places like Virginia where the scale house is always open, so you have especially up the state you make drivers don't want to go. Mississippi makes their money off of transportation, so they ain't gonna fuck with you. So they'll have their state troopers sitting out there on it, and on top of that, it's not that many, not that much. It's not a big drug hub of Mississippi. Nobody goes to that hustle. It's a lot of petty hustling going on in Mississippi. You get what I'm saying? But now, if you take that I-59, the one that go from Mississippi up there to Chicago, then that scale house is open up there. But the one through Mississippi is shut down because they don't need it. They waste the money like that. They're not gonna waste some money because Mississippi is not a big tour. Nobody says, you know what, on the weekend I want to go to Mississippi. So they don't have any excess money. Georgia has at least 12 or 15 scale houses. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I noticed it's the same thing in Georgia. I noticed they have like these nice way stations. You can tell that they recently built them in the last like 5-10 years.
Right.
But they're always closed too. Like whenever I go through Georgia, they're always closed.
Yeah. They don't be open that often. They'll open them up maybe once a week or whatever, but they're not pulling. Like right now, they got a truck driver shortage. They got like 18 to 20, so they ain't gonna be pulling drivers in and fucking up their day by fucking with them. You get what I'm saying? That's not gonna work like that. That'll make people not want to drive. That'll make people not want to get out the business.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that always confused me about Mississippi. Right, it's the state with the most blacks in it. Yet it seems like it's the
big black man. Come on, you can't be serious, bro.
No, let me answer the question. I want to hear the whole question. Go ahead. Finish the question, big black.
It's just like, but at the same time, it seems like it's the most racist state. I mean, it's almost like they got the black people to check the. They're always posting me.
Because let me tell you something. Let me give you 3 states. We talking about Alabama, right next to each other. Mississippi and New Orleans got some of the dumbest niggas. Backwood sound like they just jumped off the slave plantation yesterday when they talk. They got their, ooh, you mess over there, don't talk too loud. You know, they talk like that, man. You get what I'm saying? Like you go somewhere and you see a white person talking, a black person talking, they say the word white, they'll go to whispering. That's how they act in Mississippi.
Well, let me just say this, because I'm actually, but hold on, I'm actually considering
feel it. The ghost of segregation and slavery. You can really feel it in the air. I feel it when I even look at images of Mississippi. It's terrifying.
Especially if you get down there by Natchez.
I think you guys are wrong. My thing is this. I'm actually considering, in addition to trucking, getting into farming. But now that I'm doing a lot of loads into Mississippi, I'm trying to really look around the state. It looks nice. It's like a perfect place to have a farm. But what I'll say is this, is that I think you guys are being overly critical of Mississippi. Because what it is you go to Mississippi, you see black people. You see black people doing a lot of stuff. You see black folks working in all kind of.
There's a black.
Hey, Tyler, I want to hear what he's saying that black people doing. What you say, black people doing?
Yeah, you see black people.
My friend, Mr. Rosenthal, right? He opened the first black bank in Vicksburg, Mississippi. Yeah, there's a lot of black. Black people live in there. Let me tell you something. Mississippi probably the place that has some sort of successful segregation. Black people managed to build their own world in Mississippi, right?
Yeah.
At the same time, right? White people,
they still patrolled by white people.
White people have all the modern,
all the power.
The power, you know. Yeah, you got.
Yeah, but here's the thing, and here's what I'm saying.
But everything that goes on, like, you ever some white people in Mississippi are some of the richest people in the world.
Yeah,
you know that. I'm talking about, you know, the Delta area. You got some of the worst third world poverty among black people. White people, parts of Mississippi, Louisiana. You don't think so? Arkansas got predominantly white suburb areas that are friggin' so nice they blow Beverly Hills out the door in the deep South.
Yeah.
know,
But
they
see,
own
here's the
all the
thing.
wealth, everything that goes on. You got white people who own thousands of businesses, thousands of farms, thousands of this, and they just sit back and they're all put in trust, and they just all they do is just sit back and just watch the money grow every freaking day. They don't have to worry about working. They don't worry about nothing but how to spend their vacation. That's the real South, right?
It's no
Same time,
Yeah.
innovation.
there's an
It's
imbalance
no
in our economy,
innovation
right?
in Mississippi. That's what college trying to. It's no innovation. They got jobs there, and they got the regular 10 to 23 businesses that's gonna run there. It's nothing groundbreaking. It's no
All right. Well,
business
let
like
me say
Apple.
this. Let me
Yeah.
say this. Let me just say that. Someone like me, especially coming from the West Coast, I can appreciate Mississippi because I go there and I see, you see, black farmers, you see black people working in the steel mills,
Yeah,
you
we
see
don't mean they're doing
black
good though.
banks, you see, and to me, that
Don't mean
type
the
of
banks
stuff
are
is
doing good.
important.
Don't mean the farms
But
doing
but
good.
hold on, Carla. Let me just say this. To me, that type of stuff it makes me feel more secure, even if living in a place where the black folks have a stake in the ownership of that place. If the black folks own the land there, if they own the houses, a lot of the houses there, if they don't have to
But you
be
need
the
jobs, though. You
richest
need jobs.
people,
You don't have real
but they
jobs,
ha- but
man.
they
If
but
you,
what they
brother, if
have,
you going down to
but
farm, then you're in the perfect spot. You in the country. That's what I'm saying. It just
yeah,
like if you want to go down there, open up your goddamn farm and grow you some tomatoes and some potatoes, then you good. Go on down there and get you some onions. You gonna fit right in then there. It's not
right.
it's not a bustling city. But if you want to go down there and goddamn grow you some onions, then you good.
Hey,
But
but
y'all
see,
gotta
here's
admit,
the
right?
thing, and I'll say this, and I'll land. It's places like Mississippi. Um, you don't need. It's like the blacks and whites can get along. They can be cordial with each other, but they don't really need each other because they have their own
Oh yeah,
world. Like
white people need you.
if you
White
yeah,
people,
if
yeah,
you're
because
a
black
brother
people
in
do ninety
Mississippi,
percent. Black people do 90% of the hard labor
Yeah.
that white people are not going to do. Yeah, they need you. You're
yeah. But
needed
see,
there.
here's the thing: if you're a black man in Mississippi, you don't need to swirl. Like there's no need for you to go chase a white girl or go chase a Latina
You know
or
that
anything
you
like
get
that
killed down
because
there.
and then like the South, that's like the natural habitat for black folks. So the women down there, they have amazing bodies. Like, because they eating that,
Yeah, Obama, man,
they
you just
they
sound like
they
you're
eating the
horny, man.
What the
fruit,
hell are
they
you
they eating
talking
that.
about, bro?
Have you ever seen
Yeah,
a woman in
I've seen
Mississippi,
it.
bro?
Trying to get yourself a passport, bro.
They eating that. Nah, it's because they sitting up there. They eating them candy yams. They eating them greens. All
Hey,
You
all
like big
you
woman
like
to
them
say
you
that.
they
like them
eating the natural
you like
food,
the big bitches, you like the
from
big
the
bitches, bro.
land, and they just
Hey,
look, their
Mississippi got
skin.
the
Them
lowest
Yeah,
little
but
life
here's the
healthy.
thing:
expectancy for
whenever
black
I
They
go
got
people
the
in
down
the
there,
nutrients
in
up.
the
They got the
country.
whenever
nutrients
I
up.
go down there,
Still
right,
talking
the
about
black
organic
women down
food.
there, their skin is so clear. They don't even have a
Bro,
pimple.
bro,
You know what I
bro,
mean?
No,
bro.
all right.
You
It's
can just
something.
look
Right
this
now,
up,
I'm
bro.
gonna turn this black. Okay.
Statistics is not your friends and back
Miss-
up your statements.
Mississippi got some of the most obese bitches in the world, bro.
Obese, low life
Not
expectancy,
Low life
really.
expectancy.
Not
What you
really.
talking
That's
about,
everything.
not
bro?
what I see when I go down there. I see
You,
more obesity in places like California than I see in the South.
hey, I tell you what, man, go and get that farm
Those
down there,
women
and then
down
you
there
get you a
are
big bitch.
they're thick
Clearly,
and
Hey,
curvy,
yo,
but
fellas,
they're not
All the big
obese
women
like
gonna run out
yeah.
the woods and eat
Come on, fam. This man
them.
ain't that short.
fellas,
get
I got
your
another
country,
video for
get you some
yo, fellas, I
corn
got another
muffins.
video for you. I want your comments on this video, right? This is a video I was talking about where the guy is tired. The brother just realized he's gonna die poor. He tired of working his whole life and whatnot. He just breaks down and said, "Look, he worked his life away. I don't want this to happen to Adama.
Fucking stupid,
He gonna
man.
be at that farm
OG
and
in
get him
here
a big
breaks down,
bitch.
man. He say he tired of working, man. You know what? Deep down, man, I feel him in my soul. But verse say you got to keep showing up for it because he needs it out. So, but I ain't gonna hold y'all. You know how we do, man. I'm gonna get right into it, man. Then I give my commentary. This one right here is not gonna be a long show here, but my man breaks down. Say tired of working. Let's get into it.
This ain't funny." It ain't funny, man.
Man, that shit funny, man. He's a clown.
Why you show up to work if you tired?
Yo, he's
Hey,
worked his whole life and he ain't got nothing to show for it.
Got nothing to show for it.
My man say you need a dollar. Hey, madam, you know
And a damn black woman gonna come out there and save her. But if it would have been a black woman out
His
there,
whole life,
they feel like
probably had never had a woman. Probably, he's probably the type that women be using him for rides,
Yep.
fixing the house, paying the bills. But he never had a woman. Never had anything when that. All he did was be a Rufus or whatnot, and just basically,
Mr. $40.
here and there. So it ain't a skit.
Hey, Colin, how did you get your internet to sound good? What did you do? You refreshed it or something? Or just
I refreshed it.
Okay, you good now? Yeah, you coming in. You was breaking up.
So that's not a skit. That's going viral. That guy just basically like, I'm tired. Lord,
Yeah.
I'm tired.
Yeah, you can hear that weakness. You can hear that weakness all in his throat.
You can hear that pain in his voice, man.
Nah, that's cowardly. He don't sit back and just let people step on him, just being the good boy. You got listen, at the end of the day, if you ain't checking your bank account, if you ain't got goddamn $1,000 more in your bank account than you had the year before, you're hustling backwards.
Yeah, so the bottom line is this guy basically spent his whole life working hard and he got nothing to show for it. So he's like, I'm just tired. And he probably just like he got a whole work schedule for the week when that and
living check to check.
All he has to do is all he has work looking for, and he can't stop because he missed one paycheck. He's gonna be homeless one night.
Yep. Living check to check.
That's funny, man.
Even sadder part, there'll be an African would love to come to America and take what his misery for him.
Replace him in a minute.
Replace you in a minute. That's why I said you got brothers like that, right? Who he wants to get to the next level. And you got people like Elvis coming here to take their job.
And become a Democrat.
Yeah, tell you how great it is when that with Kamala Harris and whatnot, I'm telling you, a lot of brothers get angry, man. They ain't getting ahead, man. To add to black immigrants, like this is heaven, man. Working a job like this guy got is probably heaven compared to what
look at his feet. He's stepping on grass. He ain't even stepping on dirt. That African dirt. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, they would love to take it play. They'd be like, what are you complaining about?
You got it good. Y'all got it good over there and whatnot.
Yeah. He got on shoes. He ain't got on flip-flops. He ain't got no slides.
Damn.
That's what it is.
You got greenery and bushes.
You guys are young. Get your plan together. Don't be this dude, man. Don't do it.
Hey, you know what though? You see how those bushes on the side of the house? That's something that you never see that in Nigeria. You never see
I never see in Africa. You never see bushes or somebody with a lawn.
Yeah, you don't see no lawns. Yeah.
I said, we build the Afghanistan. We're gonna have regular. We're gonna have wall compound bullshit. We're gonna have front lawns, backyards like we do here.
Hey, big black. You know it's gonna fuck you up when you finally go to Africa. You're gonna see that in the nicer areas. You're gonna be straight up concrete,
man.
They're gonna be. It's gonna be.
I hear y'all, man. I never disagreed with y'all. I was hearing Colin's story earlier, like the guy that was getting over on him. It wasn't even you wouldn't even do a person of a different color like that the way he was getting, that was sad. He didn't it's like even as a human, the respect level as far as like Colin was explaining how we tried to always try to put a little money in his pocket, and turn around and do what he did to Colin. That was
Well, the bottom line, the whole thing is this, right? You gotta understand when you go to these countries, right? It really hits you, right? Look,
I'd be pissed off.
So y'all think slavery was a good thing then?
Let me tell you something, man. I'm gonna tell you like this.
That's what I wanted to ask. Ask Jonathan Toto earlier.
I don't know what's a good thing.
We doing better than the motherfucking Africans. I'll tell you that.
Right? I'm a black to the 20th power, black nationalist, whatnot.
No, I wasn't asking you, but you was.
Let me tell you my opinion on that. Right? I'm saying, right? Somehow, right? Out of everything, all the hell went through 400 years, and also I heard Kwame Nkrumah said this. I heard somebody else said this. He said, when they looked at Black history, a lot of historians, right, particularly some African historians, that's what's shocking. Some African historians said this. This is back in the 60s, 50s, 60s, right? They were saying the only good thing that came out of all this hell we went through for 4 years, slavery, closing, is we do got a Black population, a large Black population inside of America that survived. That's going to be key to liberating Africa. That's what they said back in the days. So right now, this tension between Black America and Africa is orchestrated. It's really orchestrated, right? Because the bottom line is Black America has the potential to liberate Africa. We could easily replace the Chinese if we were organized. That's why they keep us in a minstrel, foolish state of mind. That's why they got O'Shea Duke Jackson out there. He got another video going at this guy, this Jamaican guy, whatever. He called him Jamaican, but he's actually Barbados. It's about scamming. And the people in the comment section say, how do you know he's scamming? He maybe he's doing legit business. OJ is like, don't buy land from anybody. No proof, no nothing. Just blanket statement. Don't buy land for nobody. Whatnot. Who are you? You're a minstrel ass troll Sambo from California. Whatnot. And so therefore, you telling people, look, I'm like this. Not everything situation will go. Just like we had the situation of Taiwan, who major dynasty. We learn from it, right? But instead of we can be an intelligent people saying, what can we learn from that, right? And this is what I do. This is why I condemn Dynasty for not getting ahead of this and saying, okay, let's talk about this. What did we do wrong? Dynasty just brushed it under the rug, and O'Shea never said nothing about it publicly. So
that's how you know these niggas is frauds, because they won't say nothing.
Right, and so the bottom line is when O'Shea
comes selective. It's selective.
Talks about Brother Bomani, I'm like, wait a minute. The biggest thing we ever had was that Luke Major Taiwo situation. He didn't say nothing about that. And then also the Haiti History Museum. All these things O'Shea never talked about. Tariq just told him. This is what happened with Tariq, right? O'Shea when Brandon and Tariq were going at it, right? The court case and all like that. O'Shea did a commentary, right? And you know how O'Shea does? He does backhanded comments and whatnot, just like that. And he was basically saying, now Brandon's argument is this, and he basically articulated what Brandon was saying to Tariq. And it came out that O'Shea was throwing dirt out there, And then Tariq like, keep my name out your mouth, nigga. O'Shea would just explain the situation to his audience, right? And it looked like O'Shea was telling on Tariq. And Tariq said, yo, look, I'm not throwing Dynasty under the bus, but I am saying I care more about this movement than I do Dynasty, Because I got a nigga like O'Shea who wants to destroy this world. He's an interloper. He's like a disease who infiltrated the Pan-African space. And I'm not fooled by this Kunganda channel he got,
What does it sound like, though, Collins? Like Dynasty didn't know at first, right?
I'm like this. I don't think. See, I'm never saying anybody was scamming, right? But I'm saying it was mismanagement. There's a difference. Like Mufasa was trying to say last night to Idiot Elvis, right? Mismanagement and things falling through or things going left is different than scam. Scamming implies a malicious intent. You understand? Malicious intent.
And I don't give a fuck. They have malicious intent.
See, I say, I can't, in my position, I can't say that.
What are you gonna do?
I guess people may have to say that, right? But I basically don't know what's in their heart and mind when I couldn't find the evidence. I think so. It may be they were scamming when but since I can't prove it, right? I'm responsible to say I don't know.
Right. That's a response. I get what you're saying, Mufasa. I think that's Mufasa. I get what you're saying, but at least Colin's trying to be responsible in his reaction, because Colin can say the same thing too. Man, all of them were scamming. They was all on Dinah's show, so they all were scamming. Like how we do it, like how we stand where I'm from. Man, if you didn't know, you should have known, because you were standing right there with them. But at the end of the day, Colin's being responsible and O'Shea is being reckless. You know what I'm saying? He only can be that reckless because he's in a city like Uganda where nobody don't want to visit. Nobody don't want to go there.
States, man, people pull up on his ass. He knows it,
Yeah.
Because it could be a situation where a person just didn't do all his homework, right?
Yeah, it could have been that. That could have been too. That happens a lot in the Black circle. Then we could say, what can we do then? I went over the points of what they should have done. and whatnot. I don't know if anybody really ever wanted to hear it. I said this was so I learned from them what not to do. You know, I know what not to do. When eventually, when I make my move, you know, I know what to do. What the bottom line? One thing I'm not gonna
Hey,
do.
but Colin, at the same time, I can understand why people can say, well, you know what? You know what I'm saying? For him being a big host, like him being careless is him being a part of it too, because
Yeah, that's my problem was he was promoting it. He was, and the reason why a lot of people, even a lot of my BAO members, would and did with that with him is because it was Dynas. I was on Dynas' show one night, you know, and Dynas was like, like I told you, my mistake was right when we had
But
that
like,
first that BAO
go
meeting,
ahead,
right?
man.
That right there, I should have friggin' stopped being lazy at that time, right? And just and got my own YouTube channel and led the movement from there. You know, I should have been there. I should have 100,000 subscribers right now, but I didn't. I never. Everybody knows I never wanted to be on YouTube. You know, and I think now it's too late. I missed so many opportunities. I don't know if I'll ever get the momentum back again. We was on a roll. I mean, we had the momentum back then. You know.
you just letting the YouTubers be YouTubers.
Yeah, well, yeah. I said I would have did it like okay, we got the BAO, and well, this is what we're doing. We had young people. The one thing about the BAO, these were young black people. This was showing a different side. Show how people had evolved. These people that would join the BAO were educated black people, people with skills, people lived in corporate America. When Michael Jackson worked on Wall Street, he was going to form. He was going to form a virtual electronic bank with Lou Major, you know? And I was like, yeah, he had that skills like that. Now he's in Ghana. He's a flamer, right? But I sort of let it pass because I used to say shit like that, but he knew I was homophobic, but he still stuck with me though. I knew that it was like I had a don't ask, don't tell policy, you know? I don't want to know, don't tell me, you know? I think it was a flame, you know. I said, don't ask, don't tell. It was a don't ask, don't tell. But you know why? Only reason why I did that because he was so valuable to me, you know.
You mean he was a sugar boy?
Oh yeah. The bottom line is, smart. I wouldn't fuck with him if I didn't think he was absolutely vital to
I
whatever.
got you.
You know, in those cases, you got to make exceptions. You know, you got to be like, yo, this guy is just too valuable, man. But he
I
got what he.
understand that, but I do understand how people can say you guilty by association too.
Yeah, so everybody knows I ain't with that. But the
Yeah.
bottom line is,
Don't worry, Colin. You ain't get to by association with me.
oh yeah.
I'm
It's a
fucking with you.
business decision.
I'm fucking with you. But when it comes to that, when it comes to like somebody being took, it's the same way. If me and Carla, if you Carla at my house, and then I have some friends come over, and then one of my friends rob y'all. You get what I'm saying? But they ain't rob me. They rob you and Jonathan. It's still gonna look bad on me because it happened at my house.
Yeah, it was your friend, you know. And so,
Yeah, it was somebody that I introduced y'all to. You get what I'm saying? Like
oh yeah,
y'all would have never,
yeah.
y'all
You
would have
remember the
never.
movie?
Yeah, that's on
Remember the
you,
movie Hall of
Hustle, because
Fame?
you supposed to
I get
stop the nigga
that.
from robbing.
Yeah,
But
on
you
some
guys remember,
on some street shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would think you masterminded it.
Yeah,
the movie Hall
but
of
this is the
Fame?
thing though. This is the only reason why I give him a pass, because if you look at the video, you can see Dynas is not street smart at all. So he was
Yeah,
kind of
also
just,
Dice has no
yeah. You look at the
Uh,
video, he's not
you
street
ain't
smart.
you ain't gotta be street smart to know somebody fucking doing stupid shit on your channel.
Oh, it was definitely that. It
really
was
thought
definitely stupid.
he was going to build this goddamn
God
a
damn.
revolutionary thing. The Black Americans buying land in Africa.
Like,
You know,
nigga, you a grown man. You know these niggas over here selling shit that don't
Hey
exist on
man,
your
check this out. I just want y'all to know that me and Hustle Smart, we got plots for sale in Africa.
yeah,
$200.
I would definitely not
Hey,
buy it.
Colin, you better stop that shit. I'ma get in on it. I
Y'all get
swear.
off
The
something, man.
cash app
That's
is
my
you
wholesale
being
for you.
sued.
Get off.
I'll give
That
it
is
the
the
hustle
story,
smart
man.
price.
Hey,
125 an acre. 125
hey,
an
send y'all
acre.
payment. Send y'all payments back to Gmail.
Yeah. Yeah, send it to my cash out. Send it to my,
And we only sell plots. You got to buy 10 minimum at
yeah.
one time. We don't do
10
the little itty
plots.
bitty plots,
10,
okay?
10
Get
minimum.
in
That's
on
the
it now. Get in on it now, man.
Man,
And
now,
if we
he
gonna
was
now,
on some shit,
now.
man. He was like, oh yeah. I get 5. I get 5 lives.
But you want to know what? But you want to know what Colin played the video? What made it sound so bad that the first words came out this dumbass Haitian nigga with glasses on laying in the bed. He was talking about we gonna farm this shit, and I'm like, nigga, you ain't never been you felt that Nigerian son. And these old ass niggas ain't finna go out there and farm.
Not only that,
I didn't get the whole farm thing.
Yeah, Nigeria
Maybe y'all
ain't
get
no.
together. We'll get a whole farm.
Yeah, he was like,
I
man,
understand that one.
He was like, we gonna farm this shit. I'm like, Nigeria is not a farm country. You know what I'm saying? You don't just go there to farm. If you're gonna go anywhere to farm, like Uganda, like Rwanda.
There is farming country.
I mean, they got farming, but I'm just saying, but not in the city. And if you go
Yeah,
in
if
the
you want to farm, you go to Zimbabwe. Okay, bro,
yeah, Nigeria is not bad. Nigeria don't have hardly no farming, Colin.
Yeah,
that's what I was about to say. Is that land even farmable?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because that's something. Listen, let me tell y'all something. Y'all always say I talk about other people. Let me tell you how I was breathing at my feet. I ain't never stared at my feet so long walking at that heat.
They have some land that's farmable there, but it's just in certain areas.
Yeah, but
nobody wants to go
How
to.
you staring at your feet?
I was staring at my feet because that sun, I was leaned over in the L position. It was so goddamn hot, man. It wasn't. Listen, I'm telling you, man. If Mufasa say he saw it, I'm gonna say I didn't see that. I did not see a cloud in the sky. The whole time I was there, that sun, it like that sun was just telling me it was on me. It wasn't on nobody else. And I was steady, goddamn bent over, looking at my motherfucking feet, breathing on them and sweating. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't even stay upright. It was horrible, bro.
But I heard Houston.
Were you ever there when it was like raining, and it's still hot to the motherfucker?
I never was over there when it was. I wasn't over there when it was. It didn't rain not one time when I was there.
But I heard
you gotta see that.
Houston weather gets hot like that, where it gets so hot where
no, it don't.
Where your soles like melt to the concrete and all that type of shit.
Not Houston, but you get up there by Dallas or whatever. One time I was in Dallas, man. I was in DeSoto, right outside of Dallas. I got out the truck, opened the door, and shut the door back. That's how hot it was.
I'm going to Dallas next. I'm gonna be in Dallas next week.
I had to roll down the window. You have to roll down the windows and get acclimated to the weather.
Yeah, I live in a high desert. It'd be like 115 sometimes.
It's a dry. It's like when you can see the heat coming off your car, like you can see the waves. That's how it is in Dallas in the summertime.
And then it's that humidity, huh? They got that humidity out there.
It's none. It'll be none. It'll be none. And that's how it be in Nigeria sometimes. It don't be no air. You'll get some air at nighttime or whatever, but in the daytime, man, you don't feel shit. You know what I'm saying? You don't even want to open up your windows, then they got them gangster mosquitoes.
That's crazy.
Gangster mosquitoes, man. You know, they're sleeping with that net shit. That shit ain't foolproof. Them bitches waking up with malaria with the and some of them nets, they have holes in them.
Okay. But they be in shape though. One thing about them Arab boy, they be in shape.
They motherfucker trekking 12 kilometers.
Yeah, the food is scarce, man. So
the food is scarce. Most of their diet is
lucky to get a mouthful a week, man. So.
Most of their diet is carbs. You know what I'm saying? They ain't eating that much meat. And the meat is they eating is like
meat they eat is fish.
If they get that, and then they do that crayfish. It's like crayfish or some type of smoked fish. They do. It's called. They eat a lot of mackerel. They call it Titan. They call it Titan fish. They call it Titan, but it ain't nothing but like that mackerel you buy in the can. Like they don't even sell it in America because it's so oily. So they put it in the can. But they do that with the smoked fish, or they use like some type of They use a type of oil of. It's mostly oil or base like that. They don't eat meat. They eat a lot of yam, a lot of egg sauce, and a lot of stews. But no, they don't. They definitely, like in America, we eat meat probably 3 times a day. You know what I'm saying? Most people eat meat 3 times a day. They definitely don't eat. They might eat meat 3 times a month. And then some of the beef that they eat is the tripe. You get what I'm saying? They be eating the stomach of like how Americans eat the stomach of the pig. They eat the stomach of the cow. In the goosey, most of it gonna be is tripe, which is the stomach of the cow, and it's that gelatinous. It ain't even gelatinous. It's like rubbery, and they just cook it down. You get what I'm saying?
What meat do they be eating with the fufu? I like the fufu.
The fufu has no. If
Yeah.
you like fufu, then you like the taste of a t-shirt because it has no taste.
Fufu
It's
is
the
nasty, man.
it's the soup that
I
they put.
haven't seen them eat meat with fufu
No, I'm saying
before.
like that's that like doughy
They eat
type
that
stuff
shit
or
with
something, right?
everything. Fufu, they
And
eat
they
that with
sop it up
everything.
with something.
Yeah,
Like,
they eat them with
I
soup
like
though.
that though. But I'm saying like this is like there's a meat and a soup that they dip the fufu in and grab stuff with.
Yeah, every soup.
It goosey, but what I'm saying, the meat looks like it's not what we would call beef. Like in America, you go to the butcher store, they'll give you that, they'll throw that shit away. They won't even sell it to you. But if you go there, like especially if you go to the shop, right? Most of our shop, right, have like a little restaurant in there, and they have the little stuff, the goosey, the amala. It's got the amala. And you know what I'm saying? Now, if you get like the goat pepper soup or you get the fish soup, then that's gonna have the fish or the goat meat, but the beef is gonna be tripe. It's gonna be tripe, man. You
But
know,
that's not the same thing as that what's that the chitlins is it?
it's the same.
No.
Yes, it's the same.
Yeah, I mean that's chillings on a cow
It's
though,
the
not on the
chitlins on
pig.
the cow. It's
Yeah,
just
the
big.
pig.
It's just bigger. It's just big. You got to look at it. You got to look at the picture. It just looks different because the cow stomach lining is bigger than
Yeah,
bigger than the
It,
pig. But it's the same thing. It's the stomach and the pig and the cow guts. And
yeah,
then
the gut.
they definitely eat the motherfucking foot. They'll fuck a foot up.
All right, folks. I got Zongo coming on. Hey, Zongo, did you make a new account up? That's how you got on, or somebody unblocked you?
I think my other account is still unblocked though.
Nah, he got another
But he
account.
don't have to. Hey, Colin, he can be blocked and still come on Streamline.
Yo, he can come on the stream. I'm talking about the chat
In
room.
the chat, in the
Oh,
chat.
No, in the chat you can't see me in the chat. Like my other account, even the account that I used to join my Streamline. Yeah, no, I don't think you can see my comment.
Well, I just saw your comment just now. Says
Yeah,
Zongo.
it's a different account actually. It's a different account.
at Tolliver, yeah, you're right. America people eat pig feet too, but I'm just saying that it's not a lot of people that eat pig feet.
They
It's
eat
a
pig feet in
lot of.
I'm
Liberia.
blocked out
But
the
they eat
chat
pig feet
too,
in Liberia.
Zongo.
Yo, my mother-in-law tried to serve me. I said, look, I don't eat that shit over in America. Hey, get that shit out of here, pig feet. They brought that from America, pig feet, man. I'm like,
No, and then hey man, and some of this Colin, in some of the stores in Georgia, they'll have pickled pig feet at the counter.
Liberia has a lot of stuff like in the deep south, man. It's like,
Yeah, they got pickled pig ears, snout, all that shit.
Then they got the
Everything.
pickled eggs. Oh my god, man! I tried one of them.
I got my two favorite people, man, Zongo and Elvis on. What did I do to
Oh,
deserve this shit?
whoa.
but I'm gonna give let's give Dinus the benefit of the doubt. That's the homie.
So my whole thing is this: hey, Big Black, Big Black. Look,
I
I
ain't
love
gonna do
He didn't do anything.
and everything like that.
He ain't
But
no
I'm
scammer.
sorry. I am sorry. This movement is too serious. I want to let people know I am not playing games,
Right.
whatever like that. And I will fall out with anybody over this movement, right? Right there, I told Dinus back then, even before he got involved with Lou Major, I said, "Don't fuck with that guy." I said, not that I don't think he said, but he got it don't sound right, right? Because I'm like, I know what it takes to build something like that and everything, and it didn't sound right. I said that lady is not in Nigeria, right? You have nobody on the ground. Did you actually see the land? Do you have the deeds on paper and whatnot? Nothing. You're just buying, selling plots of land on her word that she's going to get the land once she gets there, you know?
Exactly. I mean,
ugly ass.
all they need is just say I'm from Nigeria, I'm from Ghana, and that's it. That's the validation.
Hey, put her picture up, Carla. Put her picture up so they can see her ugly ass.
But
No,
check this out, Congo. That was before. Hold up, that's before College Genesis came on. That's now. I'm telling people, don't
nah,
trust them no
that's not a
niggas
reality.
over there.
But even here,
Nah, see,
See,
Dynas was the validation. It wasn't because of them. Nobody even knew who the fuck they was.
You're
Yeah.
right. You're right. But I think some black people that like yesterday I was saying like if you are really into Pan Africanism, you tend to give.
That's a fake,
Wait. Let,
gullible,
let me finish.
foolish
Yeah, I get what you're
simple
saying.
Pan Africanism, where you just believe everything that comes out of an African's mouth, man. You
Yeah.
know,
Because
everything
because
Africans tell
like
you, and
black.
that you just go along with. Them
Yeah,
days,
but Kala,
they
like
go,
some black people, they tend to give some Africans some benefit of doubt. Even when
well,
I
that's
came
why I
to the
said
U.S.
don't do that. Don't do
Yeah,
that.
even when I came to the U.S., I remember like in Chicago when I told them I'm from Ghana, they thought like I'm probably a king or something. I'm from the royal
Well, them
family. I'm
days
like,
are over. Yeah, them days are over, man. I
Yeah,
know.
that's it. It's over, man. Especially with Tariq Nasheed shit. It's
Yeah,
over.
especially with me, people like Tariq.
man, I was
It's
given
over, man.
special privilege, man. They thought I
Hey
was
yo,
from the
that yo,
royal family,
that
man.
Prince Akeem. You thought you was Prince Akeem like coming to America and shit. That's
Yeah, yeah.
how Africans on that coming to America shit. They got a bag of Red Bone, Sherry Alley, like when that
Yeah, that
we go
shit is
back to
over,
Africa when that.
Zongo.
That's what the Lewis thinks, right?
Wait,
A
Carlos, some
bag of
people still
Sherry
believe in
Alley
that
type
shit
when
today,
that.
man. Till today, man. If you go to like typical black communities, some people still believe in that shit.
I don't believe in that shit no more, man.
Oh man,
Nah,
Hustle
it's
Smart,
over,
man.
Zongo.
But Hustle Smart, you've traveled, you will travel, so your mindset's kind of a little different. I'm saying the black community, you can meet people that believe in that shit.
Well, I guess,
Only
hey,
people,
you know
That's
only
what?
over
people
with as soon as you
believe in
say
that
it. You
shit
gonna
is
have to show
like,
and prove. You gonna have to,
Hey, just for the sake of not arguing, it's a fool everywhere. So I just for the
oh,
sake of not arguing the point, it's a dumb nigga everywhere. So I get it.
Maybe
uh,
some maybe black men might be black men generally are very wise about the women. They might be a little bit vulnerable. I would
Hey,
say that
Zargo, what part of Africa are you from?
from Ghana,
Oh, okay, I get it now. I get it.
they might be a little bit vulnerable. Well,
What
why do
what
you say
part
that?
what part of Ghana?
I'm from the eastern region.
Is that more like the Kumasi area?
No. I mean, I think
Kumasi is central.
it's between Accra and Kumasi actually.
I got you. I
Yeah,
understand.
45 minutes drive from Accra, not far away.
I got you.
Yeah. So
That's why I said if I go to Ghana, I want to go in the Kumasi area. I don't want to be in the Accra area. You know what I'm saying? I want to go in the Kumasi area.
you want to go to the remote areas, though.
Hey,
Yeah,
that's where the pussy is cheaper at.
you didn't see yesterday's like video like Carlos showed O'Shea,
that's
man.
a
He went to
wow, man.
Uganda. He went he went to Uganda,
hey,
man, and he
shit,
was
that's real fucking talk. Shit.
he went to Uganda and he was running some sex tourism over there in Uganda. I'm like, dude, man.
He got to do what he got to do since he
Man,
ain't gonna do no way his doctor degree if he really got one. Because I just don't understand how you go like you're not gonna be a doctor. You go what doctor say you know what I don't want to be a doctor. I want to be a YouTuber. That don't even make sense.
His daddy, where's my dad's a
yeah,
big.
Edna, man, I'm from the north, but I grew up in the eastern region, like closer to the north. It's
Oh,
not far
if
away from the north.
he can't get a job in his field, then yeah, he'll go to YouTube.
But what doctor can't get a job?
There's a lot of
You
doctors
can
that
work in
can't get a job.
Africa.
I don't
You
know.
can
I don't know.
work
Not
in
one
Africa.
doctor that graduate can't get a job.
I mean, maybe perhaps he's making a lot more money with this YouTube money
Hey,
than
no,
just
he's
like.
not. No, he's not.
Because
Eh,
even when you graduate as a lawyer, if you can't find a job, you can get a job with the state being a public defender. That's why they push those perfection.
but think about it though. Think
It
about it
Doctors
though.
and lawyers,
depends on what
always
your
have
field is.
a pathway,
Zongo has his
to a
degree.
job.
Zongo
You
has his
Always.
know, it
degree.
depends on what kind of doctor he is. Also, if he
Yeah,
even is a doctor, so
And
but but
that's my whole point. That's my
It
whole
depends
point.
but
what kind of medicine he was
but
practicing.
but but, but, but think about
yeah.
it though, because his YouTube account is probably in the U.S., right? But he's based in Uganda, so he's living cheap and making more money over there. Like, so he's kind of like in terms of his savings, he's saving a lot more money than if he was in the U.S. and working with his doctorate. Like,
All right, so
so you gotta think about
basically,
it from that angle.
YouTube is his employer, basically.
Yeah, I mean, he has a lot
That's
of
a yo,
channels.
yo,
Celebrity
that's a
Chunk, he
sad
has Celebrity
situation.
Chunk,
Now
I
you ever
mean,
know
shit, if
Uganda,
he's
you ever
getting
know
Ocean
millions of
Production.
views,
you
shit,
ever
he
know
might be
something?
getting paid more as a
Check this out. To a black
YouTube.
YouTuber, 300,000 people is a good thing. Mr. Beast, that guy right there, is have a half a billion. He probably has close to a billion subscribers right now. And I see white guys that be having 100 million subscribers. That one girl that had a TikTok, right? She has her own reality show. 100 million followers. They be
Yeah.
having those numbers.
If you don't have a million, you a small YouTuber anyway. Even a
Yeah,
No,
million is small YouTuber.
well, it's not really about the subscribers. It's actually about your viewership, though. I
yeah,
mean,
the
Yeah,
viewership.
yeah,
I see the viewership is not that high.
yeah.
That's why you
Viewership.
got to put out
no,
so many videos every day.
but it depends. It depends on how like in a day if you put more videos and
And
people
also,
views.
Go check this out. There's a Bible, same in the Bible. It says a fool uttereth all his mind.
But you gotta understand, O'Shea has been in this business for a long. He put
Oh
like
yeah, but
Kevin
hold
on,
on. Yeah,
Kevin
I know
Summers
that.
on. He put a lot of people on
He was in the manosphere first, the red pill
for a long
manosphere.
time, so he
He's the one who
knows the
introduced the
money
world
game in the
to
YouTube.
people
You
like
know,
Donovan Sharp, all these freaking people. That's where O'Shea comes from. Donovan Sharp and all these other clowns, Tommy Sotomayor, Hodge twins, and that crowd right there. That's O'Shea and whatnot. Phil Scott. Those are all man pill, red pill man type shit, right? And then O'Shea in 2019, he decided to get into Pan Africa because he saw Dinah's channel growing and whatnot, and so he wanted to get into it. But he had made a couple trips to Uganda tricking. And so
but can I ask can I ask people a question? Like, like a lot of the Pan Africans, right? Regarding like the
I'm not
land.
Pan
Pan Africanism is dead, man.
It doesn't exist.
I'm
I
a
wanted
Pan
to ask.
African. Go ahead, shoot.
I wanted to ask
The only
regarding
Pan
like
African here is Big Black.
I
Yeah.
wanted
Marlon,
to
you a
ask like
Pan
Pause.
They
African
Pan
too.
African in spirit. They waiting for y'all to stop the tribalism, and then they gonna come back.
Pause.
I wanted
Marlon's
to
a
ask
Pan African.
like regarding the land scam that kind of took place between Lou Major, and his cronies or something like that, right? So people just because the person is black and he's Pan African and his associate claims to be from the continent, so automatically you just believe that person. Like is that
No,
the
not on this.
economic
Well, you can
trading
call if
philosophy?
she's a scammer, you
That's
can't
why I
call no
tell people all
Pan
the time:
African.
don't listen to nothing these niggas got to tell you because they're all full of shit. You
I
know,
mean, it's some old people out there that you can scam them. I mean, it go down every day. Old people. I don't know how old
and the
people
bottom
become
line,
old and become feeble, but
I had one of my members, right, BA member, Mike Akins. He was one of my top guys. He was supposed to go to Angola with a group. We in 2020, but COVID hit, right? He's now with Dr. I've been trying to tell him, man, stay away from that crazy lady. He's down hanging out with Dr. Arakana and whatnot. And he took $100,000 to Tanzania. I said, man, there's nothing going to go. I haven't heard from him, man. Like he was the guy that was talking to me and Bamani in that thing. He was the guy that was on the bottom talking.
Oh
And
shit.
so basically he went to Tanzania and whatnot. Evidently it didn't work out because he would be calling me bragging and whatever like that. I
Yeah,
told him,
he embarrassed to talk to you now because you the one told him not to do
yeah, because the motherfuckers think
it.
they know more than me. Hey, like I said, these other guys that went with Lou Major one night, they're crying now. And I tried to warn them, no, don't forget.
Man, there was one time Lou Major said he was in Nigeria, he was in Ghana trying to do some business.
He would say he was in Ghana, but when we had the show, right, it was like 5 o'clock in the after evening here, right? And when he went to in Ghana, he went out on his porch and it was sunlight beaming in while he's smoking a cigar. I'm saying, how can it still be sunlight in Ghana?
Man,
You know?
man, if you smoke a cigar, man, I don't even trust you in the first place, you know?
No, I smoke a cigar, but I'm
Carla
saying,
smokes cigars.
Oh yeah, I know I don't trust Carla, man.
Hey, big black, pause. What country do you want to visit though? What country do you want to visit in Africa?
Shit, I can listen to y'all. Shit, I don't know what country.
Man, Big Black is broken, man. He's Brooklyn.
Hey, do
Let his broke ass stay in Chicago,
do
man.
East Africa or South Africa, man. That's
I had
all
to
I
listen
can
to
tell you.
college story. Shit, I don't know where to go. Shit.
No,
Big Black
hey,
stays in
don't do.
Chicago,
No,
man.
hey, if you're gonna do
Broke
West
ass stays in
Africa,
Chicago.
I'll tell you to do Senegal first. Senegal is probably the safest West African country. Senegal,
Liberia's
then.
safe. Liberia's pretty safe.
I
Yeah,
mean,
Liberia's
probably
safe.
not.
well, you know
Probably
what? I don't mean safe as far as
Man,
security.
man,
I mean,
Rasmus,
where you
man,
gonna.
you gotta join the channel and share your experience with us,
It's
man.
gonna be between Nigeria.
No, don't
For
you
real.
take your ass, Big Black. Don't
Well,
take your big ass.
the
Don't you
last
take your big ass to Nigeria. I just told you I was staring at my feet the whole time I was there. Now,
I'm
Big
gonna lose
Black,
some weight. I go
Big
to
Black,
Nigeria though.
you sound like you bigger than me now. So don't you take your ass to Nigeria, bro. Don't do it. I'm telling, go somewhere comfortable, man. Go where you're gonna get the confidence. It's gonna be a struggle. Nigeria's a struggle country, bro.
And nobody don't go to
Why do you
Nigeria.
say that though? Why do you say that
Don't
though?
even go
Come
there
on,
on
man.
your
What
day
you
off,
just-
man. Don't go there.
It's a struggle country once you get, unless you're gonna sit up in the hotel all day. And if you're gonna sit up in the hotel all day, you shouldn't even go. So I'm telling you, Senegal is a good one, and Ghana is good. That's far as West Africa, and then East Africa, I would suggest Kenya or either Rwanda as a start, just to get you broken into. You know what I'm saying? Pause.
I say I like South Africa, Kenya.
Man, you ain't gonna like South Africa with all the
Why?
white people, man. You ain't gonna like South Africa. South Africa is probably the closest African country that like America.
Yeah.
The way
And then
they
also,
act.
man, South Africa got a huge dangerous crime rate.
It's dangerous as fuck
There's
there too.
carjackings, murders. It's really dangerous, man. You know.
Man, there's dangers everywhere, man. But if you
No,
go
no,
there,
South
man,
Africa
Nah,
got
it's dangerous in South Africa, but don't do South
if-
Africa. Do Rwanda or Kenya. And if you want to go see the old face Jackson, go to Uganda. Uganda is cool too.
I'm gonna go to South Africa. I'm like the
Oh,
Africans that
okay.
come here. You know that some of the Africans they'll go straight to the hood. Like shit, I know my people. Shit.
Oh, okay. So where you gonna go to? Because it's definitely segregated in there. If you're gonna go to the areas where the white people at, you know what I'm saying? Because it's definitely.
But
I don't
how
know, man.
smart? You been in East? You been in East Africa before or South before?
I've been to Kenya.
Oh, you've been in Kenya. Oh, okay.
Kenya, Kenya's
I've been
Kenya's
thinking about
cool.
Kenya though too.
Kenya is good because you can get 4G, 5G. You know what I'm saying? You can. The internet is good there, and the electricity is good there.
But
Yeah.
in South Africa, where you have a situation like what Kala experienced.
Now South Africa is more. It's more Americanized. It's gonna be the closest you're gonna get to America, closest African country that you're gonna get like America.
Yeah. I mean, if you don't like the kind of, if you kind of like really into partying, and you don't like the American hood kind of
Yeah,
hood
if you
lifestyle,
ain't into the party scene, that's
man, don't go to
they
West
all
Africa,
about
man.
that shit.
You probably
Believe
go to
me,
West Africa
you
too,
ain't
man.
gonna like South Africa, Big Black. I'm telling you, you ain't gonna like it, bro.
But even West Africa, she's not gonna like. Even like Austin Holloman, he went to Ghana. He was like he didn't like because he probably saw the same kind of behavior he saw in America over there.
Yeah, they got that same Americanism. Like that's what I'm saying. Like they get Americanized. That's why I don't even like. That's why I said if I go to Ghana, I don't want to go to Accra. I'd rather go to Kumasi. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
for you, Big Black, I'm telling you,
Man,
Kenya or either Senegal would be perfect for
It
you.
sounds like you like, you know what I'm saying? If you was telling me to go to Disney World, you're like, don't go on the big ride, just get on the teacups.
man, Big
Just
Black,
get on the
stay your
teacup.
ass back in Chicago, man. We don't want you in Africa, man. Stay your ass back in Chicago.
You see, Zion, what do you think about that, Big Black?
What'd he say?
You're a Pan Africanist, and Africans
Oh,
told you like,
I done had African friends, man. I had African friends, man. You know
Man,
that
stay your ass
I had
back
to
in
kick the weight
Chicago, man.
after
We
work,
don't
and
want you. We don't want you on the continent, man.
Zongo, you know, Zongo.
But
That's
Big Black, are you going by yourself or are you going with somebody else?
if I go, I'll probably go with my friend. I got another guy that's a homie that's
Okay,
Pan
now if
African.
you going with somebody else, it don't matter. See, me, I'm just, I'm a gutter monkey, so what I'm saying, I go by myself. You know what I'm saying? I'm one of them type of people. I
But if I was to go by myself, what would you recommend?
Senegal or Kenya.
But don't they speak? Ain't there fish speaking in Senegal?
No, they speak English there. They speak French there too.
Okay.
But the food is better. For the food,
even in English speaking countries, you still can't understand what
yeah,
Africans
you
be
still can't understand what the fuck they be saying.
You still can't understand what they be saying, so it doesn't even matter. You got to talk. Africans talking clicks and grunts and suggestions.
Yo,
I be understanding because I be watching so many of them channels. I can understand
oh
that one.
man,
Hey
come
man,
on, man.
no,
You gotta,
them ain't the native, bro.
I can
Them
understand
ain't
that
the
picture.
Africans like Zongo know how to flap their lips and make these clicks and sounds.
yo, man. There you go, man. This crazy dude
Hey,
got
Big
it.
Black, those you ain't talking to the native. They English is way different. They speak
They
English
said that the
mixed with
pigeon. Yeah, they speak
Yoruba.
that pigeon.
Yeah, they'll mix it, bro. They'll remix it. They'll remix a whole fucking sentence on you. But what I'm saying, I'm just
Yo,
saying, if
Big Mac,
you,
what you gotta do is bring buy some drums, right? And African community,
Oh man, there you go. This collar,
you
man.
gotta know how to
Easy
do the
collar,
dance,
man.
whatnot, and the
There
little
you go.
shake, the little thing, that jingling thing. That's how they communicate.
I guess when you went to Liberia, that's how they treated you over there in
Oh yeah, that's
Liberia,
not
collar.
Africans, man. That's how they do it. The rural parts of Liberia, which is like Africa. Monrovia is civilized. It's like Black America.
But hustle smart. You take me as the guy like that to go to Nigeria, blend in, kind of do a blend in thing, and then
I,
then really meet the hood of the
I'm a,
hood.
co- I'm a
You
chameleon
do
because
some chameleon stuff.
I'm a guerrilla hustler. So you get what I'm saying? Like even if I don't know what I'm doing, I'ma act like I know what I'm doing. You get what I'm saying? Like
Right, right.
you
Hustle
get what I'm
smart.
saying?
You
You gonna
probably
read
gonna
the
like
room
this
like a
dude.
mug.
Yeah. Like yeah,
Hustle smart.
I'm a fit in. I'm telling you, bro. I'm a natural assimilator.
Yo, Hustle smart. We probably gonna like this dude. He's also Black American. I think he's in Kumasi. His YouTube channel is called "We Belong to Africa." Man, you should check him out, man.
So the thing about it, if you're like at the end of the day, when I go to Africa, Big Black, I go there just like the white people. I go there with a colonized mindset. I
Oh,
ain't
for real,
trying to.
man. Come
I
on,
ain't
man.
trying to.
Hustle smart, man.
I ain't
Come on,
trying to.
man.
I ain't trying to hug
I wear
nobody.
my U.S.
I
passport.
ain't trying to. I ain't trying to pay no extra for a mango. You know what I'm saying? I'm a Jew everybody down. I'm a haggle. You
But
get
see,
what I'm saying? I'm doing
you
all of that.
sound
I'm
like
not.
you naturally cheap though.
No. I'm actually not cheap. But if you be too,
Are you traveling with a Google map
if
by yourself?
if
Traveling with a
you be
Google
too
map by yourself?
friendly, then you're gonna get the collar treatment. I ain't trying to be that. I'm not. Listen, what I'm trying to tell you, being too friendly in Africa is gonna get you too much attention.
But when y'all explain your story, because I can understand, like it's like and not trying to
Big
put an
Black, you just
accent
have to
to it,
go
like
through it, man.
okay,
Big
in
Black,
my
you
hood
know
we
what it
got
is?
this
You know
one
what it
tree.
is, Big Black? You
Huh?
have never experienced desperation in
Yeah,
poverty.
you ain't, yeah, there is a
You
difference.
can tell right now. When I first went to Liberia, right? There was literally girls at the airport, right? And they were basically had names of the people that I guess they would communicate with online. And I said, she goes, "Are you such and such?" I said, "No." And the next thing you know, my driver came in right now and says, he's a married man. She was like, "Who are you?" I'm like, girls at the airport trying to frigate because I guess the guy who she was with didn't come on the plane, whatever like that. And she was like, I looked down. She's following me other side of when I got checked in and whatnot. She's out there. All of a sudden, my driver had to pull her away from me because
They choosing, huh? They choose it like that.
yeah, but the bottom line, they we waiting there for you at the airport.
Yeah,
It's like it's like that. And also when I first got there, they was like, welcome home," and I handed out. I told them, I said, "It's $20. Split that." It's like, "Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Welcome
yeah,
home."
I ain't do none of that shit.
Yeah. This last time I didn't do it, but
I ain't do none of that
it
shit.
cool after a
Like,
while. But when I first got there,
Big Black, they begging. So if you at Nigeria airport, they begging soon you get off. Like everybody trying to take your bag, trying to help you.
Oh,
Trying
for
to
real, man. They do
oh
that
yeah,
yeah,
shit
even
too in
though
I'm like
Nigeria
I had
too.
to tell the one guy, "Yo, get the fuck away from my bags." He was like,
yeah.
grab my bag. Then he said, "I'll be taking."
Man, I mean Africans,
Bag. Get
man,
the
they
fuck
just
away
they
from my
just
bags. I said,
bunch
"Yo,
of beggars, you know,
out here."
bunch of beggars, you know.
Hey, see Big Black in America, when we see the poverty, we might see the bums hanging on the streets or whatever. No, their poverty comes from able-bodied men. And let me tell you
There's
the
no
crazy thing.
opportunity. There's no opportunity. Nothing.
The
Nah, man,
craziest thing is that
be
the
black is
craziest thing is that the men beg more than the women.
Yeah.
Young
yeah,
young
but
men. They beg the women. The women will go out there and walk up the street and try to sell something. The men are the beggars.
Yeah, but Be Black is from the south side of Chicago. It's a normal thing over there. I was
Ain't
shocked
nobody
myself
thinking
when
like
I
that.
saw that
Shut up.
shit over there.
Ain't
I
nobody
was shocked.
hanging out there. Shut the heck up.
Man, come
You
on, man,
think
man.
you're
I
one of
seen
those
that.
Man,
guys
Oh
not
man,
that
I
but
shit.
swear to
but
God, man. I seen
he
that.
has he's in a way he's kind of right in a way.
Yeah, South side is
In a
shitty as
way,
fuck, man.
Man, I seen that a
Yeah, I
lot of
know
time.
there's bums out there. I'm just
it's
talking
a
about
lot of hustle and
hold on, hey,
bustle.
hold on.
You
In
know,
Africa, it'd be normal people, able bodied,
Man,
sane
I seen
people.
like I saw young girls, young black girls on the streets, man, dancing for money, man. I'm like, damn, like they do that in
Oh,
America
please,
too. I
please,
was
I
shocked,
man.
man. If Be Black
I
lives
know
in
shut up.
Chicago, man, he ain't
I
right.
can't co-sign that one. You know, you.
I mean, I
Zongo be
swear
making
to
shit
God,
up,
man,
man.
I seen that before. That
That's
was
what
in the
they do.
west
They
side
come
of
over here and
Chicago,
create
man.
this imaginary black America that don't
That is
exist.
not a joke, man. That was in the west side of Chicago.
Big Black, the best thing I tell you to do is, man, just get you a hotel maybe the first couple of days, and then get you one of those houses. Get out the hotel and get you like an Airbnb or something like that. For like, you can get it for like $70 a night. You'll have a whole, what I'm saying. They come with a house girl and everything. Get the house girl pregnant. You know what I'm saying? Them chicks definitely let you go raw
Oh
dog
man,
on them.
Hustlers, man,
They'll let,
we gotta ban your ass, man,
they'll
from the
definitely let you go
country.
raw dog on them, bro. You know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna even ask no
Oh
questions.
man, these dudes, man, and now these dudes, they go to Africa to create that baby mama.
Right. And it's cheap. And it's
Bottom
cheap
line,
over there. Hey, you can raise
We
hey,
gotta ban
Big
their
Black,
ass, man.
you can raise a whole family for goddamn for $100 a month.
Okay. Damn.
Man, they
you got
going
big
there
black
to create
thinking.
a
Look,
baby
look at
mama
the young
endemic
thinking,
over
man.
there, man.
Hey, big black, have you got your passport yet?
No, I ain't got no passport, man.
Oh,
I'm
he
looking
ain't
for
going
it.
You wait,
nowhere. He
man.
ain't going nowhere. He ain't going nowhere. Big Black ain't going nowhere.
I ain't want to travel like
Hey,
that.
big black, I'm gonna take away your Pan African card if you don't go
Yeah,
there.
he ain't even
I ain't
got no
gonna tell you
pass.
about that. It's not where you from and where you at, brother. You
No,
know.
ain't that's bullshit. You gotta touch African soil, man. You know.
Yeah,
I
man.
ain't gonna take my Pan African card.
I
You
gotta
ain't
look.
Pan
I gotta
African no
look. When
more.
I hold up, when I make somebody, in order to be made, man, you have to be a made guy. You have to touch West African soil.
Man,
Hey,
be
Big
black.
Black, let me tell you the truth, bro. I was Pan African too.
I
No,
know
I
you
was Pan
was.
African. Hold on, I was Pan African light. I was the LTE, the light version. Until I went to Africa. You get what I'm saying?
Uh,
Because Kenya's gonna fuck you up because you're gonna see they worshiping white. You're gonna see them worship white people. Now they say if they say it's another country that's worse, I can't see it. Cause Kenya, boy, they worship white people like they don't know what. Especially I'm talking about bed wenching is
exactly.
Nigeria. Nigeria is it's a poor hustling country. You like it's everybody hustling, but everybody poor hustling, and it's petty. It's real petty. You get what I'm saying?
Right,
Everybody
right.
trying to get a penny from you though. It's like this is like a normal thing in the hood too though. Come on,
You
man,
been to
hustle
Ghana?
smart man.
No,
No,
shut up.
I ain't been to Gun. Gun is
Man,
Gun is
Hey, hey, check
Gun
this
is
out.
the hype.
Why do people yo look? The bottom line is this:
hustle smart man.
poverty in
It's a normal
America.
thing in the hood, man.
Poverty,
Come
unless
on,
you're
man.
a person on drug dealer and needs mismanagement, just fall on bad times. Poverty in America is this: the poorest people in America, the poverty line is like $10,000 a year. That is like rich in everybody else in the world. Only 5% of the world's population make $30,000 US a year, right? 90% of those people reside in the United States. That means between China, all these countries, most of the world's poor. All the money is here. And Black America got a good portion of that money. So please, Zongo, shut up. You know,
Oh
Hey,
man,
hey,
man,
hey,
man, why
Big
you take
Black.
that
Let me
personal,
tell you,
man? Come
bro.
on, man. This is my personal experience, man. I'm just sharing that with you.
Big Black,
you ain't got
you can get you a chick, and you can get a 2 bedroom apartment in a nice area in Nigeria for less for two
well,
hundred
give
two
me
hundred dollars a month.
check this out.
Y'all wildin', man.
Here's an African goddess. My sister says, husband goes to poor areas. And why is everybody like it make generalizations? But like I said, isn't that what friggin' Zongo does? And when I've been to South Side Chicago. South Side got thriving. You got people with money in South Side Chicago. I've seen it. And you still got
There's
people out
money.
there
It's
even
money
with
out
nice
there.
houses, whatnot. A lot of money in South Side Chicago.
No,
I got
I never
Zongo,
family.
said no. I never
Zongo
said there
County,
is
you
none of.
talking about this continental Africans. Y'all have the dog and the
But but,
continental
but,
Africans
but,
out
but
loose,
I
man.
never
You know.
said there is money in Southside. I never said that though, but I said a lot of things that you complain you do
Well, you
see in
can find that,
Africa.
you,
I've
you can
seen it a
find that
couple of
in
times
Amsterdam.
on the side of
You can
on the
find
south
that
side
in
of
Amsterdam. But
Chicago.
we're saying is this though? That's the a rare exception, right?
Mm,
We're
mm.
talking about in Africa, it's the rule.
It's the
Yeah,
rule.
but we got to
It's
think
the
about it though.
narrative.
Me, because wait, think about it though. Me coming from Africa, right? Thinking that whatever is back home, I'm not expecting to see that. And me
Well, the
and
bottom line, if
wait,
you
wait,
went
let me
back home,
finish, man. Let
Zongo,
me finish.
Zongo, if
And
you went
going
back
to
home,
the
there's a good chance you'll be starving right now. Hey,
oh man,
y'all
Hey,
know.
Caliber,
Big
he
Black,
just
$2,400 a year will get you a nice ass apartment in Nigeria.
Mm.
Twenty four hundred
man.
dollars.
I saw a lot of like junkies, man. Southside is crazy, man. Be black, you know that, man. I don't have to tell you much, man. Come on, man. I see a lot of junkies, man.
But
They be
Big
I,
Black,
begging
we
for
know you ain't
money.
gonna do nothing though, man. You ain't even got your passport.
Man, even on the south side, they got people on the roadside begging for money, just like in Africa,
well, they
man.
just had
Hey,
another
shut up,
crash.
man.
It was another crash reported.
That
Nah,
lady said,
that was a
Zongo, you know
helicopter
that shit
crash.
ain't nothing compared to fucking
Man,
Africa.
not even
man, I'm
fair,
not
not even
lying, man. I'm being
bro.
honest, man.
That shit ain't nothing
It's not
compared
even
to fucking Africa poverty, bro. Stop this shit.
Hey, you
hey, you know
Mandinga,
something?
man. Where
As
you going to
another thing,
Africa
right?
though?
You know how much
Mandinga, when you going to
they
Africa,
had this
man?
thing interview. They interviewed
I'm going,
panhandlers. You know how much panhandlers
whatever you
make?
want.
Some of the
What you mean, whatever
panhandlers,
I want, man? When are
most
you
of the
going to go?
panhandlers make
When
their
you going? I'm gonna go with you.
hold up, check this out.
When
Most
you
of the
going back?
panhandlers,
I'm not going
hold up,
anytime
listen
soon,
what I'm
man.
saying.
Come on.
Yeah, I
Uh,
didn't think so. I didn't
Look,
think so.
I gotta say this, man. Stop. Shut up while I'm talking. Most of the panhandlers in America, they be making $300-400 a day.
call a kick the ball.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but I'm talking. I'm talking to you. I'll let everybody talk, but when I get ready to talk, man, everybody gotta chill out. I'm trying to make a point. Look, panhandling in America is a business. You had this one white guy that was panhandling, and he got into a brand new truck. Maybe they confronted him. You ever see that video? They said, "Why you got white couples out there panhandling?" I got in Virginia Beach. White people got money, nice houses, everything, and they're out there panhandling. It's not the same thing as Africa. People panhandle or they'll starve for the day. You know,
That's a
people
hard
panhandle
hustle,
because they
though.
want to buy drugs here in America, or they want to party or whatever like that. They panhandle. I see it all the
Yeah,
time.
he right. It ain't no safe. What he saying, Big Black? It's no safety net. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
We
I
got
definitely
food
understand that.
pantries here.
Yeah,
yeah,
I know,
it's no,
I can
You know,
imagine.
yeah, it's no safety net at
there's
all,
no
man.
food pantries in Africa, man. Come
And
on.
African goddess, you said $2,400. $2,400 is 2 million. No, that's 3 million naira. That's 3 million. It'll be 3 million. Matter of fact, it's actually 2.6. Yeah, it's closer to 2.6 million.
And
You'll
they
get a
said $200 or more in the Legos. Somebody paid $200 for a room in Lego. Are you
oh
crazy?
hell no.
Is that $200 for a year, and or 200?
I mean, they have them like that. They have them like
afford
they.
it.
I mean, of course, every place got expensive hotels like the top hotel, but no, you get a hotel in Lagos for like $75 or $80 and be good. You can go to the Best Western, like the one that even diners go to is a nice one. They got plenty of them around there.
Yeah.
You ain't got to go to the top one where all the diplomats go to. Because if you go to them hotels, right, it ain't going to be no fun. They don't have no bar. Now, I'm going to tell you one thing you will love in Nigeria. Mostly the best bars and the clubs are at the hotels.
Oh, for real?
They got the best bars and clubs. And they usually have like pool parties all through the year. All through the year. You ain't got to wait like in America. You got to wait to Memorial Day to get to the pool. Nah, you that's some bullshit. But they have them all, and they get like the restaurants be open all night. You can get for good food, and most of the time that's where you want to go to anywhere because you don't want to eat off the man. Listen, don't go on them streets and eat. Your stomach ain't gonna be able to handle that shit,
Oh,
man.
man, don't eat no
Oh
street food in
man,
Africa,
Don't eat
man.
no street food, bro.
I
Diners, I
heard
don't know how diners
I,
be doing that.
I
He
heard
be
the
going on the street and
clubs.
just chugging down on some shit he don't even know, man. I'm like,
man, Caliber, I thought you do the same thing when you went to Liberia.
fuck out of here. I don't do no street food, bro. Wait, do I like a fucking African to you, bro?
No, man, don't eat that street food, bro.
Man, there you go with the
Fuck
Negro
out of
talk, man. There
here,
you go, man. I thought you were Pan African, man. What happened to you,
I
Colin,
never
man?
told you I was a Pan African.
You wanted
My
to put
wife,
some
my wife,
African
my
stat,
wife
man.
is from Africa. I'm only interested in Liberia because our ancestors built the place.
And you think
Hey,
you see that
Zongo,
way
his
that makes you
driver
feel
fucked
better?
up that shit.
You know,
His driver
When you
fucked up that shit, boy. Mm.
what you say?
His
His
driver
driver
fucked
did
up that shit.
it wasn't his regular driver, it was another driver. Hey man, but that's it. That's what happens, man. Like African Ghana, she was like, I didn't assimilate $30. Believe me, $30 for a KK is excellent. You get what I'm saying? Because the KK don't carry it don't take as much gas as a car do. So that was $30 gas included in everything. You know what I'm saying? And it's that's the best way to try to get around unless you're gonna put your dick on the back of a goddamn dude on a motorcycle. You know what I'm saying? Riding like that. That's not gonna happen,
Yeah,
bro.
man, and that man, don't take Kyle seriously, man. He's a loser in
But
America,
I
so
ain't
he
gonna
took
lie
his
though.
ass back to
Tyler,
Liberia
I ain't even
yeah,
trying to be
just to
funny,
come,
Tyler.
just to get
I'm
himself
only
some
going to
girl, man.
I'm only gonna be in Dallas next week
Man, he's
for
not even on my
exclusive
level over here in the
free
U.S., man. I get more
full
girls over
paid
here in
dinner in a
America, man.
hotel,
I,
exclusive for our marketing event when our agency
He
got
came.
invited to one of the top
He
agencies.
was trying to
Yeah, but
clown
I'm a loser
O'Shea.
though. If
Kyla,
you
Kyla
asked
was
me
trying to claim.
like that for a living,
Kyla was trying to clown
I
O'Shea
couldn't even explain to you
that
what I
he
did for a
wasn't
living.
getting no girls in America, so he
For my
had to
little
Wait,
take
hold
his
on,
brain
ass
hold on.
to
Let,
America,
let
right?
Kyler, let
and
Kyler
I
finish.
can go. Hey, yo, if I'm a loser, I can go to Liberia every year, you know, and drop $10,000 a year. You know,
Man, Kyla, you ain't
so
getting
you
no
can't
girls
go
in
there,
America,
Zongo,
man.
because they'll deport your man.
I'm living in America with you, and I get more girls than you.
You don't live in America. Man. You don't live in America.
I don't have to go to Africa to get me some girl, man. I get
Well,
girls
you
over here
can't
in
get none in
America, man.
America. I know that. You know,
I get girls over here
Zongo,
in
man. I
America,
know you can't now get no
and
fucking America.
all shades of girls,
I know
man.
American girls, man. They do not like guys like you. You're
Oh
corny.
man.
You're corny,
There
Zongo.
you go,
Come
man.
on,
There you
man.
go, man.
You're a
Okay.
cornball, man. You know.
Yo, you
African
Friday
dog, you can't get no car for $30 a day in no goddamn Nigeria. For you can't get a car. You can get a KK for $30, but not no damn car and then the gas and everything. Because let me tell you one thing about what they do in Africa, Big Black.
Mhm.
It's a price for air conditioning. If you want them to turn the air conditioner on, they gonna charge. It's two prices. I
Oh,
didn't
for
know
real,
that.
oh,
I
for real,
didn't know
man.
that.
In the Uber,
They gonna
in the
charge you
Ubers or
two.
what?
They gonna charge you two prices if they want to. If you gonna need the air conditioner with the KK, you ain't got to worry about them. You
Oh
definitely gonna
man,
get.
Things out. Ross Boy said I got four baby FBA. They're probably big women. You know,
nah, man.
all,
Everybody know
all,
FBA. Everybody know
all
ADOS FBA.
Zongo,
They'll
Ross
lose.
Boys, and Afro Dumb
They'll
that shit.
lose in America,
They're
man.
bigger.
Everybody
Y'all
know
can
they
have
lose,
look.
man.
Y'all can have your free access to my big girls. Y'all can have them
Man,
because they be love.
those FBA, everybody know they'll lose, man. Come
Oh
on,
yeah,
stop
right.
it, man.
Whatever. Right. I know there's one chick today, man. She was so smoking freaking hot. I said to myself, "Ain't nobody like y'all getting that shit." Man. They like, man,
Man,
oh,
kind of
I know what
the
type of
fact that you have to think
yeah.
about me when you saw that girl tells
You
you
could get
that,
the
man.
Monique type. You guys get the Monique type. So
I
I
mean,
love.
shut your dumb ass up,
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
they
You
yeah.
like
know me.
them. They like them big chicks, bro.
They like the big girls. That's Zongo,
Oh
man.
man, that's not
I
me,
can
man.
some of those
Man,
big
Kyla,
ones,
man,
man.
I
It's
get
like,
better girls than you, man. I mean, I can swear
yeah,
on my,
okay, Zongo.
I can swear on my grave, man. Kyla ain't getting
All right,
better
yeah,
girls
whatever,
than me.
Zongo.
The
Zongo, man, you
practical
know, look,
example,
like,
the practical
it's all right,
example is,
man, Zongo. You know what I'm
the
saying?
practical
You're a
example
chubby chick.
is,
You like big girls. All African guys like big girls.
man. Ask Ross Moyes, man. He's seen the girls that I dated. He's
Oh,
seen it,
okay,
man.
yeah,
Ask
right,
him,
yeah,
man.
right, yeah, right,
I showed him pictures, man. I showed him
you're right,
pictures.
right, yeah, right. Okay, yeah. I look
He's
at that's what
he's
I
the
be looking
proof,
for. I be
man.
seeing these fine sisters in Virginia Beach all the time, and I said to myself, "Could Zongo get something like this?" And I said,
Man,
"Hell,
ask Ross Moyes,
that's
man.
what
He's
I
seen
be doing,
pictures
man.
of
I be
girls
like,
that I
I
dated
be
over
sizing
here. He's
people up.
seen
I be
pictures
like,
of that.
cause
Ask
Zongo,
Ross Moyes, man.
I said, what if I saw that girl walk down and said, "Ooh, Zongo, I commit suicide, man." I'd be like, yo, I'd be like, first of all, stop the music. What the hell? I'd stop her and say, no, 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 no.
Nah,
No, no, no.
man.
You can't get with Zongo. And I would break that shit up so fast, man.
Man. Everybody know.
But on a
Everybody know.
serious note, y'all ain't when I went to Africa, y'all ain't seen nobody that didn't look at y'all like a dollar sign. Like nobody.
Everybody gonna look at
Man,
you like a dollar sign.
Everybody look at you a dollar sign, bro.
Everybody gonna
man,
look at you like that. They gonna look
Everybody,
at you like you
man,
food, bro.
every woman's gonna be suddenly in love with you and shit. You know,
Yeah. They
Everyone
gonna
wants to
think they gonna think you look like Idris Elba.
yeah.
Man,
So big,
Carlos
I look better
family,
than them, but I don't want
chance,
to look like
man.
Carlos family in law look at him like a dollar sign, man. That's a real fact, man.
They all gonna look at you like that. At the end of the day, Big Black, I'm an older guy, so you know what I'm saying.
I'm
I
not.
don't mind.
I'm dead. Not there looking for women or something like that.
Yeah,
So
Carla already got his.
I
You
have
know,
my woman. So
I'm trying to
I'll be.
find my future baby mama. I definitely
Man,
want to have me a
if I
child on
was
the
if
continent.
I was in Liberia, easy man. I'd take Carlos' wife from
Hey,
him,
when
man.
they wouldn't
Easy
like
man.
you, man. Liberian girls don't like other.
Man,
They only
no, I'll
like
take your wife
Liberian
from
girls
him,
only
man.
like Black
Easy man.
American guys. That's all they like.
Man,
Look,
look at you, man. You like old ass dude, man. Ain't nobody like you,
the
man.
bottom line is,
Shut your damn ass up, man.
well, whatever, Zongo. Zongo, man. This is why you're here. If you had women, you'd be going back and forth to Ghana. You'd be going down to the DR.
Why the hell do I have to go to Ghana, man?
Because that's where you belong, man.
I grew up
What are
in
you gonna do? What are
Ghana,
you
man.
gonna
I
do?
grew up in Ghana. It's
Hold on. What are you
easy.
gonna do? Die
Easy for
single in
me, man.
America, man? What are you gonna do? Die single in
Easy
America?
for me. Me single, man. I don't single.
You're gonna die alone in America, man. Come on,
You
Zongo.
crazy with me single, man? I'm
You gotta
not
go
single
back
in
to you
America,
gotta go
man.
back to Somali
You
and shit like
gotta
that.
be crazy, man.
You
Man,
know.
something is wrong with you, Colin, man. You thinking your reality is my reality, man? God, you gotta think too, man.
Zongo, I'm just telling you the reality. I'm trying to tell you the truth,
Hey,
man.
man, if you
I
wanna
want to
holler
see
at me,
Zongo.
wait,
Zongo,
wait, wait,
I
wait,
want to see
wait.
you happy, man. The only
If
way
you
you
wanna
can be happy
holler at
is
me in
if
the
you
back
go
chat, man, so I can link
to
you up,
Ghana
man,
and get
with
yourself a
some
Ghanaian
game.
woman. Unless you're gonna be stuck in America and you end up with a big chick, man.
Wait, wait,
Come
wait.
on now, y'all.
If
On the
you
Pan
wanna,
African spirit, y'all know y'all said some things that probably ruffled their feathers a little bit. Y'all got nothing to say nice about the continental Africans, man.
Oh, I don't know, man.
man,
I do. I'll say this,
Colin is
right?
just a
Big Black.
bozo,
Say
man.
this.
Colin is a bozo, man.
I will say this, right? I will say this, right?
They got 100 different ways to make rice.
Check us out. Look, the food in Liberia.
The food is good.
Well, what I love about Liberia is women treat you like a man. You feel like a man there. Whatnot. They're always soft spoken. They're never
The
loud.
food and the women, Big Black. The food and the women.
Food
Women,
and the women. That's it, bro.
food and the women, and also when you're there, right? When you're there, uh, at least me, right? I feel I'm like what they call it, Tanu. That means big shot, boss man, big man, boss man, big man, And so I walk around like that. And the bottom line for that time I'm there, I feel like I'm on top of the world. I feel like a king. I'm on top of the world. That's what you're feeling gonna get when you're there, You're gonna feel like you're the most important world. Everybody's hanging on to every word and listen to what you gotta say, whatever like that. You're man. But like I say, it wears off after a while, If
Yep.
you're
Man, African goddess, man, he's not gonna get that shit, man. Let him live in his delusion, man.
well,
If his hustles,
look, it's like this African guys, right?
man, he thinks, man. Well, tell them when you go back, tell them you ain't got no money, and let's see whether they like you or not. Let's see.
But look, the bottom line,
If you ain't getting no check,
Zongo,
let's
right?
see what next. You know,
I'm in there, right? I'm with my wife, whatever like that. That's all I care about, whatever like that. But as soon as she,
man, Colin, man, you don't want to go there with me. I don't want to really destroy your
oh
feelings. No,
please,
let's change the
please,
conversation, man. Because if you
please.
want to go that route with me, man,
Oh, you
I'm
man,
gonna
hi, Zongo,
I'm gonna make it very
Zongo.
unlikely for you to go
Every
back to
time you call
Liberia.
in,
You know,
I never hear no women in the background. Why is that?
why the hell do I have to? You gotta be crazy, man.
No, I'm
If I'm
serious.
speaking,
Like, yo,
if
why?
I'm speaking,
Why?
if I'm
I
speaking on
never
this
hear no women
platform,
back. I had never heard nobody in the background say, "Oh,
no, no,
Zongo, let's come to bed, man."
wait,
It's
wait, wait,
Man,
if
look,
I
Oh,
have,
let me say this on the real though. Like
yeah,
I can understand because, like, okay, in my hood, there's a tree where all the bums congregate, right? You tell they ain't got nothing to do. They do they do the drinking, the smoking, and this and that under the tree. And as a kid, I must was like, well, make sure you do good in life, or you don't want to be wind up under that tree. Now, if I pulled up to the tree, right, and I'm like, okay, hey, how everybody doing? I'm hanging out, this and that. Yeah, pretty soon, hell, they're gonna try to dig in my pockets. Hey man, what you go buy some beer? You got this, you got that, you got this.
hmm
It's
Something,
because
Big Black. It's not even
that's
about the money, right? It's the fact that sometimes, right, you want to be when somebody comes up to you, because I Liberia, man, everyone wants to be a friend, but you don't. I like to have a
You know
conversation with
why?
you. It's
Because they
cool.
see you as the
And
bag.
also,
That's why.
then okay, after like a week, they give you like a few days. Then after a while, they're like, "Oh man, you
Here
know,
come the sob story.
yeah, the
No,
sob
no, no.
story, and that gets
Because
old after a while. After 4 years of going there, man, it gets old after a while. That just this time, I
when
just
you
snap.
stop cutting the check, let's see how they're gonna react towards you, man.
What
Let's
you
see.
talking about? No, no, I said
It's
I did
it's
that this time, but the bottom
it's a
line is this:
begging. It's a
I did,
begging
look, I
culture
did, look,
of
like this.
Big Black.
I took care of a lot of people over there and stuff like that. So I don't really care.
Oh man.
Only people that person I really care about is my wife. That's it. I don't care about nobody else over there.
Yeah, man. I was just about to say some begging coach. Man, I was about, man, you fall for saying that shit, man.
The begging culture, man. They be begging.
Yeah,
They be
you
begging.
laughing,
I'm talking about
Bongo.
like
You
they
know
just
that shit is
beg and
true.
beg and beg, man. Even when they give you the sob story, it's begging. And let me tell you something, big Black. You know, I'm gonna tell you what they do that's gonna piss you the fuck off, but they gonna throw Jesus and God in it and everything. They gonna
But they
be like,
don't
man,
beg
yo,
amongst
Oh wait,
themselves,
wait.
though.
Also, they're gonna play on your Pan African thing.
yep. They're
Beg
gonna be
on
like,
that
man, you
shit.
never go broke.
They know all the
God will
kids.
bless you. Maybe you would never go broke. You would get this back 12 times and 44 times and whatever. I'm like, oh man, it's just sad. Let me tell you something, big but it got to the point that when I was over there, after I got my handler, come tell you, you're gonna need a handler. If you go to
Mm.
Nigeria, you're gonna need a handler. And at the end of the day, after I found my handle and found where I was going to stay at, I didn't kind of go out anymore. I just kind of floated around the area. You know what I'm saying?
But
And that's
let's say
it.
this, bro. Put yourself in their shoes, right? If they looking on TV, this and that, and they seeing, they thinking that, man, African Americans got money and this and that, and that and this, and let's say, you living over there in Ghana, right? Yeah, you probably would say, man, of
Yo,
course, okay.
look. I had my girlfriend
Sooner or
Lucy, right?
later, if you hanging around an African
Big
American, right,
black. Let me
you
tell you
might
something.
want to say, hey, man, it
Big
might.
black. Let me tell you a
You
story.
probably would. Let me
Big
just
black.
finish. You
Big
probably
black.
would think, okay, if
Yo,
he
big
has
black,
this,
man.
it's
God
probably
damn.
going to be
Can I say
nothing to him.
something?
So
Big black. Let me say this, right? My girl, Lucy, right? BAL member, right? I never forget. She was on a conference call with us, our weekly conference call, right? And she was like, I don't know. Y'all talk about building something in Africa and blah blah, not including the natives and whatnot, blah blah blah. She was messing with some Ghanaian guy in the rural areas of Ghana, right? And she was gonna do a farm, whatever like that, chicken coop, whatever like that, goats, whatever like that. And she had like, yo, look, all I can say is the dude slept with her 15-year-old daughter, right? And then, right, one of the dudes that she was working with, she wasn't satisfied with work, so she let him go. And a couple of days later, her goats were poisoned, right? And then all of a sudden, she let the whole crew go. The whole village showed up at her house, begging her to take these guys back because she was paying them the only source of money they had, and threatened her, whatever, like that. She had to flee the country. That happened in Ghana 2 years ago. You know,
Where
and
is
so
that?
the bottom line, she was all. I said I didn't want to throw it in her face, right? Because I remember at the time, 2023, right? I went to Liberia, only went there for 2 weeks, right? And then I was going to the airport. I said about to leave. She goes, "Man, that was quick." I go, "Lucy, I got to get back to the States and work my job. I can't stay here forever." She was like, "Yeah, you should be staying in Liberia longer and whatnot." I said, "I can't do that. I can't move here." She moved there, right? And guess what?
Oh
After like a
man.
year, have to come back to the States. Talk about God bless
Yeah,
America.
man.
All this
Man,
shit.
the village people, even in African countries, the village people, they don't really have a very. I mean, even if they beg, their situation is more like they want like kind of like some basic social immediate. But in most
But she was
cases,
paying
wait,
them, and
wait, let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. In most, if you go to the village, in most cases, if they beg you for something, you're gonna get more in return because they go to like their farms. They're gonna bring you a lot of food stuff. So it's not like they don't
They
just beg
don't
you
break
for.
you shit. They don't break shit.
No, I
All
mean
they
no,
do is
no,
have
no,
their
no,
hands out,
no,
man.
no,
They don't do
no,
no
no,
trading.
no. Hostels, I mean in the villages. I don't mean like in the cities where you went to. Though
Oh, okay.
you really went to the rural areas. They really give like food stuff to a lot of people, man. Like it's a normal thing. Like it's a normal thing.
We have extreme poverty with. I understand, the poverty there's going to be a lot extremer, but I've been
No,
situations.
you haven't
I've
seen.
seen extreme
You're Big
poverty.
Black. You do not know poverty. You have never seen poverty in your life. Trust me.
Yeah, it's a different. It's a different.
I give you example.
It's a different Big Black. I'm telling
I
you.
know it's a difference, but I'm saying like extreme poverty is extreme poverty.
No, I'm saying no. I know
poverty.
Big Black. Until you smelt that poverty, you can feel it. You can
I
smell
smelt
it.
poverty
You
too.
feel it. It's like a demonic force.
You ever catch the city bus? Shit.
Man, poverty's in America too, man. Call it, man.
You experience people being broke.
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
I'll give you an example, right?
It is in Chicago too, man. Big Black is right on that.
Listen, I've been going to a gas station in Gary, right? I remember going to a gas station in Gary. It's right after like Thanksgiving or something.
Well, Gary, Indiana.
And it was right after Thanksgiving, right? And it was this guy. You could tell he was homeless, but
yeah, you got homelessness and what like that. But I'm saying in Liberia, you don't have homelessness. Right? You just don't have it. The thing, the way people live, they always take people into the house. So everybody always had a place to live, But
no. This guy didn't have. This guy was like homeless.
No, what I'm saying, I give you that. What I'm saying is this: yes, we have homelessness in America. Why?
Man,
because
for real though, man. God damn,
it costs to live
we
in
gotta
America,
talk about
right?
that shit,
And
man.
we gotta have homelessness, right? And the thing is, in Africa, right, the average person don't have to worry about a car payment, insurance, the bill. They don't have the bills Americans pay. Where you have to pay to live in. Even the poorest neighborhoods in America, people are paying car notes. They're paying electricity.
I ain't talking about
But it's not really by cost, though.
I understand the poverty you talking about. You talking about that poverty, but
paycheck to paycheck.
It's in you in a homeless
area.
You're in a impoverished area, and
there's no paycheck.
I'm talking about,
bro.
I'm talking about
there's
beyond
no
food stamps, beyond
there's
house
paycheck
to
to
live
paycheck.
in.
There's no Section 8.
I'm talking beyond that. I'm talking about sleeping in an abandoned house poor.
Okay, no, I still don't think it. Even if you sleep in an abandoned house, you can still jump on a subway.
No. There's paycheck to paycheck over there. It means when you go and do your own trading,
you still got
you make your money, you consume your money yourself.
This one video with this white guy. He was in California. He was homeless. He goes, well, I sleep out here. The weather's nice. I get like $600 a month for a thing. And he goes, I don't have no bills or like that. And I get $600 one night. So the bottom line is poverty in America is nothing like you could be broke in America, but poverty is when you have absolutely no chance or nothing coming in. That's what you see in Africa.
Try sleeping on the lakefront at 10 degrees.
Why would you call it? I don't think you get it. Like I said, Big Black.
No, I get it. I understand. Even at that level, I understand. Even at that level,
I work at food pantries, right? Every last single community got dozens. Look them up in your neighborhood. Dozens of food pantries. Nobody's gonna go hungry.
Yeah, but it's the same in Africa too. If someone is really hungry, wait. But the same thing. If you're poor,
let's stop comparing poor in Africa to poor in America. It's not the same.
Man, shut up, man. Chicago, man. You know what he was saying? Because Big Black trying to tell you, man, in the winter season, man, it's not the same. I get what you're saying,
bro. It's not the same. You got winter. Hold on. You can go to the Union Mission. You can go to the Salvation Army, sleep for the night. You can go to jail. Man. You can go to prison.
I don't want to hear that
Seattle, man. In Seattle, man. Wait, guys, wait. In Seattle, I saw a man sleeping in like 0 degrees.
Yeah, look
outside,
that right there.
Man, that's fucking crazy, man.
But the bottom line is, ask that guy, would he rather be sleeping there or would he like to be dropped off in Lagos, Nigeria?
And like you see, you've been to like the Chinatown in Chicago, right? You see a lot of homeless people sleep at over there, man.
Yeah, well, I guarantee one thing:
in the wintertime.
You'd rather be in that place being homeless.
And honestly, in the wintertime, Colin,
you would never see a homeless person.
He would rather be sleeping in Lagos, Nigeria in the wintertime.
Have you ever seen a homeless person?
It get cold as hell in the wintertime.
Have you ever seen a homeless person?
That Chicago Hawk ain't nothing. That Chicago Hawk is
Big Black. Have you ever seen a homeless person flee the United States and go to another country?
They can't afford to flee. Where they gonna flee to?
Well, that's what I'm saying. But even though they can go to Canada, if they want, you go to Mexico.
Oh, they're gonna go by foot.
If they know, they can take a bus down to Mexico. They can take
A
whatever
bus.
they ride down to
They ain't got
Mexico.
they ain't got no money
You
to
live
take
in
the
San
bus.
Diego, you can walk across the border. How come people don't flee across the border? The homeless people in San Diego don't flee across
I'm
Arizona.
talking about people that's been homeless. You got people that's been homeless for years and years. They can't afford to take a bus to
Man,
Canada.
College just he's
I
out of
understand
touch. Man. He's out of touch,
there's no
man.
comparison, but I'm saying there's a stream of
There
poverty
really is
here.
no comparison,
And
bro. And Big Black,
of course, the poverty is going to be way worse
you've
in
never
Africa.
seen real.
I
I thought that's
understand
what
that,
before I went to
but there's
Africa.
some extreme.
I thought I saw
There's some extreme
poverty in
poverty
some of the
here.
neighborhoods I work in. I said when I got back, I said I'm gonna smack everybody in the head. It was the houses I used to go to that was so-called poor. The refrigerator is packed full of food, whatnot. They got PlayStations, they got flat screen TVs, they all got cell phones and whatnot, and they got cars in the driveway calling themselves low income and whatnot. This is a demographic I work in. You go to Africa.
Yeah, what about people? What about the ones who can't afford to have a home? Those
Well, the
living
bottom line
outside.
is all I'm saying is this: the section between Section 8 and the welfare, food stamps, whatnot. There's a social safety net here, and the bottom line is the poorest. So the bottom line in Africa, there's no social safety net. You were basically on your own.
Smart, you fell asleep, bro.
I mean, I get like the government does not have an institution to kind of help its people, but the religious organization also help
they
the
don't
people.
do
Oh
nothing.
man,
Man.
they do that, man.
They don't do nothing.
Man, shut up, man.
They don't do
You
nothing.
have no idea what you're talking about.
I do know what I'm talking about. Zongo.
Oh man, I know what. Oh man. If
Yeah.
you're a poor man on the continent, man, finding the food to eat, man, it's not gonna be a problem, man.
Oh,
man, you
okay,
beg someone is gonna beg you. Someone's gonna give you food to eat.
Yeah,
It's not
okay,
bad
yeah.
food to eat.
That's why Africa is the begging capital of the world. Everybody's got their hand out. Come on.
That's why you see a lot of people begging all the time because people make careers out of begging. They just make money from that.
Bottom line is, it's Zongo. You're talking shit. If that was the case, you should be going to Ghana right now.
Oh man, Ghana, man. Why do you want to push me back to Ghana, man? Why do you want to push me? Why can't I have a conversation with you without telling me to go back to Ghana, man?
Reality, bro. Stop it.
Why do I have to go to Ghana just to prove your
you
point?
were born, man. That's where you're from.
So what?
That's where you're
so
from.
What?
That's where you
so
belong,
what?
man.
The fuck?
That's
the
where
fuck?
you belong, man. You belong
Trump's
in Ghana.
granddad why did Trump's granddad live in
man.
Germany? Why did his granddad live
I
in
don't know,
Germany?
man. Well, you guys gotta stop leaving your country, man. That's how you never
Hey,
gonna
man,
Wha- His wife, why did his wife didn't live from Slovenia where she
man.
come
So
from? Man?
you guys gotta stop chasing white women.
I,
You gotta stop dating
Arnold
European
Schwarzenegger,
women.
man. Why didn't you tell him to go back to
Go back
Western
to
Europe
Ghana
to live
and build
where he came
something,
from?
man. Yo, be like Lewis. You should be joining Lewis in Ghana. Lewis going there next year. Was that Big Black? Who's that snort? That's also smart. That's so smart. He's not
smart.
That ain't me.
Damn.
That's a smart that fell asleep, boy.
Man,
I'm born,
That's a
man.
smart.
All right, fellas, it's been great, man. It's 3:00 in the morning. Talk to y'all, man.
Man, but Big Black, Khaled's kind of really underestimating the poverty in Chicago, though.
Oh, please, man. I didn't know poverty until I went overseas, man. That's it. That's
Man,
it. Anyway, fellas, y'all
man,
have a good night.
Man. But Khaled, man, let's just be honest, man.
Y'all later, man.